Siege Cup tomorrow.
I'm down.
Going on right after you get home from work.
Gotta make sure Jared fucking sleeps.
Speaks to a therapist prior to.
That's probably what he needs.
He crashes out pretty hard sometimes.
Yeah, he needs a post-siege therapist.
Alright, so, last we left off, work kind of continued throughout the village itself. After this kind of battle ensued, so kind of stepping back a little bit, wasn't really it didn't seem to be a deliberate raid again on the village, even though there was about just as many people. Just kind of a series of events had kind of led up to there being some sort of a actual fight that occurred. Appeared some of the Hjalfgar individuals attempted to knock Brodier out. Exactly why is unsure. But they were unable to do so, and then trying to fight kind of broke out. Some of them fled into the forest. More had kind of run back in from the forest. The fight kind of taking place, everything kind of ensuing. Lyra and her family kind of making her way back over to the tent had realized that Tyranny wasn't there, and you kind of started looking around before you found some clues that there was an obvious set of footprints leading into the forest, which you had followed, to where you had followed them to kind of a trail of blood, and your mind kind of going in all different directions, trying to figure out what exactly was going on, worrying for the worst, thinking that she was, hurt. But once you had arrived, you found her pretty frantic, holding a blade over to what appeared to be one of these Hjalfgar individuals that she had chased down, that was probably on the outskirts that she had spotted. You kind of took over and had sent her back to the village in order to get somebody to have them come and do whatever. You just figured capture them, question them, get some information. To which you guys did. All of you returning back, bringing back this individual. The Jarl kind of trying to question and interrogate them to get some sort of information, but he basically was just making kind of threats, speaking about the wolf and not fearing the sheep, and basically calling everybody here, food, essentially, and that your lives belong to Daycool. You guys have started to form your own assumptions and opinions on what exactly is kind of going on. The Jarl confronting everybody, essentially just basically saying that these Hjalfgar individuals are zealots who have a misguided and kind of misplaced belief into Daycool, and your guys' actual belief is to stop them from, basically poisoning your guys' way and how things are done throughout Midgard for you guys as far as Vikings go. You began to try to question an individual, Ragnvald did, to kind of no avail, trying to see how many of the Hjalfgar there are, who the leader is, what exactly it is that they want. They've made it pretty obvious, at the core of it, this very general idea of what they want is basically to just kill anybody who doesn't believe in some sort of zealot fashion. Believing what exactly is more or less just this deep belief in Daycool that they seem to carry. Specifics and stuff are a bit of a mystery right now, but the individual will not speak, so it was decided that he would be subject to a blood eagle. Something that within your culture is done to where it's almost an impossible type of situation where essentially after the ritual itself is complete, if you were to survive and essentially stay awake throughout the process, then you would actually reach Valhalla.
That wouldn't even kill me.
It is something more or less that is a pretty dramatic ritual that you guys kind of do. None of you probably have ever seen one within this village, and this kind of being the first one that you had seen. It was a very gruesome and kind of brutal process that you had observed, but there is something almost invigorating about it in a way, of this very primal sense of it, where you can feel your culture kind of teeming through in this, and also this person who just keeps trying to invade and destroy your way of life in a very, very ravenous kind of almost gruesome fashion. It was almost poetic justice in a way to, have this moment where you did that, and everybody kind of gathering around, watching it, kind of cheering for it. The Blood Eagle itself, after it had commenced, everybody basically just walked away and continued carrying on life as if nothing happened, leaving the individuals still there, and probably even at this point still sitting there getting picked at by crows and other birds. You guys began going throughout your days within the village, kind of completing tasks, doing whatever. For the most part, everybody seemed to stick to their own corners and jobs within the village, as you have been within Skalavik, working on the wall, forging, crafting, kind of tending to your duties within the village itself. Lyra kind of specifically making sure that meals are prepared every night, assisting in that. Voktash tending to the farm, getting the animals into good positions, as well as making sure that they're not just static. There's a lot of moving as far as like the progression of how many are there, their well-being, trying to look out for the longevity of all of them as opposed to just trying to use them for meat all the time or anything like that. You guys have, at this point now, because of Voktash's kind of work with his stuff, an abundance of like eggs and chickens to where like it's almost getting to the point where it's just like free reign, but managing it well enough to where you guys aren't going to run out of it anytime soon. Steiner, you started specifically focusing on trying to put something like in the food or in drink or something that would kind of revitalize everybody and get them to a point where they were kind of just healing better or being able to rest well or giving them a little bit of energy, whether it be you finding some sort of plant or leaf that may have some sort of like caffeinated type quality to it. But it was easy enough to do, and you could definitely tell some people appreciate the thought, the gesture at least. I'm sure that putting it like either in the food or just offering it specifically to people that you saw maybe tired or whatever it may be. But nonetheless, as you guys kind of continue doing all of that, Voktash, you kind of took it upon yourself to do a little bit more exploring, kind of like looking around on the further outside of the perimeter of the village, like to the north of where they just keep coming in and like pushing into the village, trying to do a little bit more than just sitting around, as Brodier had kind of walked up to you and said, basically bringing up like he's getting sick of just sitting around like waiting to be killed, basically, even though that's not exactly what you guys are doing, but you're kind of just in the same spot, not doing anything but trying to build a wall and like keep everything out, and he kind of wanted to take more of an offensive approach, and you decided like if you wanted to go on the offense, needed a little bit more intel, so you through your magic and ability were able to conjure up a kind of spiritual companion of eagle that you had kind of projected through some backstory stuff. But nonetheless, as you started to look around on the perimeter of the village, you didn't really get super far. I'd say you were probably like a good 10 or so minutes outside of the village, like far enough to where you know where the village is, but like you're far enough outside of it that like if you didn't know it was there, like you wouldn't be able to like tell what's going on within it. Like you can't hear the sounds of the village, you can't hear everything that's going on in there. Maybe like very faintly in the distance you could hear like a thud of a hammer or like wood or something, like a loud, very obvious sound that you could pick out in nature. Like you could probably pick it up from how far you were, but far enough away to where like if people were roaming around out here or camping out here doing whatever, you would have no idea because of the position that you guys were in and haven't been like kind of out looking around. So as you started to kind of survey and look about, using the eagle flying above you as you're looking down on the ground, just kind of using both vantage points to try to come across something, which you did. This very central, probably 6 or so foot wide portion of this dirt path that you guys are on. Like I said, it's not like a paved road. There's not stones on the road either. It's nothing like of that sort. It's just this path that is more of an open space or clearing inside of the forest itself that continues kind of heading north, that you guys use very generally to get goods from somewhere else or take goods somewhere, or just travel north or south down these roads. But this road nonetheless had just this huge portion of it that was just like churned up with dirt. It's very obvious that there's a ton of foot traffic that was going across this path, and it was leading basically east to west, going over to, you didn't follow it all the way, but like heading over in the direction, the general direction of where the Hjalfgar were actually like coming into the village and like invading for the most part. Even coming in just from the north side, like there's obvious foot traffic here. You guys aren't aware of, any other villages that are close by. Like somebody could be camping, but the amount of foot traffic, like how churned up the dirt was, led you to believe that there was like a large amount of people crossing at this point. You kind of followed it in reverse. You could see footprints going in both directions across it, like where you could tell. As you started to look over, the eagle kind of cued into you that there was something across the river, to which you kind of started to look through the eagle's eyes and try to get like a closer view. You could see these kind of canoes, not very, very big. They could probably seat, 4 or 5 people maybe in each one. And there was like 3 or 4 that you saw just tucked up onto the beach on the other side, kind of just out in the open. Like there was a little bit of a deliberate intent to put some sort of cover or camouflage over them, or like tuck them up against the rocks to where they're not just like on the shore itself. But queuing in and kind of seeing that started to make you believe that quite possibly there could be somebody, these Hjalfgar, whoever, over on the other side of the village. It's not super uncommon for you guys to see people going down the river, people, within the vicinity of the village, but for the most part they've always either been nomadic Vikings or just even like nomadic peoples that try to just tend to like keep to themselves or whatever it may be. But these boats kind of being positioned, this huge track going across the dirt path, all of these little clues kind of adding up to where it just kind of got to a point where you had brought it up to Steiner, and Steiner as well, like the two of you going to the Jarl and kind of bringing this to his attention, basically saying like, hey, like this is all of the stuff that is coming up. We think that we should take more of an offensive approach to try to see if we can get some more information, because we've been trying to do so. And he seemed a little keen to the idea and had told you guys to meet within the long haul around noon, when the sun is in the highest in the sky tomorrow, which we'll get into in a moment. Brodier himself, you guys have definitely noticed a lot of change within him as a person, like throughout the span of your guys' encounters and things with him, and especially with this new lycanthropy thing that he has been kind of dealing with. You guys don't know all of the facts like surrounding it, but like he's told you quite a bit about it, and openly is like letting everybody know, because he's not trying to like hurt anybody else with it. And this full moon that was kind of approaching prior to him kind of approaching you and basically telling you, that he thinks everybody should start like looking out more and trying to find some clues and maybe find out where they're camping. He was working with Kane to try to build a cage, which Kane had already kind of created and made. A very solid, large kind of iron cage that was held together by very long metal rods that were kind of going through these pinch points in each corner to hold it together. Had a gate on it and everything, like a door. A solid, big kind of iron metal cage that he went in because he had this just feeling, kind of this aura lingering behind him, like in the back of his head, where he knew that he was going to be transforming because of the past experiences of dealing with this full moon and its influence on him to actually transform. He found himself inside of the cage where you guys were actually able to like thoroughly observe and like watch a transformation that he went through, and you could see this kind of wispy spiritual fight between this like deep kind of red color and this orange color of energy that were basically going over his body. And as I said before, it's kind of this both natural and magical transformation, and you guys actually firsthand were able to see it a lot more this time, whereas opposed to before, like you'd see him very quickly, like almost just charging in a different form where you haven't really observed it as much, or there's other things going on where you haven't been able to really observe it, to where after watching him transform into the werewolf form of his kind of two different options of transformation, you could definitely tell that he's really not himself when he transforms into this wolf. There's something very, very primal that like takes over to where like he has no control over anything. Like he was biting on the bars, he's like taking his claws on the outside, like trying to reach out and like claw into somebody, banging up against the sides of it. At one point, Kane actually had to adjust some of the rods that were like holding it together from him just like busting up against the cage and like trying to break free. It actually started to like rattle it. So after he was able to rest and everything, and you guys kind of had informed him like it would be the next day. So it's kind of like the morning or mid-morning, early afternoon at this point of like when you had let the Jarl know, and you basically just said to like give him time to think on it and then come back tomorrow evening and kind of discuss it. So you guys have basically a little bit of a day to do things. For the most part, I don't know if anybody had anything that they wanted to try to do, but there's still a ton of work that needs to be done, essentially, to where like you have time like here and there to do things on your own, that if you had little things to try to accomplish, you were able to do so. But between trying to like prepare food for an entire village, or even for you, like you probably have more free time than anybody, I would say, because you're kind of in this in-between point where like you're just trying to pitch in where you can, and like after the couple of fights or encounters that you've kind of been in, you're feeling a little bit better, but you're feeling like the toll of everything afterward too, like way more than you would have before. Like using your magic and everything, you're feeling it almost like kind of taking a little bit of you almost every time, where like every spell you cast, like in the moment, the adrenaline going, like you're not feeling it, but then once everything wears off, you're kind of fatigued, you're feeling kind of sluggish, your arms feel a little like weak and almost like tingly, like your grip strength isn't fully there, and you have to like just kind of take a minute and sit, eat, rest. You find yourself in the long haul probably quite a bit, like to where you see Lyra quite a bit, like making the food, and you're walking over, getting food, and like just trying to rest when you have those moments. And then when you start to feel better, like a little bit more revitalized, you're right back to trying to like kind of do something, I would imagine. So
Yeah.
if there's anything specific.
I think it was Voktash was looking for like a certain kind of tree. Did you ever find that?
I found one of the plants I was looking for.
Okay. I think maybe if I thought I was feeling up to it, I'd probably, since kind of have the day, I'd probably go and see if he wanted to go and try to find those plants.
Okay.
A sumac leaf.
Yeah. I think he would probably, just because he hasn't been able to gather as much on his own, he would just be going to restock some of his supplies, and then also, while out, he may as well help Voktash find what he needs.
Okay.
So I'll go see if he's available for that.
I'm just out on the farm. Typical stuff.
One cow.
Petting a sheep.
Yeah, you can see him over in the kind of corral portion, the fenced-in area where the sheep typically stay. Over there, just kind of standing.
Oi, Voktash!
Hey, how's it going?
Feeling a bit better today. I'm just gonna go restock some supplies. I know you were looking for some specific plants, if you wanted to come along.
Yeah, sure.
Alright. Do you need a couple minutes, or you good to go?
I think I've got most of my work done here for the day, so I
Alright.
can probably just head off. Just pat the sheep on the head and walk away.
Alright.
I probably have like some sort of basket that I've fashioned some straps to that I can wear like a backpack.
Okay.
Why are you looking at the trash?
Is it because I smell food in it?
Bad sheep.
We don't even know what food is.
I'll tell you anything. Please, I need a tin can. I've never eaten in my life.
Yeah.
So, as far as sumac goes,
Yeah.
I'd say that you guys probably actually use it.
Okay.
This is something that I probably just really didn't even think of until Ashley had kind of mentioned something about like spices that you guys would have.
Mhm.
It wouldn't be super uncommon for you guys to have like had these sumac plants, dried them out, and kind of used them as a spice in a sense.
Okay.
The plant itself it's kind of like this bush essentially, and has almost like a thistle-like looking, kind of deep burgundy kind of thistle type flower on it. It has some berries and stuff that also grow on the plant itself. The leaves are kind of like long. There's like a long stem in the middle with some other leaves branching off of it. So they're pretty easy to find, like if you're in the right area. And they typically don't just grow all over the place. They tend to like a ton of sun that kind of beats down on them. So you're kind of looking more or less for portions within the forest that have like a bit of clearing. And you know of like areas like this just for how much you like look around. You guys probably find yourself more on the southwestern side of your guys' village, and that's not just because of like it being a little safer.
Mm-hmm.
It's more or less that's where you guys begin to find a lot more of the open spaces as opposed to like thicker kind of dense forest.
Mhm. Okay.
If everybody would direct your attention this way, so just in case the
Oh,
map
look, guys.
pops up, it doesn't.
I know everything. The map.
spill too
The map.
much.
Oh, that way.
There we go.
The other way.
I was like, where do I look?
Not that way.
Okay,
I was
bueno.
looking the wrong way.
Alright, all
This is
good.
not the new one, but this is fine.
Perfect.
How do you spell this plant?
SUMAC.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Whoa.
This is fine. This is everything you know, basically.
Oh, this is all new.
We've been to the south, too. So.
I thought I sent the new one to myself, but whatever. So basically, like I said, you guys are finding yourselves kind of probably down more here, like just south of the village, or like
Okay.
into this portion, because this is where everything, starts to get a little bit more dense for you guys. It's on this northwestern side, and
Yep.
like just a little bit safer on this portion. And generally, for you, like you've really been scavenging more on like the probably western side.
And
Like
just, like,
you just
Outback.
basically leave Outback your house, and it's like right there. So you're kind of venturing to a little bit of a different portion of the actual village and surrounding areas themselves anyhow. So if you would, I'll have I imagine you also would probably know what the plan is too. So if you guys both want to make just perception checks.
Can I do investigation instead?
Yes.
I'm going to use my Tides of Chaos ability and give myself advantage.
That's why I need your help.
What'd you get?
I rolled a 2, but I got a 10.
I'm going to spend a sorcery point and do bend luck, and you can add a d4 to that because my roll was pretty bad. So.
Actually, wait a second. Hold on. Let's see if I got even or not. That's.
Was it a 1? Oh, you didn't roll.
It was literally a 1. But
Oh.
and this I got a 1 too, so 11.
12, so I guess one more than he got.
This is why I need your help. I can't find the plant.
I think we both need help here.
My passive perception is 18. Can I just use that?
Damn, mine's 10.
Well, we got a guy who's expert in wilderness navigating.
If only he was here.
So for
Using
you,
his eyeballs.
the kind of lore rules and everything, you guys are able to find this kind of little, I don't want to say grove, but little bit of area that has quite a bit of like these sumac plants. The only thing with the sumac is that there is a potential for you guys to have like some almost like poison ivy type reaction where like if the leaves themselves, like you kind of manipulate and touch those too much, you're specifically going after the flower on top. And if you're handling or kneading the leaves specifically, it's something that you would probably do with a little bit of caution.
Mine's a leaf.
Yeah, so you're definitely like, for you guys, for the purposes of the village, like the village would use like the flower head or like some of the berries that kind of come off of the bush, but for you needing like the leaves specifically, like like I'm not touching the leaves. Like if you need the leaf, you go ahead and grab the leaf yourself because it will cause some sort of like little bit of an irritated reaction to your hands, to where it just has that really kind of poison ivy, almost like poking, itchy feeling that's constantly there.
You probably don't want to touch the plant if you maybe have gloves or something. Or just kind of hack at it and we can maybe use some sticks to scoop it up.
I don't really have anything to cut it with.
I just have like a knife on me. Can I, or a hand axe, I'll use one of those and just kind of cut one, like a stalk or something.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? No, I cannot. I thought it swapped one of my cantrips for mage hand, but I did not. Be my guest.
I'm gonna try to grab it at the end so I don't get touched by the leaves.
Yep. You grab it at the stem.
Well, I don't want
Can you
to keep this around very long, so we should probably take it back so we don't have to worry about it.
All right.
You guys are probably only like 4 or 5 minutes outside of the village.
I'll come back out here with you.
Sure.
Just run
You
it back.
need it for like a spell or something?
Yeah. I'm trying to conjure a fire blade, and I think the essence of this leaf will help me. Since we use it in food for spice sometimes, so it's hot, and
Right.
maybe we'll get to turn that hotness into a magical fire.
Well, if you think you're going to be casting the spell a lot, I could probably take that cutting we grabbed and try to grow more.
Okay, sure.
Just have to handle it with care.
Yeah, I don't know how often I'll be using it, but
All right.
the more the merrier.
Well, I guess you maybe don't know if you're still experimenting with it. Can you give the flowery blade to other people, or is it just you?
Probably not, but I haven't tried. I haven't made one yet, so.
All right.
Along the way here, the only thing that you probably would have found outside of just the very basic stuff that you would kind of keep would have been just some lichen that's kind of growing at the base of the trees that you typically use and keep for some sort of healing salves and purposes. So
Yeah, I'll probably if we're like seeing them in passing, I'll just take a couple clippings and put them into my my basket.
Yeah. Other than that, though, it was not as fruitful of a journey out there as you would have wanted it to be, just not being able to see it and kind of specifically looking for that sumac as well. You may have even passed some stuff up, but just unable to really find anything extra outside of the very base stuff of what you would have needed and a little bit of that lichen kind of herb. You guys return back without issue. You have basically the cutting of it. The stem itself isn't like super thick. It kind of starts thicker at the bottom and kind of thins as it goes up, and then the leaves are kind of long on the sides. But there's enough of it there that you can kind of grab it. Really, the kind of irritant comes from the actual leaves themselves because it's more of like a natural defense thing for them. But nonetheless, you have it. You have quite a bit of leaves on it too, to where you can, cut some of them off, and I'm sure has some sort of things you can wrap it up into, so you guys can head toward his house or whatever it may be in order to prepare or get whatever you guys want to do to divvy it up.
Yeah, I'll
If there's anything else you want to go look for, I'm happy to go back out there.
About some lichen.
Looking at my notes. Stu is a dick.
I looked at mine and said, no, milk the magical cow, so I don't...
I have a document for this. I'll probably cut the leaves off and maybe just put them in like a sack.
Okay.
And then I'll take the remaining stalk and I will plant it in a pot just outside my house.
Perfect.
And I'll water it. I think though I would. Oh, I can't. I think I'd probably go out looking for some mushrooms. Unless you wanted to test out your spiel first.
I'm okay right now.
Alright. I was gonna say I can hang around just in case you set something on fire.
I'll do it out in the field just in case.
I mean, around
Unless you want to see it, I mean...
around all those flammable plants.
Well, a little bit of burnt grass never killed anyone.
Kill the grass.
Yeah, true.
It grows back. Even when you burn the grass, it's still alive in the root, and it'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'm not here to.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, once you get back to Steiner's house and are kind of navigating the inside, like when you walk in, there's like a vine growing like basically right in the doorway that you have to kind of push past a little bit. You see him just like walk in a little sideways. There's a whole bunch of mushrooms that are in these smaller kind of clay pots that are all like just all over the place. The front of the house has them growing like in a what it seemed to be intended to be some sort of like a mushroom box that they have just kind of like grown over the sides of as well, and like even started to seep into the cracks of like the grooves of the wood itself.
Yeah.
There are all sorts of other flowering kind of plants and stuff that are all around. Berries that are from some of the bushes that are hanging. You probably like reach to go touch one, and he just like kind of taps your hand like,
No, don't do that.
Huge
We'll
leafy
die.
plants on the
Both of us.
inside. Like when you're inside of the actual house itself, like it just looks like basically like a greenhouse. Like there's just stuff growing everywhere. You can see in some parts of the walls as well, like they're not windows, but there's just like these deliberately cut holes and like spots where it's letting sunlight into specific spots within the house itself. There are tons of like random little jugs and like watering cans that are just kind of like sitting around. Like it's not like dirty and messy, it's just like this natural kind of chaos that's just like kept indoors. And you can see like a bench that has a bunch of stuff on it where he goes over and finds a little like burlap kind of sack that he begins to carefully kind of place inside of it with basically some sort of smaller, almost like tweezer like things, or like even just another knife that he's just like scraping and holding it all up into it to where he kind of hands you over the sack of the leaves and everything, and then starts to look at everything else.
If you're gonna take the leaves out, just put some gloves on.
How long do you think they'll take to dry?
Oh, leave them out in the sun, maybe a day or two.
Okay. Well then, yeah, I'm hoping that once they're dried out, they won't cause a rash or anything, so I can handle it a little bit more. And
Likely.
so I'll dry these out, and when I go to give this cast a whirl, I'll let you know.
All right. Well, you're welcome to join me. I'm gonna go out and look for some mushrooms.
Yeah, sure. Better to be out in pairs at least anyways.
Yeah. While we have the day to prepare for tomorrow.
Since I know we haven't really gone too much out to the southern side of the village, I'm kind of like doing like more of like a mental inventory
Mapping it,
of
kinda.
yeah. I know it's mostly just forest and maybe like one or two paths leading south of the village, but
Yeah, typically to the south of you guys, you actually find a lot more of like grassy kind of fields that are along the path that's there, and then the forest kind of, because you guys are, I know I've explained it before, but like it's just one of those things that we don't talk about a ton, so it's kind of forgotten. So like the way that you see how this is, right? Like
yeah.
this is like a cliff, like an edge, and it goes up. And you guys, like when you went to those ritual stones, like you were up on this kind of upward path, so you're kind of in a valley.
Okay.
Like of like the north kind of goes up, the west kind of goes up. Your like southeast is where everything kind of sinks down to where like the actual river sits in this like valley that's kind of lower. The grade, like when you're walking around, isn't really noticeable until you get to the points where it's a lot more steep, which is typically more to the north. And like the area where that the ritual stones are, kind of to like the far northwest, like that path like only gets to a certain point where it actually starts to like go up on this steep incline where there's steps leading up to it. So where you guys are, it's pretty flat. Like there's a little bit of a slant that goes down, like even toward the south, like where everything starts to spill into that lake that's at the bottom, and then into like the swamp kind of area that's there before it goes down into the actual ocean itself. So everything's just kind of on this very gradual like kind of decline into the side. So like this southern part of where you guys are, it's a lot more grasslands. It's like open, like you can see a lot farther in that direction. There's this initial forest that kind of surrounds your entire village, but like once you clear that southern portion of it, like that little thicket that's there, you basically open it up to a pretty large grassland that's just like directly south of you guys to easily like traverse and walk around. The grass, however, is probably like hip high. Like it's not like short grass. Like it's not managed. Obviously, it's very wild. The further you get, like when you're walking south, which is why for you, Steiner, like looking for mushrooms, like this is probably where you start to go. There's a ton more moisture kind of over in this direction to where like these kind of fungal type plants would be growing, as opposed to in some of the spots where you typically find it in the forest, kind of at the bases of the trees, where kind of that moisture seems to like collect. But when you get into this portion, like where that grassland is, like it's tough if you were to try to find mushrooms within that, so you kind of stick more to like the forest, maybe like the edge of it, but the more south you get, the more that the ground itself is softer. There's a lot more water content within it. So if you're going to look for them, that would be the place to go. Is there one specifically you're trying to find?
Well, I think I was gonna keep an eye out for some rotsbane, but I also wanted to look for some goat ball mushrooms.
Okay. You can make a investigation check again.
Alright.
Do you know what you're looking for?
Mushrooms. 10.
If you want to, Voktesh, you make a perception check.
You know what they look like?
Yeah, they're like, kind of look like an uncooked loaf of bread, but very small, like about that size.
So just a ball of dough?
Yeah, kind of like a ball of dough.
Maybe a little wider?
Yeah,
Okay.
round.
What am I rolling for?
Perception.
You can go ahead and add a d4 to it. I'm gonna do another bend luck.
This D4 is not my friend. 16.
Maybe I should roll a d4.
16?
Yeah.
I'm gonna start asking the plants, hey, where you at?
We're over here. We're over here.
Once you get out of the grassier portion and into the forest area, it's I wouldn't even really call it much of a forest area to the southwest when you go far enough, like where you guys were originally searching. You pass up a couple more of the sumac bushes that you were, so you're going a little bit further than where you stopped at. When you get to that point, you're basically in this grassy area, right? But there's maybe like 5 or 6 trees and then a kind of gap and like 2 or 3 gap, and they're kind of spread out, and you find a thicker portion and denser spot of forest where these trees are kind of collected. A lot of pine trees and like oak trees is more or less what you guys are finding a lot in your area. You use the pine more than anything to build, but at the base of these trees is where you start to kind of look. They don't seem to be very abundant, but you do see a couple of these, like what looks like basically just like dough just sitting on the ground. It's very, very round, like almost unnaturally looking round. Like it's just like perfectly round the way that it grows, like sitting right at the base of the trees. And you find a good little patch of them to where you can kind of like point them out pretty easily.
I think I found some over here. Are they safe to touch?
Carefully.
Uh,
I can handle the harvesting if you like.
sure.
I'll just like gently put my hand down and lift a little bit, and I'll take a knife and just cut underneath.
Yeah, there's probably like 8 or so that are there that you could easily.
You gotta be careful not to pop them.
Like a bubble?
Yeah, I'll
Like you
kind of set
squeeze
one.
it, it'll go.
I'll set one off to the side, and I'll poke it with a stick, and you just see spores like.
Is that toxic? Poisonous? Will
Probably
it kill me?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
It'll make you hallucinate.
Probably don't want to breathe
That's
in.
fine.
Well, you might.
I don't know what that means.
You'll start to see things if you breathe those in.
I already see enough things. I don't need to see more.
Well, if you're maybe looking for some clarity sometime, maybe you take a whiff.
I don't know if you remember what happened a couple months ago, but I'm good for a while, I think.
Alright.
Still kind of shook by that.
Also good for swelling.
Swelling?
You know, like inflammation.
Yeah, I appreciate you teaching me some of this stuff.
No problem.
I'm more in tune with animals, I guess. But I'd like to learn more about
Sure.
the environment and plants and all that. It's just so vast, so much going on, and it's overwhelming very quickly.
Not enough time to learn. Too much time defending and fighting. Alright, well, that's a pretty good amount. I'm set, I think, for a little bit.
So you're gonna turn those into a potion then, or something?
Probably some sort of a tonic. I'll probably dry them out first.
Okay. They still make you see things even when you drink it in a potion?
No, once you cook it down, it kind of gets rid of that effect.
Okay. What if you don't cook it all the way? Like, what if you think it's done and it's
You
not?
want to try it?
I'm just saying if something happens and you give me one, I don't want to be seeing crazy stuff,
Don't take one then.
But what if I need it?
Then I'll give it to you.
Sounds like a bad situation.
Not really. As long as you don't have anything too important going on.
We're just fighting for our lives.
Yeah.
Being
Well,
haunted by a dark entity, trying to kill us, trapping us in an alternate dimension.
if you need a potion that requires some of these mushrooms, it will be cooked thoroughly.
Okay.
Pops one into his mouth. No, I'm just kidding.
Just one of those AI edit videos. Took a whole lot of mushrooms with a bunch of raccoons.
Yeah, they're following me as I come back to the village.
I think the raccoons are conspiring.
One of them looked at me and said, "Let's get it on."
I beat his ass.
Alright, so 2 of you return back to the village. Not really like a huge chunk of your day taken out, but, it's a little bit of a break from the monotony of everything you have been doing.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything anybody else would like to do specifically before this next light of this takes off?
No, I don't think so.
Can put my leaves out to dry.
Are we going adventuring tomorrow?
Quite possibly, yes, it seems so.
Alright, so can I, should I gather some rations for us, maybe? Or should I do that later?
You do whatever you think would be best.
Shit. Should I tell my siblings now, probably? Or wait until later when they're mad at me about it?
Whatever you think. I mean, at this point, you basically just been told to meet in the long hall tomorrow.
Okay.
So you're not really exactly sure if or when you'll be going.
Oh, okay, okay.
Were you? Was she a part of any of those conversations we had
I was
about?
eavesdropping.
Yeah,
Oh,
she was
okay.
eavesdropping.
I think it was said too when
But she
we
was also
brought it up to
told.
the Jarl that she would be joining us.
Okay. Then yeah, I think.
He did ask for the person who
Yeah,
not
found
dragged
him.
that guy, but
Super
found him.
sick.
Yeah. Do I know what sumac is?
Yeah, you definitely would deal with like the spice itself.
Just the spice, not
yeah,
the plant?
just the spice, not the
Okay,
plant.
that makes sense. No further questions.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor.
Might just be training, especially after being told it might be getting active a little bit.
Okay.
And then what's it? Probably be getting back at it with a clearer mind after talking with Thorsten.
Yeah, and you kind of meant to bring this up a little bit before too. It's been very obvious, and I think it's obvious amongst everybody else too, that you specifically, like out of the group, have kind of taken. There's not really specific titles or like leadership roles outside of the Jarl, right? Like they're just kind of these people that fall into these kind of positions where they take on a little bit more responsibility and have a little bit more that kind of rests on their shoulders to where they're relied upon more for decision making or fighting or whatever expertise or specialty they may have. Like outside of having your profession or job within the village that you're relied upon, there's more of a almost like political part of it where like you are kind of looked at and sought out for certain reasons or things or guidance or advice or advisement or whatever it may be. You've definitely been feeling it a lot more, especially with Gimdall. Kind of like initially it was more of this assumption of like the Jarl seems to be taking a liking to me, kind of speaking with me in private, like asking me questions, delegating things to me, to where you were kind of feeling you were getting into that position. But the more that Gimdall has actually approached you and confirmed that, has definitely put more on your shoulders, to where like you start to think back on the fight and thinking of how much you were thinking of that in the back of your mind, and it being more something that you feel at this point is something that's going to make or break you within the village, where like that pressure of having that responsibility is something that you're either going to try to, like you're saying right now, training, kind of being better on focusing at, or it's going to be something that under the pressure kind of makes you crumble and disappoints everybody in a way, specifically like the Jarl. So you have a lot in the back of your mind that you're focusing on when you're training, and you feel like you're falling into that role. And as I said, it's been pretty obvious between the Jarl and Gimdall, kind of both giving you these hints of things where like I said, as a culture, you don't have specific so like Viking culture, yeah, you have like thanes and all of that, but for you guys, it's more or less just like this is my guy for this thing, or like this is who I rely on for this. Like you're falling into that role within your kind of group that you have formed and has been called upon time and time again to do things for the village. So that's just something to have kind of at the back of your mind, where like that position is starting to more or less become an actual thing coming to fruition. So training and trying to be focused is something that I would say that you are really focused, like tailoring yourself toward being, and like trying to make sure that you fill the role appropriately.
Yeah, it just goes back to the sparring, with focusing just on the sparring and not trying to think about the wall and the Jarl and everyone else.
Yeah, and I'd definitely say for those, like you guys specifically, outside of like within the village, the other times that you have been sent off or gone off to do other things, the vibe kind of changes a little bit. Like you guys feel it. It's kind of this unspoken thing where like like after you and Steiner had kind of gone back to everybody and basically said like, hey, like we're gonna speak, like the Jarl wants to speak with us tomorrow in regards to whatever it may be.
Mhm.
Like everybody kind of knew, like, okay, we're probably gonna be doing something, like we're gathering up. Like you're almost getting like deployed, like you sense it, like you know what's going on. There's some things you want to like get after and do. So for you, like you know you're getting stuff ready within the farm itself, like with the animals. But you know that Hjalfgar will come over and kind of take care and do it, as well as Kiva's being there, and like there's less and less, like with more people that have come into the village. Like for some of you, there's less stress, and specifically like you, Voktesh, like there's less stress around like making sure that you're there all the time, like making sure things are good. And you even had it set up, like we've said before, like it would last itself for probably like a good month and a half without you even being there. But you've kind of got it to that point. But now there is a point within the village where a lot of your roles are kind of being filled and done and taken care of. Not as well, obviously, as if you were there taking care of it yourself, but nonetheless, it is kind of continuing to go on. There are some things that obviously some people can't do when you're not there, but nonetheless, there's preparations you start to make knowing that you guys may be leaving the village for however long it may be. So, with that being said, whatever preparations you start to make, they're probably nothing like crazy right now because you don't know for sure that you're going. You just kind of have a feeling in the back of your mind that is there. Okay, so the night approaches. People are still keeping their watches, and the work on the wall itself kind of specifically has been pushed into the later hours of the day just to try to get more and more work done on it. You basically have a large chunk of the northern part of the wall done. The biggest thing that everybody's doing right now is just clearing trees. So you've kind of gotten to a point where the wall has reached a certain area where there's a ton of trees that need to come down, not just for building material itself, but to make room for the wall to actually be there and there to be some sort of line of sight outside of it. I have one more thing. What was it? Oh, with the amount of trees that you are cutting down, Sigrid has kind of brought this up before of not trying to push it too far back and everything, but the amount of material you're actually needing to build the wall, you're basically every little grove that you're clearing is not enough for like each section wall. Like you're having to go even further than just enough to clear room. Like you need the materials. There's trees within the village itself that kind of sit in some spots that have been just like cut down and moved and dropped down. The nomadic people are kind of camping on the basically the southern side of the village where like let me find the I've done some work on this, but it's not like actually done yet. So basically right here, right, is where they're camping. Before they started like really camping into this and like getting deep into here, there were a couple trees out here that got cut, whatever, but like there's a lot of them over here that are working and just clearing these trees that are like up against the shoreline, like within the village itself. So trees themselves are just being cut down everywhere right now to both have enough materials and make room for the wall to be established. So where the lumber mill was, you guys just flew through all of the wood that was cleared from where that area was, where you guys had this huge kind of open spot right here right now. Like this used to have a ton of trees in it. And even right now, like I said, I just did a bunch of work on this. All of this, trees, like this was actually trees, right? Like because this is where their camp was, trees. Like you guys are just clearing of trees like left and right. Like that's what most of the work is right now. So you guys are kind of in a position where like, okay, if we're gonna go and do something right now, the wall's kind of at a, not really like a standstill, like, but most of the production has been halted due to the fact that more materials need to be cut down. So that's generally what everybody's going to be doing right now. They're not going to be needing the nails and all of that shit because there's enough right now. But there's still a ton of work to do. But the work that needs to be done right now, basically anybody could do it. So your guys' job or mission that you could possibly send on is feasible. Like you're not holding anything up. You're not delaying anything. Alright. Yes.
They better stay away from the
Needed
trees
it.
by my house.
Needed a tree.
Fuck, that was my shade.
Don't even think about taking my trees.
Okay.
I'll fireball somebody.
I'll burn this whole village down.
All the trees.
So, wall is basically done right now to like here.
Alright.
This is kind of where we're at. Because I remember the last session I didn't have it fully done, but like right now this is kind of where you're sitting. Like all of this has been cleared out. There's still some stuff like I'd show it, but it's way more complete than it actually is. The corner of this has a ton of trees that are right there, and you actually have to, like the way that the village is set up, you're gonna have to, with the wall, kind of make it elbow and go on a 90 and then like go out again and then like around just to surround the buildings and structures that have kind of already been built in those areas, as opposed to just like making this huge wall that goes all the way out like into the forest. Like it's just easier to make this like quick turn and then out once more. So like I said, just clearing trees right now. And you guys within the village too, this is something that I want to kind of make clear. So when you guys first, we first started like the campaign and how the village has been for years, like you guys living here, it's not a huge village by any stretch of the, like you guys are probably even one of like Feldby and you probably are pretty close as far as population goes. Like you maybe had, including you guys, 20 something people, right? Like you're probably pushing the 60s now, just because of like all of the nomadic people that are here, the people from Hjalfgar, random people that have started to like find solace here. And you guys find it more and more where like, you know, you wake up the next day and it's almost like somebody else who kind of wandered in and kind of is seeking sanctuary in a way, right? Like they're being pushed out of places that they were living in, and you saw that with, you know, Kjarvheim initially, and then all of these nomadic Vikings that are finding their way here. The ones that Gimdall had kind of come across with Goran, I think his name was. I'm trying to remember. I don't want to fuck that up. I think it might even be in here. But the leader of the that's you guys. I don't think I put it in here. No, I did not.
Did we do the did we take our trip out? Was it this same day or was it yesterday?
You and Voktash?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been like the morning that you guys had kind of explained to everybody, like, hey, you know, tomorrow evening we're meeting with the Jarl, and then you guys had that whole day to do whatever, so it would have been that day.
Could I have spent the evening working on some health potions?
Yes. Let me double check. I think I made an actual crafting point number for those.
Okay.
Didn't, so we're gonna set it now.
Cool.
Alright, so let's see. Let me pull up the blacksmithing thing.
Whoa!
That's all the.
Leaked. Leaked. GG. Leaked. No.
I don't know why I keep dealing with this.
Redacted, dude.
It's redacted.
It's like,
You have
Dude, I've seen files.
yeah, but it's like dark mode, but not dark mode, right? Like,
Yeah, if you turn dark mode
Jarl
off,
on
it'll probably look normal again.
how do I do that again?
I don't know. I don't know how you have it set up.
I don't either.
Alright.
Is it in here?
Could be.
Probably.
I don't use Edge, so I don't know.
My God.
Right?
I'm blind.
Now just try refreshing the.
I don't really use it either. It just opens this all the time.
Oh.
I don't know.
Damn.
Hello, sir.
I see you have new food now.
No.
He said, "Please, I want one of those discs."
No, sir.
Jerky. Give me your puck of
You'll be
jerky.
shitting fire,
Yeah,
dude.
this is the fucking same.
Damn.
You don't want that.
I can just pull it up on my phone. Dark mode.
An extension you have?
I would just switch, then just leave this open, go refresh it and see if it fixes it, and then if it doesn't, just you can switch it back because there's no point in having it on light mode.
It might be an extension.
I don't know.
Click on like 3 dots. I think they're some extensions
Or
tab.
the little puzzle piece.
Yeah. Dark reader. Yeah.
Damn, remove.
You just turn it off.
That's crazy. You can refresh it. It'll probably be good now.
God, Shav, I will blow you right now.
Live on Twitch.
Camera, dude?
Yeah.
How hell yeah, dude.
You watch those viewers fly out, brother.
Yeah. What's
For
it?
about 6 minutes.
Yeah.
We get banned.
It's not gonna last that long.
It's okay.
What's
We
going up
only-
on the left, dude?
He said we only need 3 minutes.
Okay, so first off,
That's
we're gonna
generous.
start with your percentage roll. I would say you need a 0 to 90.
62.
Okay, you're good. I guess it's 1, right? It's not 0, but you know what I mean. Okay,
And then I roll a d20.
yeah, it's gonna be d20 plus your proficiency. We'll do plus your.
Intelligence.
Yeah, intelligence is gonna make the most sense.
Let's see that. It's not good, but it could be worse. 8.
8.
Yeah, unfortunately.
No progress.
Alright.
So you're able to do. We're gonna work for 8 hours on it.
I mean, however much time I have before we go and,
Yeah, you got the rest of the day, so you could spend 8 hours doing it if you wanted.
Sure.
Number of checks equal to half your constitution modifier rounded down.
Okay, half, well, I got 3, so is that only one check per day?
Why is this rounded down? That doesn't make sense to me.
Because everything's rounded down.
Right, but
That is true.
You're the
made it.
DM.
You made it, dude.
That's
You
good.
made us.
That's what we were told. We said everything's rounded down now.
You made this last campaign, though.
I mean, that's fine if I can't do it, no big deal.
no, I think it should just be a number equal to your constitution modifier. So
Okay.
yeah.
Well then, do I need to roll the D100 again, or just
No,
D20
the
checks?
initial
says-
D100 roll is just for your crafting, like of the day, right? Like
Okay.
if you're gonna be able to do it, like.
It says equal to half your constitution modifier.
I know, I don't
That's
know why it
just-
says that. That doesn't
Oh.
make sense. It should just be your constitution modifier.
Better. 17.
17? Okay.
Yep.
Two
Good
crafting
work.
points. Okay, so I'm basically that's what I was kind of aiming for. Like each
2 crafting points awarded.
I've
each
got another
potion you try to make,
Yep.
just 2 crafting points worth. So like every time that you roll, like
Ripple boy.
you're just basically trying to get 2
Okay.
to make at least 1.
And then, I guess if I'm experimenting with new ingredients, is it still just the same 2 crafting points, or?
Depends on if you're trying to like actually make a different potion or.
Okay.
What's up?
This is we're gonna do what would be moderate, right?
Yeah, I think that was. I don't think I've made
That's the next one,
anything. I don't think I've made, or I don't know if it's a
I don't
different.
think you've made any, right?
I don't know if it's a different recipe or not yet, so I haven't made any greater healing potions or anything. All I know how to make is the moderate ones.
So, bro.
hogs, my friend.
95 hogs.
No. I'm not giving the dog no pepper jerky.
Please, you look at him.
I wouldn't give any dog pepper jerky. That dog's gonna be spitting fire out his ass for
Give him
3
a
days.
butt cake.
It's not my dog.
He eats everything.
He loves butt cakes. They're his favorite food.
Okay. Are you able to make another check, or is it just the one?
Well, I
Two.
have
Two.
3 to my bonus. So.
Okay, so you can do one more if you wanted.
Okay. Would that take up all my time for the evening?
Yes.
What?
Unless you want to do something
We
else.
should go to street food.
I did want to do
Maybe.
something else.
Maybe 5.
We'll see.
I think Vogtash kind of got me thinking a lot about new spells, and I think he's been struggling a bit lately with every time he goes into battle, he feels like he's gonna die. So he's going to, I think for the rest of the evening after making the potions, he's gonna like sit and meditate. And he's gonna let that sensation come to the surface, the like burning and like the vibration. And he's gonna focus on extending it like past himself. So he's going to make like a sphere around him of that vibrating sensation. And he's gonna cast blur.
Okay.
So you'll see like almost like the, you know, you can see his skin kind of start to vibrate and like lose its solidity, and then you can see the air around him start to vibrate, and then almost like 2 ghosts in the same space, you can see both forms of Steiner kind of like shifting in the space and moving around. And I think he's just gonna try and focus on casting it.
Okay. I will say that you cast it without issue.
Okay.
You're gonna make a wild magic check,
Okay.
but so you haven't done it. So what is your roll right now? Like, what are you having to?
Right now, I think I just have to.
Like, what's the base of it, right? Like when you have to roll. To, like,
When I roll to see if I do it or not,
Right.
It's normally a 20, and then I just drop it by 1 every time I succeed.
Okay, so you're gonna do it right now, like specifically just narratively for like what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
So you're going to do the wild magic check, but it's gonna be already at a 16.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
12, so I'm okay.
Okay.
But it would drop to 50.
All right, you're, like you had said, kind of just having that feeling, trying to get a little bit more control back with your magic, as much as control that you normally have with it. You have always had this, you know, for lack of a better term, wild kind of possession of your like magic, like the way that you use it, and this lack of control in some areas of it where you have the power and it's there, like the ability to do so. You just kind of have this overwhelming surge of energy sometimes that you have a lot of trouble controlling.
Yeah.
And you felt it a lot more lately, and you're trying to just gather some of that control like where you can. So you specifically start to target that sensation that has been bothering you more than anything, like when your skin starts to try to shift back and you can see it changing from the gray to the kind of like pale skin. Like you're trying to focus specifically on that and gain control in that in some way, and you're not even specifically trying to like cast blur by any means. Like it actually just happens, right? Like you start to project that energy outward, and you almost like learn the spell like in the moment, like in that moment, like trying to do that, like projecting, like you're almost trying to bring that other form back in a way almost, to where you're focusing specifically on like the burning, and it gets to a point where you're feeling it just like searing your skin almost, but the skin appears basically the same, right? Like it's either like that gray color or like your normal olive kind of white skin, to where you're shifting back and forth to that. It feels like you're literally on fire, like you're getting ready to basically just melt where you're standing, but then eventually like you push past all of the pain, like you're trying, like gritting your teeth, biting down onto your jaw, like you can feel your head kind of like shaking from how tightly you're biting down, but all of it just kind of has this like relief instantly, and you watch as it like projects forward, and you have this brief image of like you, like Steiner's face, like in front of yours, and then it shifts to the other form's face. And as you're like looking, like it's almost like you feel your actual face when the other one's in front of you, like shifting back and forth. And it's this quick like blur of these images that melt together, and then they melt together in front of your face and are like turning around and facing, standing next to you. And it's just this very, very strange, disorienting feeling for a moment. But at the same time, like I said, there's that relief of that kind of burning sensation and the constant vibration of your skin that kind of subsides for a moment.
All right. Yeah. So that's the rest of it. I made one potion, which is good.
Okay. All right.
You don't have to do it.
All right. So
Shut up.
everybody finds rest for this day. Like I said, not a ton going on in the village. You just hear a lot of chopping noises from people cutting down trees and such. Everybody finds themselves in the long hall at least once throughout the day. And anytime you're there, you do see Lyra there, very hard at work, kind of cooking large meals. I will also say that you have definitely noticed a change in like the flavor of the food. Like there's a lot more of it there since Lyra's kind of been contributing, and it's a huge part of it is just due to the amount of spices that you probably would have and like seasonings or whatever you would have that this village just hasn't had before. Like basically all they have here is like very minimal bits of like salt that they have found in like some rock deposits or whatever, and that sumac and maybe like rosemary or whatever it may be. But you're finding a lot like more of that you use, and like I said, cooking is something you've done a lot for your family, just having a very large family as it is. So the day kind of concludes, you guys finding rest within your homes. You do know that sometime around noon today, when the sun is highest in the sky, that you are to meet back at the Long Hall in order to speak with the Jarl as you have been requested to be there. So if there's something early in the morning within those first 4 hours that you want to do, you can.
Can I try to whip up another potion?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, so...
Same D100.
Yep.
90 is what I'm looking for, or lower.
Yep, 90 or lower.
32.
Okay. So you make one straight roll.
Can I give myself advantage?
You sure can.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna use Tides of Chaos and give myself advantage. Since I long rested, I can use it again. Damn, both of those kind of sucked. 12.
12?
Yep.
Okay, so you have one kind of progress point toward a potion. So just like keep track of that, so the next time you go to make one, like if you get 3, then you would basically finish that one and make another one.
Okay.
Anything within the first 4 hours of the day anybody's doing before they go to the Jarl to see what is up? No? Why no?
What up, y'all?
Dap them up.
Tap me up, y'all.
Alright. As you head toward the Long Hall, there's this kind of cool breeze you can feel coming from the north. You can see cloudy skies. The sun is just kind of barely peeking through in some spots. The sky itself is this kind of gray hue, and there's a smell of rain kind of in the air. You know that it is coming in your direction, but it just hasn't really made it to Skalavik yet. There really hasn't been any sort of good rainfall lately, so you know that it'll be pretty good for the soil, and it's just kind of one less thing that everybody on the farm has to worry about doing. Walking to the Long Hall, for some of you takes a little bit longer than others, but nonetheless, you guys kind of all one by one start to make it into the Long Hall. Steiner, you're probably there first, just because you literally live right next to it, and then not long after you, Sigurd kind of meanders his way in as well. Lyra would probably be there next, and then Brodir, Kane, and then Voktash. Once you guys have all kind of assembled, the Jarl is inside of the long hall and sees you guys kind of slowly all making your way in, whatever it may be. But he's kind of sitting there speaking with Gimdall. His son is there as well, Zalfjorn. You can see his wife, Katala, is just kind of like sitting up at her place beside him on the throne there. Gimdall makes his way out eventually. As Gimdall leaves, Zalfjorn just kind of sits over to the side. You guys have all kind of gathered in here, are kind of eating whatever food's just kind of laying around on the table, like, you know, whether it be fresh or not, it's food. You find yourselves in a little bit of a moment of silence as you're just kind of sitting around waiting for him to get things going. You can see that he makes his way back into like behind where his kind of quarters within the long hall are, and then kind of makes his way back out a couple of times. Eventually he steps up over toward the throne, and then sees you guys just kind of all gathered, sitting closely, but not like all just at one table, probably just kind of gathered around. The fire in the middle of the long hall is kind of crackling. You can see the embers slowly glowing as they kind of float and disappear. Some of the doors on the sides are open, so light is peeking through, but you can also see the doors themselves kind of swaying a little bit, just from the wind that's slowly kind of rolling through. You start to hear rain in the background, kind of dropping as what seems to be some sort of a storm probably is slowly brewing and coming through.
There you go. It's a heavy rain.
I'm also going to dim these lights in here a little bit because I think it's fucking with my eyeballs.
Do what you gotta do.
If it's like too dim for anybody, let me know.
I'm blind. I can't see shit. It's dark in here.
Relatable.
Pitch black.
It's really just the
I can't see shit all the time. Yeah.
Oh no!
He really wants pizza.
He's been dreaming about it all day.
It's like fucking with his paw.
He said, I knew you guys were
He
going.
thinks it's a pizza.
Did you get the pizza?
I think he's like his paw's itchy or something. He can't figure out how to scratch it.
Aw.
Scratch it one.
Yeah, help him out. Why are you staring at him?
The rain itself just kind of coming down onto the roof. There's little spots like on the actual roof itself that have little bits of rain that just every now and then like a drop will come through, but I don't really notice it until the rain really starts to collect and kind of cool up. The fire kind of crackling in the middle. You guys are still like in the summer months of the year, but it's more toward the tail end of the summer, to where you're getting like little breaks in the weather where it goes from being like in the, mid 80s to, you're probably like high 60s, low 70s. So it's nice. The rain kind of rolling through. You start to sit a little bit closer. Some of you move your seats to get up toward the front a little, to where, within those couple of tables that are at the front there, you guys have enough space to sit appropriately. Good. You're all here. Voktash and Steiner have both come to me with information. and voiced some concerns. I have listened to them and taken them under advisement with Gimdal and Hjalfgar. The Hjalfgar are a threat to all of us. Whether you are a nomad, a bone cloak, or from Kjarvheim, we have grown as a people, and we all have a common enemy. And in this moment we all call Skalavik home, some for the time being. But everyone here has earned their place and continues to do so. I have listened to the words of not just Gimdal, but others that I trust. I have placed a lot on your shoulders, and you have always done well, and put the Bone Cloak's best interest first. And in doing so each time, you have done well for all Vikings. Each of you have proven you are Viking. Proven you have what it takes to make the right decisions. You always fight to protect Skalavik and its people. My people. I will ask you this, I will not command it. As you know, there are dangers that could come from it. You can see him kind of pause. Gimdal makes his way back in. You can hear the door kind of open a little bit more and then close with the thud of the wood against it. A couple of other people as well within the village just kind of make their way into the long hall. You're not really in like a secret sort of meeting by any means, so people just kind of make their way in, and some people may have very well already been inside, just kind of sitting at the other tables, minding their own business, but obviously listening in and watching. As he looks over at Gimdal, who's made his way in, Gimdal kind of nods. The Jarl addresses you all again. Oktash saw boats across the Brekka, as well as obvious footprints coming from the shore, heading west. I believe that Hjalfgar could be camping on the other side of the river. We always sit around here with the fear of being attacked always lingering. We need to learn more about these Hjalfgar. I'm asking you to cross the river, see if you can find anything out. Nearby camp, how many strong they are, if they have a leader, what their plans may be, weaknesses, any useful information you may find. We're working on the wall and being more fortified. We can do more. It is if you were all up to it.
Right.
Yeah, I'll do this.
Everybody kind of starts nodding. Good. Spirits be with you. I spoke with Jarl Sylvie from Kjarvheim. She's spoken very highly of the Solari family, as he's kind of looking directly at Lyra. Especially you, Lyra. I think your talents will be great use in this instance. I've heard good things about you and your family.
Thank you.
Your brother Kaimane has contributed a lot here as well. We're honored to have you here. Accompany them, prove yourself. If there's anything you need, take care of it today and maybe head out after this storm. Or use it to your advantage. Up to you. But it is up to you.
Well, what do you guys think? Should we wait until the storm passes or try to use it as cover? It might be, well, it's a big river. It might be hard to cross in this storm.
You do know that the river has a very strong current that is difficult to cross. You know that you could do it, but you know that it's a bitch.
It's best we gather our belongings now. And I let my family know that I'll be gone for a bit.
Can we like gather on the way here, like how long the storm's gonna last, like how far the
Kind of hard to tell. It's just like this just looming gray sky, and then you could kind of feel in the distance like it approaching, like the cool
And
breeze
it's-
coming in and all that.
It's still about like midday at this point?
Yeah, probably a little afternoon.
Maybe we wait till dusk, see if it's still persistent. Or, I don't know. You think we should get a jump on it and try to use this as cover?
I don't see a sense in risking anything.
Right.
I feel like the darkness would be just as useful.
Yep. Yeah. We plan to meet by the docks at dusk, or maybe if it's not storming anyways.
Yeah, probably dusk.
Hmm.
If there's anything you need additional.
We just need to get across the river.
Take whatever boat you want.
As soon as we cross, we can just start heading north. It should only be a 10-15 minute walk to get to where I saw those canoes.
Okay.
Everyone prepare. We got 2 hours.
Give a nod.
The gaze will find the Jarls. And I'll turn.
My hands are empty, man.
Give a fanciful bow, and then I'll walk out the doors towards my house.
Alright. You guys all kind of plan to meet at dusk and then start to go your separate ways to prepare at your homes, gathering whatever supplies you might want or need. You know that there are some things around the village that you are more than welcome to grab. You know that there is a stock of weapons and some sorts of armors at Kane's. You kind of rely on each other though, and know that
Yeah.
people are bringing things to the party itself, as far as some people bringing food and rations or whatever it may be, or potions and tonics and the sorts. Nonetheless, you guys know that you each have your own responsibilities to prepare, so you guys all begin to do so. If there's anything anybody needs to do, let me know, whatever
I
that
think
may
I
be.
left Job my light crossbow. Shoot. Can I spend, because it's about noon, maybe like 1, and we still have a couple hours. Can I spend time trying to finish up that potion?
Yep, for sure.
Do I, because it's the same day, do I need to roll another D100?
You're going
or-
back to do it, so yeah, you have to
Okay.
roll another one.
Alright.
The percentage roll at the beginning, I know I said before, I just like to reiterate these things for everyone else. That's more or less like you're starting to go prepare to do everything, and it's like, oh shit, like maybe you don't have the correct materials that you need, or like something breaks, like if you fail that roll to where like you wouldn't be able to craft for the day, but nonetheless, most of the time it should be successful.
56, so I'm all good
Yep.
there.
And then make another d20 plus your proficiency plus intelligence.
That's 5. 17?
17.
Yep. So is that like 1.5 that I'm at now? Like potions?
Yep.
Okay.
So you probably would have finished the one and then started to gather
Work on
things
the
up
other
and
one.
have it basically prepped on the side to where you
I can come back and
yeah.
finish it up. Alright.
typically with the lichen that you use in there for the healing purposes.
Yep.
You tend to like dry that out a little bit more as it dissolves much better within it, and it doesn't have this like super almost like swampy like moisture like wicking kind of thing. It's easier for it to dry out, so I'd probably say you finish the one with whatever material you have, and then you start to hang
Dry
some of
out
the
the-
lichen into some of that spot where like the sun comes into your house, like that you've intentionally put like whatever sort of window or in some spot to where you're prepping it, you've got the salve and everything going, and whatever sort of mixture you have to where like when you get back, it's basically going to be in the same position it was, and you just pick up right where you left off on it.
Alright. 2 potions then.
So another thing that I want to mention with some of the potions and stuff that you create,
Yep.
there is, so with alchemy inside of like this world, right, like
Yep.
like potions of water, like there are some tonics and stuff that obviously can give some sort of effects, right? Like I'm specifically thinking in my mind right now of like Harry Potter and like what is it, like gillyweed or whatever they eats and gets like fucking the ability to breathe underwater.
Yeah.
Like some stuff has that property, but as far as like a healing potion is concerned, you're still having to put some sort of like magic in the potion as well. So like that runic, like the runic dust, like the powder that's used from those rune crystals that are kind of ground down, where you're like using the primal magic that's like from the world itself
Yeah.
to kind of imbue it a little bit more and like actually give it the ability to where like yeah, you're drinking a potion that has like healing properties to it, but in order to make it more of like a battle type of potion that has that like extra oomph that actually like will close wounds up or like heal somebody, you have to put a little of that like runic kind of dust inside of it.
Gotcha.
Specifically, like the color of the rune doesn't really matter. They're each specific to like whatever spirit animal
Yeah.
energy kind of projects and manifests into that runic crystal. So you're basically just using like the primal runic magic from the powder and putting it into the potion. There's not like a finite amount. You're basically just doing it, and then the potion itself kind of glows like a orangish or red color, and you know that it's basically complete.
Alright, cool.
That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm good. I'm gonna grab my staff and my shield. Head towards the dogs.
Preparations, anybody else? That would take you about 4 hours, by the way, to do that. What would
Yeah.
you like to do?
I'd like to tell my family that I'm going to be leaving.
Okay, when you make your way kind of back over to the tents that you guys kind of all have set up, you can see everybody kind of gathered around it. The seer from your village before, Seer Malida, she's also kind of there. You can see her. She basically has every day since you guys have been here has come and checked on Dias and like checked his status and tried to like wake him in some way,
Yeah.
but has been unsuccessful in doing so even thus far. I mean, it's been months at this point, and he's still like in the coma state that he's in. So you see her kind of there, but you also see Lex and Arkin are kind of sitting over to the side. Looks like there's like a rabbit or something that they have, and they seem to be like kind of skinning it and like prepping it to do whatever with, like maybe like a small meal or something. Maybe they got hungry or whatever. Kaimane is over to the side. You can see that he's holding the blade that he has just kind of like up against his shoulder and just like taking a stone over to the side of it and kind of sharpening it down the edges. Tierney's just like leaning up against one of the tents, like kind of standing there, almost in like a sulking kind of manner, just like over to the side, just like kind of sitting there. She seems like she's okay, definitely not rattled anymore still, but like definitely seems to be deep in thought, nonetheless. And Sireni's just kind of also just like sitting by the fire. The rain is coming down, but she's still just like kind of like sitting there like outside like of the tent, to where like the fire is more or less with like the wind that's kind of blowing, is pushing it in that direction. So everybody's mostly like in their tents. The only one that's not is Kaimane. He's just kind of like sitting out to the side, like making sure what he's doing it outside of the tent, not to make any sort of like a spark and light the fucking tent on fire. So everybody's just kind of like tucked into the tents, but close enough to where like everybody's able to still communicate if need be. And then your tent being the one that's just kind of like at the end here, with the supplies, so you're kind of central to everybody. So you kind of like walk over. He's kind of like sharpening the blade, looking over at you. So,
I have some news.
all right.
The Jarl wishes for me to go with another, or more of who we fought with in recent times, to check out those who attacked our village, because one of the men have seen boats and footprints, and our seer, or not our seer, our Jarl suggested that we go or I go and help them. But I would like you guys to know, because I don't want to put any one of you in charge. You're all grown. But I would like you to keep an eye on things nonetheless.
Of course.
Thank you. Do you require anything of me before I leave? Because I'm just here to gather my cooking supplies.
No, we should be fine. Right, everyone? Everyone's just gonna be like, yeah, all right.
Finally, she's gone.
Siri just kind of like looks and
About time, Tyranny.
Do you know when you'll be back?
I don't. Hopefully soon. I hear it's only about a short voyage and a 15-minute walk to go see what they're up to, but I can't promise anything. Hopefully within a week, maybe 2.
2 hours later.
Right.
At that point, Sirenny kind of gets up. She's more or less one of the more outgoing, kind of happier of your bunch.
Mhm.
Just kind of gets up, goes over to you, gives you a hug.
Oh, well.
Spirits protect you. I'll see you when you get back.
Thank you, sister. Hug her back.
Yeah. Then she goes and gets back into the tent, kind of covering her head up with the cloak that she has. as you start to kind of like go over toward your tent, both Thexan and Arkin make their way like out from where they were skinning kind of the rabbit, set it over to the side, and then like walk over to where you're kind of gathering some of your supplies, like getting a bag, like your backpack ready, and starting to put stuff in it. One of them kind of tucks under the tent. Thexan does, and he's just kind of like grabbing some of their things, like grabs one, like maybe like the cast iron skillet that you might have or something, and like hands it over to you as you're like prepping, putting stuff away.
Thank
and then
you.
from the outside of the tent, Arkin walks in, and she has like the bedroll that she's holding, and like hands it over to you to like have it, and, like kind of prepare it. So like as you're getting ready to leave, like they know exactly what you're kind of going for and grabbing and helping you prepare it, and like get your things ready. Each of them kind of gives like a pat on your shoulder as you're sitting down, still packing up the bag. As you're kind of inside of your tent, still gathering your supplies, Arkin kind of like sneaks his way in and then like sits up against the side of the tent, like his kind of legs up, like hands up on his knees, just kind of like sitting there. Melida came by again to check
Yeah.
on Dias.
How is it? How is he?
He's all right. And she's saying that she doesn't know if he'll wake up, but I still think he will. She's unsure of what it even is that's keeping him in the state that he's in. I just worry. I know everybody else was younger. I mean, you were the only ones that really remember everything with stories of Mother and what happened with her, and I just hope that the same thing isn't going to happen to him.
So do I, but I guess we can hold on to hope. We haven't seen any signs yet other than this.
That's what she said too, that it's just the same. You know, nothing has changed much, but I'll be sure to keep an eye on all of them and make sure that we're all good here. We should be fine. Everybody here has been more than accommodating, so.
I know you will.
Alright, is there anything else you need? You're fine?
No, how about you? Are you guys good?
Yeah, we're good. I mean, it wouldn't hurt if you maybe made us one last meal before you left.
Of course.
Alright, very good. Then he kind of tucks his way out and exits the tent, making his way over to his. Okay. So basically gather up cooking supplies and then whatever is in like your normal pack for traveling, bedroll, anything else. As far as like tents go for you guys, that's up to you if that is something that you think you'd be bringing. But nonetheless, whatever you guys think you're gonna bring, make sure you have it written in your inventories or whatever you have. Make sure you properly prepare.
Would we need to go and collect rations individually, or can we kind of load up the boat with rations? Should we keep like a boat inventory?
Yeah, I'd say that you probably individually would have rations, but if you were gonna kind of bring bulk supply of things,
I mean, I would think being so close to the village, we'd probably just bring like a couple days or like a week's worth of rations for everyone.
Okay.
If I need to like go to the longhouse and kind of requisition that, I can do it.
Yeah, and you basically know that you could, like, within reason, right? Like, you're not gonna go just empty things out, like reserves by any means, but like going into the longhouse, like if there are breads sitting out, or, you know, even
Go in there and just start putting stuff in a bag.
yeah, like you can basically
Oh, that's
grab
coming.
whatever you may need. So I'd say if you wanted to, you could take a little bit of time and you can
Okay.
just gathering yourself a week's worth of rations. But nonetheless, whatever you guys would need food wise, you could grab or prepare, or if you're planning on like cooking meals along the way, like there's enough food that you could probably scavenge and like grab along like around the village. And you do know that if you need be, like there's food that you could gather outside of the village that you can use to prepare to make foods, whether it be rabbits or whatever it is, or
Okay.
even fish within the river itself, or whatever you may come across. Like, you know that as long as you have like your spices, whatever you need to cook with, anything else that you might want to have along with you, that like you'll be able to make meals enough for a group of people.
Sounds good. Stir fry.
Go walk.
Anything you guys want to try to do before? You've probably got like a good 7, maybe 8 hours or so of time.
Not enough particular. Probably like start putting his like armor on and stuff, and then kind of just look out the window, and then think about what's to come, and probably like sit down and just like meditate on the ground, like to the sound of the rain.
If anything, I'll just tell Jarl and Kiva that I'm heading out.
Okay.
Just ask them to watch over everything. And that I don't expect to be gone for too long, but
Is it anyone in our village, or is it common at all to seek Dekul out?
Yeah, so there's really no like evil spirit, right? So Dekul in your guys' culture is like, it's kind of just like this inevitable thing, right? Like death is unavoidable. Like there is something that oversees and watches. He's almost like a grim reaper in a sense, right? Like narratively for him, like in your guys' culture, he is like the wolf that hunts death. Like he senses the death and like goes to people, and some people see that as him as being more of a trying to see how to word this. Like he like relieves people's pain, right? Like
Shepherds them to the
right,
afterlife.
shepherds you into like he's like the middle point from where you are to getting you to go to Valhalla, or you know, if you were not honorable, then you'd be going to Skullgard, which is basically the equivalent of Viking hell. But he's basically just like the shepherd of death, essentially. Like when you have like sickness or illness, you know, like, and you know that people can't be cured of it, like it's not uncommon for people to be like, you know, Dekul will take you soon, like, you know, the bite of the wolf is coming for you, like you'll have relief soon. So like he's not seen as like this evil spirit. There are some things that are shrouded around him that give him more of like a bad rap, essentially, like the context of it, where some of it can be spun in that way. But it's like that for basically every spirit. I'd say he probably gets the most slack of any. But in your village specifically, I'd say that nobody specifically would worship him in a sense, like how you know, Sigrid really gravitates toward Sulkir, and Brodir has kind of more started to go toward Uldric. Like you don't really have anybody that, you know, praises him in that sense. The most that you would have of that would probably be Sirko, who would have the most knowledge and like say how you know he would work or anything of that nature. All right. The day itself kind of progresses. With it raining and everything, it's a little tough to cook, but you're still able to do so because you can just go into the long haul.
Yeah.
And I'd say that your family probably just kind of gathers and goes with you to where you guys kind of have like a nice quiet meal, like the rain kind of on the outside. You're able to cook up some food for them, like
Last meal.
before you like leave and go, before you come back. You really could just be gone for a day, 2 days, but nonetheless, like, you know, it's important. You've made it a point, like you have made it a point to kind of tell them like, hey, you know, like you're kind of mommy, like, hey, let's go sit at the table and eat. Like, let's go over here. So you guys all kind of sit down, gather around while you're kind of cooking and eating. Not really like a ton of words are said amongst them. Kaimane kind of also makes it a point to have the seer stay and sit with Dias while you guys are kind of gone over in the long haul eating. It's always been made a point within your kind of family that somebody is like staying with him at all times, regardless of what's going on. Just kind of unspoken like that. But nonetheless, you do have a nice meal with them. You kind of wait till later in the day to where basically like by the time you finish up and have the meal, like it's about time to start heading over toward the dock. You're probably within your house there, Steiner, just finishing up the potion, kind of gathering some supplies, making sure things are adequately and properly packed into your pack. You make your way over to the long haul, kind of more toward the tail end, like just before you get ready to leave. And that's when you see Lyra. She's kind of on the other end, and you're sitting there. Like you see him on the other end, like grabbing bread and just like putting it into a bag, and then like putting the bag on his back.
Can I approach him?
Oh yeah.
Just bread?
Should I grab other things?
You haven't grabbed any meat?
I didn't really think it's good to keep meat in them.
No, that's okay. We'll be fine. There's a river right there.
Yeah, we can fish.
And hunt. We'll be alright. Good looking out.
Sigurd's a pretty good hunter. I'm sure he'll find something worse.
Seems we're set then.
Yep. Well, I don't have any splices or anything, no. It's
Oh, I do.
just gonna be bread.
Yep, that's fine.
Alright.
Can I make note that I've packed, those like 3 or 4 main spices that we have, the rosemary, salt. Do we have pepper? I thought we had pepper.
You have pepper.
I
you
have pepper.
right.
I'll bring that pepper.
Yeah.
And then oh my god, the new one that tastes like lemon.
Sumac.
Do we know what lemon is?
You know more like that bittery, like kind of
Oh,
tart
okay, so we
taste
can't
of
even,
what
like,
it is. So
describe it as
it's
lemon.
more or less like a tart kind of taste that you
Gotcha.
almost like
Berries.
bitter.
Okay, that's still good. That sounds
I
good.
was gonna say,
I'm,
I'd
like,
imagine
interested
we'd
now.
have,
Alright.
at least in the summertime, we'd probably have berries growing in the forest around us.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be nice. That'd be good to work with. Alright. We're gonna head out now?
Yeah, I'll pick up like a sack of potatoes and throw that over too.
Okay.
Perfect.
Anything else I should grab as far as food?
Well, good with bread. Do we have any vegetables?
Probably.
There's some out in the wild there that you can pick up.
I mean, I could probably find some different herbs, but I don't know about vegetables.
Maybe some carrots.
You could probably ask me mom if there's any extra vegetables we could bring along.
Alright. This mom's name, was it Astrid?
Ayla.
Ayla? Ayla. Gotcha.
Yep. And then
Alright, I'll ask her.
Sigurd's was Astrid, so you remember that. But yeah, you can.
I'll just head out then while she does that.
Within the long haul, as you guys are basically finishing up your meal, Tilly kind of makes her way into the long haul. Astra does, and Ayla as well. And kind of when you see all of them gathering up, Tilly usually is the one that comes in, and she has like a bushel of, whether it be like vegetables, a bunch of potatoes, like whatever it is that she's gonna have, like she brings in, and kind of walks in with what you can see is a shit ton of like carrots and some onions and stuff that are just like inside of this bushel that she's just doing what she normally does, is just getting ready to make some sort of a stew. And she's just like getting ready, starts taking the carrots and onions down and setting everything to the side.
Pardon me. Do you have a few extra carrots to spare for a approximate, hopeful, week-long venture? For about 6 people?
All this here is for tonight, but if you head back over toward the farm, Sigrid's house is the one right there to the left. Just beyond that, there's a storage house. You walk into there, there's plenty of vegetables in there.
Perfect.
Feel free.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Be careful. Spirit be with you, dear.
And with you.
She starts to kind of chop up. Astrid at that point kind of turns around, who is the mother of kind of Cain and Sigrid. She kind of reaches out, like as you're walking by, to where like she kind of grabs like at your arm gently here and kind of, look out for my boys, please.
Always.
Always worry me, but thank you.
Guy's always worrying.
All right, and then you can make your way out, grab whatever vegetables that you would want in there, and then head over toward the dock.
I feel like maybe 6 or 10 sound appropriate.
Okay. When you walk in, there's you actually like having the first time going into here and now having like a good idea of exactly what is in the storage house and like more of the inventory essentially of like there's a bunch of carrots in here, like cabbage, onions, like heads of lettuce. It's not like super ventilated in here, so there's like a very, very almost like dirt kind of smell inside of here. There's a little bit like there's these small little, they're not even like windows, it's more just like slits inside of the wood at the top that allow like a little bit of airflow inside of it, but it really doesn't do much. So it's just like this long, I'll show you like the actual building itself. Just on the other side of this.
Oh.
Yeah,
It's
that's the
long.
Yeah, that's the long hall. But
Oh.
this is Sigurd's house, and then it's just this
Oh,
building
okay.
right here.
That's also
So like inside of it, it's just this long, small structure that has stuff stacked over to the sides and like stacked at the back. There's like all sorts of different kind of like gourds inside of here, like squashes, you know, whatever it may be, pumpkins. Some of the stuff even starts to like rot a little bit, and it's not uncommon that somebody will come in here and just like clear all of that bad shit out, or like put it into some sort of a barrel or like a box or a crate, just like compost it all down. But nonetheless, like the sides of it, there's basically whatever you would want from in here right now: potatoes, carrots, cabbage, squash, some pumpkins, onions. There's a good supply of stuff. So like every time you like look at the farm and you only see like carrots growing or whatever it is, it's just like what they're probably having less of in their inventory at the time being, and they're just trying to grow like every now and then. Like they'll grow a bunch of carrots, dig it all up, grow a bunch of other stuff, dig it all up. Like it's just this constant revolving cycle of different produce. So whatever you want from in here, you can just start kind
Definitely
of grabbing
carrots.
and putting stuff in there.
Yeah, carrots
I
are the
got
move because
potatoes.
they're lightweight, they're nutritious,
Okay.
like they're
Very good.
flavorful.
Very
You
good.
know? So I'll probably just grab about 6 to 10.
Okay.
Yeah,
Perfect.
let's do 8.
I was trying to find it. What was the hearth rune again? Couldn't find it in Discord or anything.
Let me double check because I think I have it.
Looking at there are pins and stuff that wasn't in there.
We found that one pretty early on.
Look at me.
Nice.
Whoa! Spoilers.
I'm not robbing them blind taking 8 carrot, am I? Okay, good, good.
We got plenty
Now
of carrots.
the whole village is gonna starve.
Do you want me to send this to you too, Sean?
Now,
Yeah, probably be easier.
Which freaking flatfoot stole my lollipop. Exposed.
Don't sneeze on me, dude. What the fudge?
You tell him what to do. You should have given him a piece of pizza. That's on you.
And then we have some like stones of communicating, right?
We do. I think I gave one to Brody and maybe one to you. I thought we had the big guys who were likely to split
Yeah.
into 2 groups. I think was the idea.
I do not have whatever those are on my magic
I think
item
they're
sheet,
just
so you have the-
there was a card. Jared might have it in his gear. I think they were just
there was a
the
magic card.
yeah. There's like an item for them. I don't know which item it is, but
Ash, I think Jared's like folder is down there.
I think I gave it to him.
Some monster manual for D&D
I did, I have
2024
it.
yet.
okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
right here.
Maybe.
That was a
Okay.
glass bulb that
Probably. Yeah, it
bounced
is.
5 times off the ground.
That's
Sending
crazy.
stones here. You want
Oh,
to
yeah,
hang
there
on
you
to
go.
it?
Nice.
Send that back with stuff.
Just trying to
Get an inventory.
delineate what my current inventory is.
You can hang on to it till he comes back.
I think I gotta get me one of these.
What are these?
And then I guess with my
Monster
remaining
manual.
time, I'll
Oh,
craft
The
a
new
rune, probably just for myself. It's probably a lot of time for.
Okay.
Most it doesn't have
Which
quite
one
that.
specifically?
Are you looking for?
I'm gonna make a family rune on my one of my armbands.
Okay. The lesser one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you definitely have time to do like a full-on like
Okay.
crafts if you're gonna want the extra rolls, unless you just
Yeah.
want to spend 4 hours. But if not, you can spend the 8 and then do however many rolls are equal to your con modifier. D100 roll first. 0 to 90.
89.
Oh.
That was a close one. Close as it gets.
It's only fitting to be a natural one. So it's all fucked up, so I'm
basically
probably not
just-
gonna make it.
You a halfling?
It basically doesn't really. Oh, says you may no longer craft for the day.
Good.
Yeah.
You bring your supplies with you and do it on the boat or tomorrow.
Our band was by Snap doing it.
Yeah.
Well, that was dramatic.
Not dramatic enough. It's fun. I packed your ankle.
Blood
I didn't realize how many damn notes we had on here.
Oh, no.
Thought that was your message.
Don't expose him.
Just woke up, dude.
Yeah. He didn't go to sleep. Damn, he killed that bird.
Did they just get rid of keen senses?
For which creatures?
All of them.
Maybe. Owls and stuff don't have keen senses?
No. Maybe they were like, this is too busted.
Alright, so it's up to you guys. Kind of have these longer boats,
Take
and
the
then you have this
gas
kind of
off.
just smaller paddle boat, and then obviously there's the large.
That one.
That one.
I think we'll probably get on the paddle boat because we're just going right across the river, right? Unless you guys would prefer a bigger one.
I mean,
The smaller ones.
Yeah, keen senses.
Yeah,
Has
it's
been
basically
removed.
going to be either this one or this one.
And we're just going across the river.
yeah. That
That's
was
annoying as
ridiculous.
hell.
What?
They just got rid of keen senses completely.
Just add it back in, write it in there.
Make it canon.
It's Billy's Monster Manual. So.
What does keen senses do? Make
It
your
just
senses
gives
keen?
you advantage on your perception checks, but instead what they did was they gave a lot of the creatures that had keen senses or like proficiency or expertise in those skills instead. It's like it's easier for checks, but you lose the advantage, so it's kind of whack.
That's fair.
Yeah. I don't know.
They wanted
Sometimes
to
it
make
was
the
like.
DM's life easier.
Yeah.
I'm here to make the DM's life as hard as possible. Okay.
That might
True
show up.
that.
Billy knows what's going to happen the next time we enter a town.
Really?
I'm stabbing a peasant.
What the fuck?
That's what he wants.
That's like so out of character.
I sent
I
sent Billy this video, and it was this guy that made a song, and it was the guy was just singing about. He's like, I know what the DM really wants. You want me to stab a peasant?
True.
That would make things interesting.
If it wasn't fun enough, it will get very fun.
We're all like dead or end up
We're
in jail.
fighting for our lives.
It's like Skyrim if you kick a chicken in the beginning.
Exactly.
True.
Me not knowing you could kill a chicken after 15 years of that game being out.
I remember my,
and
like,
that's the first thing I did.
my like very first save, I killed a chicken, and then I was like, oh no, I have to restart the whole game.
Was it? It's not Rivendell. Riverwood.
Riverwood.
Yeah. They'll team up against you.
Before we get on the boat,
Yep.
I'm going to use one of my mild shapes to cast Find Familiar with my Wild Companion ability
Yep.
for free, and I would like to bring my eagle into the fold.
Jeez. I know that's how they are, but it's still.
This
every
time, he has a top hat,
Oh yeah.
That dude's sick.
but nobody can see it except for me. So
Oh.
It's just a ball
That
of
dude's
energy.
standard.
yeah, you guys just see a blue wisp.
That eagle sucks.
I see an eagle with a top hat. So
Okay.
you get
What do your elven eyes
That
see?
dude's so sick.
That's sick, bro.
He's like, yeah, I'm rad as hell.
He's just gonna kind of hover above, as we cross the river, kind of keeping an eye out across the river to make sure we're not going into anything that would get us fucked up. And then once we land, he's gonna kind of take the lead I'll have him in front of us as we're like kind of going along the riverbank, looking out for those boats
Okay.
and anything else in the night that would maybe cause some issues for us.
All right.
And to accompany that, since it's nighttime, I will cast Dark Vision on myself.
Vision?
Which, interestingly enough, I need a dried carrot. How convenient.
Those are actually for dinner.
Don't look
you,
at my carrots.
You can't use them.
Don't look at me.
Smacks you.
Can I see one of those carrots?
How did you know I had a carrot?
You have a bunch of food and I can see the tops of them.
You didn't even put them in a bag. You're just holding
I'm
carrots.
just carrying like this.
Yeah,
How did you know?
this is what I have.
Yeah, you can have a carrot.
I'm going to hold the carrot.
I give you the smallest one.
That's fine.
Cool.
And then you're going to see me just like kind of collapse it and then just like a blue burst of energy.
I just nod.
And that's it.
That was an above
I don't
average
question.
carrot.
That was a huge carrot, okay?
The carrot was big.
What was that
Care
for?
what you
I
say.
asked.
Yeah.
Just to make sure I don't have any trouble seeing.
Because carrots help your eyesight, right?
Carrots are good for your
Carotene?
eyes, yeah.
Yeah.
We're in a medieval fantasy world, so I don't know what carotene is, but
But you just know somehow? It's crazy.
I know.
That sometimes happens to me with cows.
I gotta milk the magical cow, so.
When are we gonna get shredded cheese?
Tell this guy to build a shredder. Well, that's step one.
Just cut it up really finely. I don't know.
Okay. Essentially, this river
It's real wide.
is very, very wide. More or less just showing. So, for you guys, you load up into the boat. You can feel like when you're stepping in it, it kind of rocks a little bit side to side. You can feel the sway of it. Even just sitting in it right now, the way that the current is, so you can essentially see like where your guys' village is, right? Like there's this little bit of like kind of rocky beach that's here, and this kind of protects where the boats and everything are from the actual current, but it starts to pick back up like here and like push up against this, so it kind of moves the boats a little bit, rocks stuff around. Like obviously it's not going to be sitting still, unmoving, but where you guys are right now, like you're only kind of feeling it a little bit like off of the bow of this little rowboat here. You guys all fit in here, no problem. You don't really have to worry too much about distributing weight a certain way. Like it's a solid boat. It's not a huge ship by any means, but it is big enough to hold all of you and some supplies and everything.
Rodier's sitting in the middle.
You, like I said, you do have to row. You do know that it's going to be a little bit tough once you actually get out into the river. But once you are all inside of the boat, there's basically two ropes, one off the front, one off the back, and they just tie right into the middle post that's there. So you just go through and untie it. Brodier can stand up. He unties both of them, drops the rope into the actual boat itself. And in the cover of the night, you guys begin to row across the river. You can hear the flowing water from the river itself. The occasional like random splash noise in the distance from what you would assume would be a fish kind of jumping up and through it. You can see birds flying across the sky. The sun at this point is obviously gone, but like the sky itself still is very cloudy, so it seems even darker. The moonlight is completely blocked out, so you're really navigating in the dark. It's up to you if you would like to use lights at all, like torches.
Well, I can see in the dark. I don't know if anyone else can.
I can now.
You can see in the dark.
I can have my bird help us traverse the river too.
You also know that you just have to go to the other side, right? So like,
Yeah.
it's just up to you if you guys wanted light or not.
I think we're good without them.
Once you begin crossing, you all feel it if you're rowing more than anything. But once you're in the actual river itself, like Brodier is sitting there just like rowing against the actual current itself, because the current is just trying to pull you south, because it's where it kind of comes from, is the north. It doesn't really calm down until you get quite a ways down. So for you guys crossing it right now, you need it at the very least. Kane and Brody are like have to be rowing for you guys to make it across. Like, it's really strenuous. Like either one of them could probably do it by themselves too, but like they're gonna have to work for it. Like it's not super easy. It's kind of a pain in the ass. It's one of the reasons why like every single one of the boats you guys have, they all have like an anchor at the end of them with like 100+ foot of rope attached to it. To like if somebody is gonna go out and fish or something, like most of the time they're just going out a little bit and anchoring where they are, so they're not just like drifting a ton miles down the river and then having to row back up the river. It's tough. The river itself is flowing very well. You can see that from the rainfall. Like typically if you guys have days and days of rainfall, this water level will kind of raise for a little bit, but it doesn't seem to have affected it much. After the rain itself, though, you can see on the other side where you're approaching, so as you're looking at the other side of the river, you see that it itself has more of like a rocky and hilly terrain. You're going across, the water's current is strong, it kind of pushes with this good bit of force. It causes you to drift quite a bit. Like if you're not using force, like I said, like you and Brody are both having to row right now. You can hear the river running the other side of the river as well. Like you hear a bunch of wildlife, insects, some birds that are still probably up for a little bit longer, kind of singing their songs. There's like water splashing against the rocks. There's this cool breeze. There's a smell of fresh air. With whatever light you have that would go into the water, you can clearly see into it. You've been down this river before, so it's nothing like brand new. Like you're aware of what the brecca is and what it holds. A lot of the fish seem to be swimming upstream, and then once you get closer to the shallows, you can see that the current there is a little bit more minimal, and there's actually a lot of fish that are kind of bedding down in this and like sitting there. The second you get close enough to the shore as well, it's a little hard to see. Like you're just seeing like a lot of shapes, and like I said, it's a lot more rocky and hilly on this side. There's the sound of crunching wood up against the stone as the boat kind of beaches on the other side. It probably takes 8 or so minutes for you guys to like row across the river, like fighting the current, everything, and not just like straining yourselves, like just really rowing. The current, like I said, being strenuous is what takes the time. But once you are on the other side, like I said, the terrain itself is a little different than what you guys are used to dealing with on your side. You guys deal with a lot of just like this kind of grassland that has a little bit of a grade to it, and it's forests. You know, over on this side, it is a lot more hilly, and the further up, like that you get, there gets to be more grass on top of these hills. But on the bottom parts of it, there's a lot of like rocks that are sitting along the shore that you're standing on right now. So it's not like a sandy beach or like just like this flat kind of rock beach. It's these large like chunks of like rock, boulders, stone that are kind of all over the place at this point. It's to the point where like as you're looking at it too, like you, Jesus Christ.
That's how serious this side of the shore is.
It's not really what I was looking for here.
I'm looking for shiny rocks when we pull up.
Hell yeah.
Maybe this one up there. That's the same. Okay. Once you're on this other side, though, like I said, it's not this flat surface to where you can just like see an obvious path to navigate up. Like, there's no flat area, so it actually looks like immediately as you're looking at this, you guys pull up to the shore and you can see just directly in front of you, like a rock face, a bunch of like large boulders that are over on the sides. You can see bits of like grass, kind of, but it's still like just hilly. Like there's almost like a clear like cliff face that's just directly in front of you that you're looking at. So there's no way to just like walk up. Like you have to kind of navigate up some of the rocks once you get there. But at this point, you guys have beached onto the shore. The shore itself is maybe 12 or so feet like long of just like walkable space that you can go on, so you can kind of traverse up the shoreline more, down it, or just go up over the cliff face. But you guys are now on the other side to do as you please.
Should we maybe see if we can tie the boat off to a tree up there, or you think one of these rocks down here?
Probably best to get it out of the water.
Right. There's not a ton of room though, and if the water comes up, it's going to be in the water again.
All we can do is try.
Yep.
Do or do not.
I'm going to try to scramble up the rocks and see if I can get a view of what's around us.
Okay,
Just,
make an athletics check.
Can I do acrobatics instead?
Oh, sure.
Hell yeah. 18.
18? Okay. You watch Steiner begin to scale the rocks that are there. It's not like this, just like straight drop. There's kind of a little bit of a grade to it. There's spots where you can stand and kind of maneuver and navigate. So you're not just like free climbing the rocks. You are able to get up toward the top though. There are trees like immediately, like it's just like this dense forest that's in front of you. You can see at the tops of the rocks as well. There's a lot of like vines that have grown out from the forest, like onto the rocks, like into the cracks of the rocks. There's no like clear path, right? It's just like this thick forest that has just like branches, bush, just like there's logs everywhere, flowers growing, trees that have fallen like inside of the forest itself. Like you can't see more than, you know, like where you guys have like that densest part of the forest, like kind of to the northern, like western side of your village, where like when you were like chasing after like your sister trying to find where she was, like they said like 5 feet of, you know, visual, like maybe 10 feet in some spots is where like this part of it looks to be. Like it looks tough to navigate through. But you do get to the top.
Alright, do we want to try to pull the boat up on shore and I'll tie it off to a tree up here?
Got some muscles over there.
What's the plan, boss?
Is
Alright.
So as you're kind of up at the top, that long like anchor line that's basically there, you guys have pulled the boat up to the shore itself, and then Brodier basically is just like sending up a bunch of rope for you to take and tie it off to something.
Yeah, I'll just kind of like a sturdy looking tree, I'll just go around it and knot it off.
Yeah, no issues. You don't think you definitely know it's not going anywhere.
Alright, you can kind of just step up those rocks the way I did. It's a little slippery, be careful. But the forest up here is pretty dense. We might have trouble navigating it, to be honest.
I think I'll have that covered.
Alright. Well, come on up then.
Alright, either athletics or acrobatics to scale the side of the cliff face.
Can I,
wait, never.
can I maybe like give the help action by kind of pointing out where I stepped and stuff?
I'd say if there's like the first person up, I'd say you can like give a hand to.
Okay.
But like trying to like point where it's at, and it's like really dark right now, and like
Okay.
27.
27. Who's going up first?
Him.
Who's him? Okay.
Can I
You
just
would see
stand
him
there
having no
and
issue.
wait for somebody who like seems like they're in trouble?
Yeah,
or-
for sure.
Okay.
14.
You get up no issues.
I also got 14.
You also got 14?
Oh, you guys are fine.
Yeah, you get up no issue.
Slipping.
Well, Brody.
Fall.
Actually, Jared's sheet, just being there, just like open his book up to where like you can see his stats. So like if you gotta roll something, you can roll it for him, or just hand his book to somebody. They can do it, but it's up to you.
Sure. Oh, yeah. And I hope it's the wrong guy.
I think I know that.
Yeah, just roll athletics for him. I'm sure he's gonna want to use that over acrobatics.
The
Probably.
sheet looks different, I don't understand.
16?
Yeah. And same for cigarette at the end there. If you just open his, or it's on his fucking.
Does he have it? Because I think it's on his
It's on
iPad.
his iPad for sure.
I'll roll a dice for him.
Probably
Roll it.
Should be plus
Why are you
8.
so...
Roll it.
Unless he's randomly got expertise.
Now we know all his secrets.
Mm.
You can also search for files that are posted in there. Has file. No. Do, you click has right there?
Oh,
I got a 13 on the
Jared
roll.
probably sent it to me.
Probably.
Yeah, I think it.
I was just remembering that I sent it to.
Elemental bow.
Oh, you know what? I have it because it's on D&D Beyond.
Shit.
Hold on a second. 3 players. Sigurd. This is 9/6 of 2024. There's no way this is it.
That's it. He's level 1 in there still. Damn.
God damn it, Jerry.
Guaranteed it's gonna be a +8 at least for this.
Yeah, it probably is. I'm just having to pull this sheet up.
What'd you roll?
I got a 13. I just remember for some reason I saw Beakeasy on the left and it reminded me how in Siege my name disappeared for a minute, but then I was like thinking about how my name's You're Gay and how you're playing Coastline that one time. The guy ran out and he died to the run out and then I killed the other guy. Our teammate goes, "Good trade, You're Gay."
Put this over here. If we need that, I can pull that up.
Looks cool as hell.
Yeah.
I don't know if the link is still there, but there's a D&D Beyond link that like
Plus
has this, where if you guys are able to do it, you can like go through and make your character basically exactly how it is.
It does a lot of filling out stuff for you.
Really? I
Yeah.
love that. So nice.
Yeah, and you can like even use this like while we're playing,
You use it to roll dice.
and then
Just
Yeah, you
click
can
on
use your
stuff.
iPad.
like damage all that
I haven't
stuff.
charged that thing in years.
But yeah, okay, uses there.
Yeah, plus
Good.
8.
All right, let me turn this sound up a little bit because
Crank it.
need more of an ambiance.
Cut the lights too. It's dark.
Can I get the name of this?
Completely.
This YouTube video?
Yeah, what's the name?
No.
I'm Shazamming it.
How like
I wanna know how I'm
like,
feeling,
How
dude.
like genuine and nonchalant you played that off. I was like really about to, and then I was like, no, fuck you.
We'll get him
You
one
will
of these
not get
times.
me.
One
He'll
of these
forget.
times.
You will not get me.
He'll forget.
Wonk.
Alrighty. So
I'm really feeling forest animal ambiance right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
wrong feeling.
Fuck!
Damn it.
Ugh. Nighttime forest
Can't
sounds,
touch your
dude.
feelings,
go.
dude.
Okay, I know which channel he uses. I'm just gonna listen to all of them.
I'm gonna listen to 100 hours of
Yeah.
ambient music.
Yeah.
Sounds nice.
Every time a new one comes out, oh, I know this one.
Oh, this one? Yeah.
It's Firecastle #1.
Yeah. I'm feeling so firecastle.
Alright.
He's gonna switch to making his own ambiance.
Sick
You'll
of
never
shit.
know.
It's just me.
That's pretty good.
We're in the cavern.
Alright. So once you guys, I cannot make that sound.
Swamp
Cannot try
ambience.
it. That would be bad.
Do it.
I tried again.
That wasn't even it.
There's a bubble. There's a frog in the water.
You said brown.
Alright, so once you guys get up, as Steiner said, you start to look at what's in front of you and you can see just dense forest. There is absolutely no obvious path, and the areas around you guys that you seem to intend to navigate are typically the same paths, right? Like, you guys have found these clearings, these easy routes within the forest around you to where you make it easy to walk through, and through constant travel over it have patted down the grass
Is that my
itself, have
Spider.
like...
It's coming down.
It's coming up.
It's coming up, dude.
He's gonna bite.
You're about to
you.
turn into Spider-Man,
about
dude.
to turn into Spider-Man.
You dropped it out the dog.
Oh, he's still hanging.
That's messed up. You said, I'll eat it.
Get Iroh in here, we'll
Oh.
attack it.
Oh, now I do.
He's a little slow guy, dude.
He's trying to run.
It's the black background. I can't see anything.
What was I saying?
We hit a wall
Cliffs,
of
forest, thick.
Spiders.
We can't see.
Spiders.
Yes.
Now we're used to.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. You in your areas that you normally traverse, there's paths that are beaten down and traveled to where like it's obvious where to go. In front of you, you can't see shit. Like it is a thick, dense forest. There's not a lot of routes that you can see, but you do know that you can walk through it, right? Like you will be able to traverse it, but you're not going to be able to move at such a pace where like even if you have like the ability to know exactly where it is you're going right now, it's going to be tough for you to just traverse through the terrain itself because of the thick forest, the brush that's everywhere, tall grass, rocks that are around. You can try to kind of go through it quickly, but you run the risk of either hurting yourself or getting lost or whatever. But nonetheless, you guys are standing here in front of this basically tree line that you can't really see through toward any direction. You can see up toward the north of where the river kind of extends. There's a little bit of room for you to walk if you just want to walk the tree line more. And then obviously south is basically the same.
Which way are we headed? North?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Alright, reading your book. Player's Handbook, what's that?
You guys see me stand there for a minute? If anybody can actually see my face, you would just see my eyes kind of go over with like this blue haze for a moment. I'm gonna like use the eagle's vision to like kind of look around and figure out which way's north, and then kind of like orient myself with that, and then make sure nothing's like in that direction that we should be worried about from what I can tell, like 90 feet up in the air.
Okay. Perception check with the eagle.
It's in north-south river. That way's north.
20.
20? Okay. Very quickly, as Steiner was going to say, like you can orient yourself very fast. You know the river heads north and south, so you know like which direction's north. You guys are facing east if you were to go into the forest directly by you. So once you start to go in the general area in which you are, it being so dark and flying up, you know, within that span or whatever it is that the eagle can stay within, finds just basically a continuation of like a thick canopy of trees.
Okay.
There are little pockets within it that seem to let some, like have some space to them, but like even looking at those little pockets, there's just thick brush that's inside of it, so it's looks to be the same basically within that. How far out can it go from?
So it can go 100 feet away from me,
Okay.
and I can maintain a connection with it.
Okay.
But it can leave that range and then come back, and I would be able to like have all the information.
Right. Okay. Yeah,
But-
within that like 100-foot or whatever span though, it's basically the same kind of thick tree line.
Okay.
That seems to continue for quite a while.
Well, then I will just, stop looking and say, well,
We're kind of stuck with a dense forest here.
Real?
Just gonna have to head north and traverse through the forest as well as we can.
Gonna have to work our way through the bush.
Is there a lot of bush, or is it just like trees? And
Bush, trees, and
Oh, okay.
All the above.
I can kind of lead the way.
Great.
So if you guys
Oh,
just
yeah,
want to
yeah.
follow me,
Yeah?
start heading north.
Okay. Do you want to walk into the forest and then head north, or just follow the tree line like along the
Follow the tree
shore?
line
Okay.
as well as we can. Obviously, I'm imagining there's gonna be jagged parts where we're gonna have to like go in and out and
Okay.
bob and stuff. But yeah.
All right. Doing so, like I said, it is you're in difficult terrain. Like you're moving probably about half the speed you normally would.
I'm gonna, as we're going, I'm gonna just try to use my hand axes to. I think I'll be right behind him, and I'll just be trying to clear it a little bit for everybody walking behind us.
Okay. So as you were kind of saying, like you are on the tree line to where you can like walk and avoid being within the thick brush and trees, but there are some points where like there may be like a drop or like a large rock in the way, or just the path in front of you is easier if you were to just navigate into the tree line a little bit and then pop out the other side
Yeah.
on the tree line to like keep going north. You continue to do so. You can constantly hear the scraping noise of your foot across the stones kind of rolling every now and then, small pebbles and rocks falling, kind of cascading down to the side. There are tighter spots where you have to kind of squeeze your way through. The trees themselves, you're constantly finding yourself when you're walking through here, grabbing something, right? Like you're holding on to something to give yourself some balance and a better bearing to move forward and progress instead of just, you're not just walking, right? Like you can't just like walking up and over shit. You're constantly finding yourself putting your hand up on the tree to give yourself something to grab onto and pull yourself up. Bracing yourself, you're like kind of walking a little bit crouched to just give yourself more of a solid base, and you do so for a good, 10 or so minutes before you get to a spot where you probably have the eagle just
Yeah.
basically doing the same thing.
The eagle is looking for the canoes.
Okay, yeah. So you get to a point after that 10 or so minutes where on this like tree line of the shore, you find what looks to be a spot where so the large rocks that you're kind of walking on, you're starting to slowly notice it get lower, right? Like almost as if it's eroded over time downward more, and like there's some parts where like as it has started to decline, like go down, the rock faces, instead of having these like huge jagged bulging spikes, that are more like flat, and you can see like layers of it on the inside of it where the river has like risen over the years or through waterfall or whatever it may be, to where like you're getting to the point where you're now getting into more of like an actual shore like coastline. Once you get down to that spot, before you start to fully like descend, the eagle can see like a little bit beyond, so like the rocky shore that you get down onto, there's a little bit of like a huge like rock that goes up in front that you can see coming off of like the river, and then on top of that rock there's like a tree that's growing from it. You can see roots that are like breaking down into it, going into the actual dirt itself, and then a couple of more trees there, to where like on the other side of this rock and this tree that the canoes are basically over there, like on the edge of where the eagle can kind of see. So
Okay.
it's probably 150, 200 feet beyond like where you guys are right now. And as you're looking at that, you've kind of come into a little bit of like a low point on the side of the shore where you can kind of walk the rocky beach. You're still having to balance a little bit, but it's not like these huge rocks and everything. It's just like a bunch of boulders that have made a shore here, where eventually, or at one point, there probably was a very large rock or something on the ground that over time, like every time the river washes over it, slowly starts to smooth everything out to where it's not super jagged. But then, like I said, that goes up into the trees again, but you have like a much larger area where you can see and kind of walk around in, and then there's that large part where it basically comes out in like a V, essentially, to where you can see from like the eagle's point of view, where as you're looking at it, there's like a tree line and this rock, and then the water itself, that you could either just like walk around the water or like go into the tree line. Like there's a way around it. It's not just like an impassable wall. It's just more difficult terrain that's directly in front of you guys, but you do know on the other side of it, probably about 200 feet is where those canoes are.
I'll just head that way. Probably go through trees rather than water.
Okay. You guys continue to follow Moktash. You can see as he is navigating, I'd say you probably find yourself, when you feel to be in a safe position, you're almost like going through the eyes of the eagle. You guys watch him do this over and over again, and you can see that blue wisp every now and then that's in the sky. It kind of sticks out a little bit, just because it's dark out, and it's just this kind of lightish blue orb of energy that kind of appears, kind of probably ducks into the trees and like out of them every now and then, to where it's not just like constantly just like this hovering like orb in the sky, because that's basically what somebody would see. Even though it is a dull color, it just kind of like stands out like so you can see it. Nonetheless, once you get through the tree line, you have to traverse up. This is probably like one of the steepest parts, to where you don't have to climb, but you do really have to be deliberate in where you step, because you can kind of misstep and slide down the side of it. I'm not gonna make anybody make any checks. Like, everybody's just taking their time kind of going up and over this portion, to where once you get to the top part of it, there is a little bit of like actual land that's there, and it just looks like this huge kind of hill that kind of comes out almost on like a peninsula toward the water, and then continues like up into the forest. And you can see and get a really good idea now, like looking at this, of like what the terrain in front of you is. Like before you couldn't really see it well because there was that large cliff face, but it's just like these rolling kind of like hills almost. They're not really quite mountains. It's just like these hills that are going out into the forest, and then just growing on top of them is just tree after tree after tree, and then a bunch of brush and everything. Once you're on the other side, you can actually see this almost U-shaped cove that is there, where it looks like a lot of water still kind of gets into. Like you can see a little bit of the way that the water is like kind of splashing up into here. There's actually like a smaller like river that breaks off of it right here and kind of goes in, and you couldn't really see it from like where the eagle's perspective is because there's so much like trees and stones that are surrounding it that it actually like tucks into the river or whatever. Like the river tucks into the hill, and it actually looks like it's coming in the opposite direction. Like there's water coming
Okay.
from a different source, to where it's like kind of meeting the river here, and it only looks like through rainfall, like as you guys can see it now, that it actually has like connected to the river that is here, and it actually looks like traversable to some degree, but it looks dangerous as hell. Like you can see like a little bit of like a waterfall like way in the distance. It's not like super wide, but would be wide enough to like put a boat down and like, you know, traverse it. But like I said, like it's very small, minimal, like it's hard to like actually catch if you're not like looking for it. But you can see like the little bit of water that's kind of trickling down from a different area, whether it be just like a pond or something at the top of a hill that once water overflows in it, it just finds this natural path to where it eventually leads into this valley where the river itself is. Once you cross that and are starting to walk more, are you heading like over toward the boats? Or
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Once you start making your way toward the actual boats themselves, there's maybe like 4 or 5 of them that are over here, kind of tied off. You can see that there are maybe about that thick around, like wooden stakes that seem to have just been driven into the ground, and then rope tied around them really quickly. Each one of them is tied off. Each one of them has a very like basic design to them. There is some like brush and stuff still on a few of them, but that's basically what you're looking at right now.
If we investigate the boats, provided they-
Sure, you can do that. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Yeah.
Did
I'll
the
just-
camp seem empty? And
I'll just let everyone know, hey, the canoes that I saw before are right over here. I think we should check them out.
is the camp empty? Are we going to be spotted when we try to go investigate those boats?
I don't think anybody's nearby, from what I can tell.
Alright.
Does the eagle see anything
I'll
around?
make a perception check with the eagle.
Sure.
I rolled off the dog.
Yeah,
See if
man.
it's good.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
a
that's
natural
okay.
20, that's the only time you're allowed to take it.
Yeah.
It's a natural 1, so
Doesn't
didn't count.
You said it would have been a 20 if you gave
So
me a
28.
piece of pizza.
28. Okay. As you start getting ready to approach, the eagle itself, like flying around, like it's not even like any fault of your own, right? Like you're just looking for specific things, like you're looking at the landscape, trying to find the boats. Like it's not really in the back of your mind, and you're like, hey, like the boats are just right there. Like let's go look at them really fast. Steiner kind of brings it up, and you're like, oh, okay, I'll double check, and you start to look, and eagle kind of like drops down a little bit to where, so there's still like a discrepancy in elevation, right? Like there's the shore where the river is,
Mhm.
and then there's like the actual land above it, right? Because like the river itself is in kind of a valley at the bottom. So like where that land is, like the eagle kind of flying up here is basically looking down at all of it, right? Like the
Yeah.
tree line, you can see the tops of the trees, it can see like everything. Like it's getting the landscape down and like directed you in the right path. Once you start to think like, okay, like I'll take a quick look and look. So from the eagle being like up here, it eventually like drops down to almost eye level of where the actual like forest line is, to where it can kind of see into it.
You go ahead.
And you can see the boats, you can see them tied off, and you can see like as
Just trying to steal a sweet rope.
you're like looking inward, like with the eagle, as you said, it just looks like a blue orb, right? Like it's just kind of floating. But for you, like it's like actually
Yeah.
You wanna go?
physically like turning its head to look.
Yeah.
Right, as opposed to everybody else
It's
might
open.
just kind of like
Third one.
rotate maybe.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Once you start to look and like see
Shut up.
into the actual tree line, and it kind of looks over and turns, it's almost like immediate that you catch it because of how much of a color disparity there is, right? There's this
Okay.
like lush green forest that's sitting behind like this just stark like stone gray backdrop underneath it, right? So it's like this deep gray, dark green, and then inside of like the dark green, you can see two of these like tan figures that are sitting there that initially look like animals, right? And you're like kind of looking, and you can kind of see the tan, kind of brown color, and there's this deep green, lush background behind them, as opposed to like them being inside of a forest and like with the actual trees themselves, like that dark brown color that would kind of give them bits of camouflage or whatever it may be, but they just kind of pop like immediately. Like once the elevation of like the bird kind of comes down to like that eye level, you can see two just figures that appear to be like a tan color, and it's hard to tell. You just kind of really quickly see like those shapes, like where you could get closer with it and kind of investigate it, but that's up to you.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Are you just flying at it, or how do you want to do it?
Staying above,
Okay.
but it's gonna head in that direction towards it so it can get a better view of what it is.
Okay.
Not gonna fly like within range of it, I guess.
Like in the trees above.
Yeah.
Kind of like after you drop down, just kind of pick right back up toward the other side, fly up and around to where you're kind of getting to the edge of like where you can actually see through it. So
Yeah.
I'd say you kind of get like this almost like blurred vision kind of headache when it starts to exceed whatever range it should be within. Almost like you're losing signal in a way.
Mhm.
Like once it gets to that point, you just kind of dip back in toward the forest and almost like approach from the other side in a way, to where you're like just above where like the pine trees, you know how they just basically go like straight outward.
Yeah.
Like you're just ducked underneath like the taller part where like most of it is shaved down from animals walking through, but like there's nature itself, to where you're at a good point where you feel like it's kind of discreet, you could still see. So you have the boats kind of down beneath, it goes up, and those two figures are basically sitting like right there, just like right inside the tree line, essentially. Once the bird kind of comes around and like sits to the side, like you could basically just have it hover wherever, right?
Yeah.
'Cause it doesn't have to just like be flapping and flying, it's just like an orb. It kind of flies
Yeah.
over to the side and is like tucked over and up and looking. And you see kind of sitting there at the edge, one of them has their back to the river, the other one has its back to the forest, and they're just kind of like looking at one another. You can see them kind of sitting there, leaning forward. One of them seems to have like a stick, and on the stick there's just like a bunch of like raw meat that's sitting on it. He's just kind of like sitting there holding it. Goes to take like a hand like toward it. You can see a human-like individual has a bunch of like thinner kind of tan fur on, like the shoulders, like a little cowl that goes up over the head, the armor itself that it's wearing. You can see something carved into the chest of it, like they look much like the individuals that have raided you guys a couple of times now at this point.
Okay.
They look like the Hjalfgar individuals. The one that's sitting there holding the raw meat just kind of like takes the meat from the edge of it and like pops it into his mouth and then starts to chew it. The other one seems to be eating what looks like just like a raw fish that he's just biting into the center of it, and like chewing, spitting out every now and then, picking the bones out of his teeth and dropping it down onto the ground. You can see there's a bunch of like animal bones and just bones that are kind of sitting around where they are sitting at this point. Doesn't appear to be any sort of fire, like campfire that's set up. You can just see this obvious point where there's like two stumps, maybe three that are sitting there. As well as these two individuals just kind of sitting around this point. Every now and then you can see them kind of like look up and around. Each of them seems to have like an axe next to them, and then at that point you can see one of them even like starts to like look over in the direction of where the orb is, and at that point you just kind of like float away.
Yeah.
Just away before it really has a moment to catch it.
I'll come out of the vision of the eagle, and I'll just kind of say, "That's a good call, Steiner. There's two guys watching the boats. It looks like
All right, well,
we could probably take them, or
Just two, that's it.
sneak up on them, and
might be two watching the boats with others nearby.
I'd imagine they probably have some sort of way to signal.
Is it
That'll
just the boats
silence
over there?
them.
Is there a camp?
I didn't see a camp, just the boats and just a couple guards. So I'd imagine there's a camp nearby, probably further north or into the forest to the east. But
Maybe we try to take them quietly.
it's probably the best bet.
All right.
Easy enough. But I won't jinx myself.
Why are you gonna crash too?
Well, you're the sneaky one, so
Get out of there.
You're not a trash kitty. It's like the fucking.
They don't tell me what to do.
Right. You just go in it. Dude.
Hey.
That one worked.
There you go.
That was good.
It's like, oh man, my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Alright. Sigrid and Lyra. And we'll take one.
Sigrid just goes
Hopefully
into
can
his
manage
side, grabs an arrow, knocks it, and
I'm gonna back him up.
Sigrid basically just like looks to you after Kane says that you'll each take one. So
Shrug.
Everyone else gotta spread out, make sure they can run.
I like to hide in the trees, so
yep, once you start going toward the tree line, Sigrid's basically with you, like walking up, sneaking through it.
cool.
Go ahead and make a stealth check. If somebody else wants to roll for Sigrid,
You wanna do it?
he's got a +5.
19.
Good.
I don't know why I doubted my stealth. I
No,
always forget
no.
this. Okay.
Before they would walk away, I would say take
So
them,
that's a 12.
take them down alive.
10, 20. 26.
26? Okay.
Figure I'd just jump up the tree with ease.
You want a D4 to be above 20?
Just
or
teleport
you
there.
think 19's good?
I think 19's probably okay.
Alright.
Probably okay.
Let's see. See if I can set
That's
this up
reassuring.
really fast.
And how far away were they?
This is not here. I don't know why that's like that.
They were only like 70 to 80 yards probably.
We don't have to set this up. I can explain this. Okay. I feel like that's the one thing with this that I struggle with sometimes is I want to like visually set everything up all the time, but it's not necessary. Okay, so you and Sigrid both just kind of disappear up into the tree line. Kane, what did you say specifically for them before they left?
To keep them alive.
Keep them alive. Okay. He says to keep them alive, essentially. You slink up into the tree line, just kind of like sneaking up. Like you said, you just hop up on into the trees like with ease, like into the tree line. You're navigating in between. It is like a little bit of a incline, like going upward. So you are finding yourself like not being able to just like sprint through, but you're moving pretty good. Like you're ahead of Sigrid. Like he's kind of keeping up. He's keeping up well enough. You know, he's just not as used to mountainous type terrain like you would be in like moving upscale like this in very quiet fashion. Your footfalls are very gentle upon the ground. You're very cognizant to like look down and realize like you're not stepping on any branches, you're not rustling any leaves, like jumping through bushes. You're finding the clearest path that you possibly can, and you're finding it quickly enough to like stay out of sight and stay moving, staying to the darkness. It being dark is also a huge benefit to you. The only reason that like those two were able to be seen sitting there is his close proximity to it, like the vision itself, and how different in color, like what they're wearing to the backdrop that they were sitting in. Like you guys start to navigate and move around. You're probably like a good 200 feet or so away from where they're even at. So like you don't really know exactly where they are, but you were given a good general description of like where they were. Like basically like the boats are on the shore, they're up above it, like 60 yards back. So like you know if you find the boats and then find further into the forest, like you're gonna find those two people essentially. So you and Sigrid start to kind of sneak up, going into the forest. Like I said, you can hear the sounds of the forest, and you're trying to make it to where like that's all you're hearing, right? Like you're trying to make sure he's not making a bunch of noise. He's probably doing the same for you, but you guys are both quiet enough and moving up well enough to where like he's basically following you because you are kind of out in front of him, like where he's heading. So where exactly do you want to try to approach from? Are you trying to go in through like the forest, or like the edge of the coastline, like the tree line, like, or like directly into where you think they are? Like where do you want to be?
Well, I'm assuming I don't have any rocks on me, so I'm trying to get like a good vantage point where I can like kind of hit them over the head with something, but both at the same time, so one's not like, oh shit, this guy just got hit, I'm gonna
Okay.
like blow my horn or whatever they do.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we could just like try and sneak behind them.
Okay.
Like whatever's
Okay.
closer. I don't know if it's trees or just.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're just trying to get close enough. So once you start to get into the actual tree line itself, you're constantly like looking and scanning to try to find them. And it's a little different from the angle in which you approach to like be able to see them as well as Lokesh did through the eyes of the eagle there. Just because the backdrop isn't as stark of a difference. Like you're more looking at the water and then the opposite side of the river where it's a lot more different colors to where they kind of blend a bit more. But it doesn't take you long to be able to actually find them to where you're basically in this thin strip of tree line that has density to it, right? Like it's just like this strip is kind of thinner than the other large thick parts that you've been through. So once you get into the part of the trees to where like you can see them, they're probably 40 or so feet away from you at this point. You can see one of them has their back to you, and the other one is kind of facing. So, like, if you were looking at them, right, like, one of them has its back to you, and it's kind of like at an angle, so it's like here from you, and like you can see their back, and then the other one is like sitting here, and they're kind of like looking that way, like into the forest, so like you'd be in their peripheral. So you have one that's like back to you between the two of them. To where Sigurd's just kind of like sitting there with the bow, waiting to see what you're wanting to do. He just kind of like has a bow and he's like, I can kill one.
Are we supposed to keep him alive?
At least one of them, right?
That seems fair. Seems fair. Okay. If you want to take one down, I'll try and knock out the other, or vice versa. Unless you prefer killing, it makes no difference to me.
I'll shoot the one that's looking at us then.
Good. That's a good idea.
Once he notices you, I'll take the shot.
All right.
If he notices you.
Right.
He kind of like slinks around over to the side to where like he has a better like vantage to be able to shoot the one while you can sneak up toward the other. And he's basically just seems like going to be sitting waiting for your cue, unless there's something else you want to do or anything you want to try differently.
I don't know. I don't know why I thought I needed a rock. I could use like the back of my dagger. So
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
just gonna like, what is up, bro? I'm just gonna like use the back or sneak towards him if I can. Use the back of my dagger and just kind of like try and knock him out like the last guy.
Okay, go ahead and make another stealth check. Donald's go on.
And you know, I'm part of this operation.
Go on. I know,
I
go.
was like, wait a second.
I got kicked out.
Wait a second.
Banned.
9? Wait. 16. Oh yeah, 19. Okay. Just double check that. 19.
19? Okay. Your secret sheet item
Here's your thing.
Okay, so you kind of get to a spot where you know you're gonna have to move quick. Like you've got 20 or so feet of open space to clear before seemingly the other guy that's looking in your direction like doesn't spot you soon enough to where the other guy's gonna turn around fast enough. So like it's really like a timing thing, and I mean you know Sigrid can like fight, right? Like you've seen him kind of, but like you're just trusting his ability to put an arrow through the other guy at the right time to where like you can knock out the one that has his back
It'd be
to
funny
you.
if he just sat down.
Essentially. Yeah.
Like, let's see.
You get to a point where you are as close as you possibly can be and as hidden as you can be to where when you are ready you can run out and smack the other guy at the back of his head.
All right, but before I do that, I like look at Secret. Oh my gosh.
Sacred, yeah.
Yeah, I look at him. I nod.
Yeah. He kind of sees you and just like,
Cool. All right. I look back and.
all right. As you exit the tree line, you're kind of like low to the ground, right? Like you're not just like standing up, charging up. You kind of stay low and like trying to keep the one person who has his back to you like in between the other guy, so like he doesn't see you as soon. Like you're just sneaking up directly behind him, like kind of staying low, like keeping your hands close. You have your one, just like regular kind of dagger out ready, the back of it ready for you to just like hit the back of his head, in whatever fashion you would choose to do so. Once you start to get close enough to where you're probably only like 8 feet or so within range, you can see a bunch of like sticks that are kind of like out in front of you, to where you do like a little kind of like hop step over them to avoid just like crunching down into it. When you do that hop step and like get over to the other side, it kind of causes this like little motion where the guy that's like kind of looking straight goes to like look over to the side, and it's like right in that moment that you just hear this like flying of an arrow that thuds into something, right? And in that same moment, you just do everything you can and like kind of get up and just crack the back of the other guy's head as hard as you possibly can. So go ahead and make a attack roll, and then I need somebody to roll an attack roll for Sigrid.
Should get advantage.
You
'cause
get
it's
advantage on your roll, yes.
I mean, that's a 17, I think.
But you
But
could
it's
hit a
11.
20.
I could get a 20. Let's do this.
Always roll advantage.
Yeah, I know. 5. Okay.
Secret advantage from
Stick with the other one.
Sigrid has advantages.
11 sounds good. Okay.
Sigrid
And then-
has
It's, 8,
plus
I think.
10 to hit.
Okay, so
26.
Yeah. Sweet. 19.
19. Okay. Roll damage for Sigrid, please.
Oh, wait.
So essentially the way that I wanted to do this too, is this is something that I always think about as far as like trying to like sneakily like assassinate people, obviously. I know that there's like a rogue ability that gives you like the crit or whatever it is. In my opinion, like we're just going to do this as a going forward. Like if you're surprising someone and hitting them with it, like you're gonna automatically crit on like a surprise like this for these purposes of trying to do this. So I would say if you had like had the rogue ability that gives you that crit, you just fucking double it again, because you should be able to sneak up and like kill people mechanically. Also, a quarter of their health total is basically what you're reaching for to be able to like kill them outright. Like narratively, like I don't think it makes sense for you to have to do like 80 something damage to like sneak up and kill a target that you normally would kill in like 2 turns anyways in a combat. So for you guys, for Sigrid, he can roll his d8 and then double it for the purposes of the damage. And then for you, in order to knock them out, we're actually going against their constitution score, because you're not trying to like kill them, right? Or actually, I'm going back on this, because I know I said that before with Brodir's thing. I think it'll be easier to still use the quarter damage thing, but you're just doing less lethal damage to try to bring them to 0. So you go ahead and do the same thing. Roll your damage. That includes your sneak attack if you're doing that, which I'm sure you would like to, because you have
Yeah.
advantage.
3d6.
And then you're rolling double the amount of dice, so you just roll it twice.
Any other modifiers to stuff?
+5, but he also has that magical bow now, and I don't think he added that in this, so...
You get some more d6s.
About 1 more.
You get to roll 8d6.
What? May I have 2 more, please? Oh,
Went to bow.
It's got a skull.
hell yeah. Alright.
You know, +1 to that, so it's
11, 12.
Okay.
Alright, and then we're rolling with advantage, so I do it again.
Yeah, you add them both together, I think. Right?
Oh,
Yeah, you roll those 4 again,
this guy's
and
gonna
then
die.
and then you add them to the
He's not
other.
gonna die. Okay.
Right?
So her sneak attack damage is 3d6. Her weapon attack with the cyanic dagger is a 1d6. But she's already critting, so she
Oh.
rolls all her damage dice twice.
Yeah.
Alright, so 28.
Plus
In total.
your 5 from your dexterity.
33. It's a good number.
16.
16? Okay.
Thank you.
As you're running up, as I said, like you have to do that kind of hop step up over the actual sticks and everything that are there on the ground. When you do that hop step, it's obvious that like you almost catch the like eyes of the other guy. Like you can see him visibly, like kind of like, oh, what the hell was that? Like this blur of motion of you like kind of jumping up over the sticks to get up to the other person, who at this point is only 3 feet away from you. Like you're that close. Like you've got that close without being spotted, just because of the angle of the trees and like you slinking low, being dressed in all dark clothing. It's at that moment where he turns his head to look, and you hear that arrow like fly through the air, and then the thud of it. The thud of it is heading like basically right above, like in the chest line, like right into the guy's throat, to where like you can see him like trying to yell.
Shit.
And as you run up to the guy that's like facing away from you. You take the end of the dagger and actually like grab the back of his like armor that he has on and like do like a push pull at the same time. Where like as you're pulling with this hand, you just smack right to the back of his head, like right at the base of the skull, hitting him hard enough to where like once you do the thud, like all of his weight just drops back onto you to where like you fall and kind of like holding him in your lap, and he's just like sitting there like unconscious.
Okay.
You can still see him like breathing kind of heavy, and he's just like out cold. The other guy's still like sitting there like kind of holding his neck, like reaching down, trying to like grab the ground. At that point, Sigrid has walked up again, taken an arrow out, and then just like shoots another one directly into the guy's like face, to where he's like trying to like breathe. Just sends an arrow through the mouth, and then goes up and puts his foot on his chest, pulls the arrow out of his mouth, pulls the arrow out of his throat, and then like wipes them both off on his pants, and then kind of drops it down to the ground, kind of like flicking the blood off before he puts it into the quiver. Nice job.
You too.
He starts to like look around and see, starts to like fumble through pockets a little bit. He goes over toward like the shore, like trying to like look over to see all of you guys.
Head over there.
Oh no.
Does the one guy that Sigrid shot with the arrows look dead?
Oh yeah.
I think you might have killed that one.
Were we supposed to kill one?
We figured we just needed one, right?
Why do you want two?
2 is preferable, but it's fine.
Didn't
Right
really,
here,
feel,
grab that one.
didn't really feel possible. Roger goes over and grabs the other guy.
Bring him to the shore.
I'm gonna head over to the boats.
Okay.
Put them all on fire.
Or no.
Oh, that would've been cool though.
I just want to like investigate them first.
Okay.
See if there's anything in them, any markings,
Yeah,
anything left behind.
I'm gonna go help out with that. I think.
Put them all on fire.
So yeah, I'll do that first.
Okay. Both of you make investigation checks.
We can burn stuff another time.
Natural 20.
I'll them over here for sure.
I'm still gonna roll, just in case I get
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
3 plus 5.
Okay. Two of you are investigating that.
Yeah, these
you
are
and
boats.
Brody are grabbing the
Yeah.
bodies. Do you have the dead one or the guy that's just knocked out?
Knocked out.
Okay. Brody was just like holding the one guy like by the back of like the scruff of his armor, kind of like dragging him. You can see blood just like pouring from the guy's mouth and throat, just like covering the front of his face. Brody kind of drags him over to the shore. It's a little bit of like a drop down to where like he just like drops the guy down the cliff. And
No, I don't want him to drop him down.
the dead one?
Yeah.
No, just carry him. Okay.
Yeah,
He's just
toward
following
the,
you.
the rock face.
Just
Yeah,
toward it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he just walks over kind of towards you, just waiting.
I'm going to tie both of them, you know, the dead guy, their arms back.
Okay.
Tying up a dead guy's crazy.
Hey, what if he gets away?
And I'm going to kind of stab into the dead guy a little bit more, make more visible damage.
Okay.
Like chop off like a finger, slice his guts open, and then just sit there and wait for the.
Gonna
I want the other guy tied up.
turn his intestines into a bow, wrap it around his neck
And have him
like a present.
sitting facing the guy for when he wakes up.
Okay. Sounds good.
Shove his femur down his
So you kind of
throat.
have them like sitting facing one another. The guy's unconscious. The other guy, you kind of just start chopping him up, take a finger off, cut him open, even like take the blade and like pull some of the insides out. You just make a scene of it, essentially. Okay.
Shove both his pinky toes up his nose.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
You're sitting, yeah. After you kind of knock him out, you're kind of like looking around, doing whatever. You watch them start to grab the bodies. You're looking down. You can see both Voktesh and Steiner are rummaging through the boats, kind of, and then you kind of hear like this like chop noise, and you're like, what the fuck is that? And then you like look over and you can see Kane like taking his blade just like across the stomach of the dead guy, reaches the blade in and starts like pulling out some insides. Takes another stab like into the guy's chest, to where there's just blood everywhere, and this guy's just like tied up, like dead, like obviously dead. Leaning forward, blood still dripping from the throat, like mouth area, and then he has the other guy. He puts him up against the wall of the like tree bottom. Just like,
Yeah,
kind of has him there
okay.
tied up.
So about
Just
that,
like-
how come?
You think that's your intimidation thing?
Hmm?
Just trying to scare the one that's not dead.
Maybe. You'd have to ask him. I don't know why.
Yeah, you guys are like down below, like looking up. You're
checking out.
I'm kind of scared, so.
I found a boat.
That was a big choice there.
There's 4 of them here.
Oh, what do you know?
What you get?
I got like a 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, but as you guys are kind of up there doing that, the two of you on the lower part, kind of looking through the boats. There's some obvious like brush and stuff that's been placed around them, but it's not like anything crazy, right? Like it's so easy to even tell like across the river. Like it didn't seem super deliberate to try to cover it up.
Yeah.
Like, the ship was just kind of thrown over it. You start to remove some of that off of the sides. Looking down into the boat, the first 2 that you kind of rummage through super quick. Like there's a couple of paddles in there, some rope line, random little like water skins, like leather, like water skins that have like holes in them and seem like they're just like kind of tore up. There's other bits of material like snapped wood, tree branches, like stones, like just random debris and shit that has gathered at the bottom of the boats themselves. You actually grab a little handful of some of the stones and shit at the bottom because you just kind of like look at them, hold them for a second, and then like go over toward the other boats that you start to kind of investigate and look through. Once you start to rummage through that, you can start to see that there is you got a natural 20, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The bottoms of the boats have in them what you can see are a bunch of like stones as well, and you start to kind of look at those and like kind of pick them up and like look at them. A lot of them are more or less just like little stones that have runes that are carved into them. A lot of them seem to be something very off base of what you would think that they would have, right? Like it's shit that they probably took from people. Like they have runes of like protection and, you know, like love, like life, family. There's like Uldric is carved into like some like little Uldric faces that are Silkier, or any of the spirits. Like there's just this amalgamation of all of the spirits and like the core beliefs that you guys kind of have, and a lot of these runes that are like kind of carved in. You can see blood stains across a lot of them. You start to look into the bottom of the boat more and like can see under where there's like a little bit of like a piece of wood, right, like where a seat would be, and you can see this like shadow that's cast, and there looks to be like some sort of shape that's kind of underneath it. And you kind of like reach and grab and like grab, and you can feel like it's almost like fur, like something, as you grab and like kind of pull. There's a head that's just kind of severed off at the bottom, and you can see what looks like a necklace was probably sitting on it. You can see like this line that's just like buried into the neck, and then where that necklace was, like all of those runes and stones that kind of snapped and broke off. You can see the little hole where it was weaved through to where like, you know, it was somebody's necklace that they were wearing. And as you're like pulling the head back too, like it appears to be like a woman, you know, maybe in her like early 20s, mid 20s. Looking in the other boat, you can see like little fingers that are cut off that are kind of inside of there. You start to look around and you can see like bones from like a hand, of what you can tell. And as you're looking at the hand itself, you've seen animal bones and like what like a bone itself should look like, even like a human bone.
Yeah.
Like they have some sort of natural grain and striation to them
Yeah.
in one like kind of simple direction, right, of like how the actual bone is. You start to look at like the actual hand itself of like where all of the kind of metacarpals are at the bottom part, like kind of near the wrist, and you start to see like almost like chips in it, like little cracks and breaks, and you start to look at the kind of heavier, thicker bits of the bone like on the knuckle parts, and start to like look, and you actually pick it up to like look at it, even though there's still some like rotted almost like flesh that's sitting on it, like something about it, you're like, I have to like take a look at that. Like you pick it up and are looking at it because you're seeing like this different variation of what you're normally used to seeing in like a bone. And as you pick it up, you can see like the normal striations of like the knuckle bone going up and down, and then like scrape marks going across the side of it. almost like something was like scratching at it or like gnawing at it, like similar to how you would see like an animal eat something.
Okay.
But for the hand to just like be here is weird. Like whatever was sitting there like gnawing on it probably would have just taken the whole thing and like gone off and hid and tried to eat it somewhere else. So like that is like sitting there gnawed at, and you kind of at the back of your mind like have something eerie like telling you to like look at the head again. And from when you like dragged it out to like look at what it was, you kind of dragged down like, oh shit, and like kind of dropped
Yeah.
it. And then as you kind of drag and pull it out and like flip it over, you can see like the side of the face has like an actual like bite mark, just like right at like the cheek level of it, like right here, like right up at the top part of its face. And you start to look at it and try to like inspect it a little bit, and just really thoroughly looking at it, it doesn't look like animal teeth by any means. It looks like somebody bit like right into the side of the face, like here. And like the more
Okay.
that you look at that part, like you can see like another bite like here at the bottom part of the neck, like the back part of the head, like just a bunch of bite marks into the side of the face. This flesh and everything itself still seems to be a little bit more, I don't want to say like fully rotted, but like it's been sitting here for a little bit. Like there's not like a crazy smell to it because there's not a ton of organs that are surrounding it that would
Yeah.
cause it to have more of that smell, like letting off all of those scents. But nonetheless, like you look at it and like you're leaning toward the fact that this is their boat for sure. Like you know that they were just protecting it. There's like
Yeah.
4 or so of them, but you were not expecting to find like that inside of here.
So are they like cannibals, or are they like ritualistic of some way? Steiner, you make anything of this?
Well, what the hell?
I don't fucking know, man. These guys are fucked up.
Is that a head?
Yes.
Alright.
It's got bite marks all up and down the side of it.
Do the teeth look like human teeth that bit into the face? Can I do a medicine to maybe try to determine how long this person's been dead for?
Yeah, I'll let you roll a medicine check. As far as determining if they're human teeth, I'd say that's not really like your area. Like you probably have a little bit of an idea. Like you'd be able to tell if like a bird was pecking at something, which you can tell like looking at this. It looks like one may have been.
Okay.
For medicine, that's 15.
15. Okay. I'd say no more than a week.
Well, I think this head or person has been dead for about a week. Just looking at the state of things. Do you know what kind of animal might have...
Can I tell if there's a difference in the imprint?
So for you, like, it's also another thing where like it's kind of more your area, like where you would understand.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like you've.
I'd imagine if it was like an animal, you'd see like deep incisor bite marks
Right, you're
with
not-
some
you're not
like
really
very
seeing-
shallow
Yeah,
teeth.
you're not really
versus-
seeing that. You're seeing a very even bite
Flat,
and
like-
pressure across like the whole thing to where like
Yeah.
you typically the like top part of where the bite is a little bit deeper, just because it's like anchored and there's kind of pressure pushing against it to where like you'd be able to tell. But like you're more or less assuming that they're human teeth because you have seen like maybe like a wolf bite or like a bear bite
Yeah.
or like even the way that like you're just thinking of things that would eat like flesh, like meat, and many of them do have some sort of like canine type incisors or like sharp teeth that would have more of a prominent bite mark into it, to where like as like I said, you're looking, it looks like, you know, flat straight teeth across that are on the inside of the holes, like the puncture wounds.
It looks humanoid to me.
That's gross.
I think I can't tell if they did it for fun or out of some sort of ritual or something.
That's probably why they're so crazy. Eating human flesh.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it looks like they kept this head or chopped this person up and kept him around or something, because there's these bones, like this hand over here, and it looks like they were chewing on it. Now I see this face, and there's some traces of the person's belongings. I'll show you some of the rooms that I found. I don't think these guys are about love and protection.
Right. Well, maybe we should take the rune stones. I doubt they're gonna do this person any good.
Yeah, we can do that.
Maybe Kane can use them in some way. That's terrible.
I say we just cut the boats loose, send them down the river.
You think?
Dun, dun.
They can't use them.
That's true.
If we get rid of them,
Yeah.
that'll at least slow their attacks on our village, no matter what happens.
Yeah. I agree. Well, let's see what the rest of the group thinks, and then we can push them out into the river.
I'll gather up.
Do you find anything else?
That's about it.
Can we see, like, into the forest from here?
When you get up, like up onto the top, you'll be able to. You're still like kind of down in the valley of the river, but once you're up at the top, you can kind of see a little bit more into it, but it's not much better.
Is there enough visibility to see across the river? At this
From where
point?
you are?
Yeah.
It's kind of dark, so it's really hard to see across the
Okay.
river. Like it's like really dark because it's cloudy and everything. No moonlight.
Does my wolf cape have a like a hood?
Yes.
Put it up. Does it still have like the ears and stuff, or is it like?
It's more. They're probably more like matted or pushed down or
Okay.
really.
I'm gonna put it up anyways.
Alright, you guys get back up toward the top where you can see most everybody gathered. Sigrid is kind of just like standing over toward the side, like from where you guys are, leaning up against a tree, just like looking into the forest itself, and then like kind of occasionally looking back at what you guys are doing. Brody's probably doing the same, just opposite him, but also not slinked back up against a tree, just like standing out in the open, like looking out into the forest. You guys, once you climb up and like get up to the top, like it's not like this actual big climb, right? Like you kind of have to just traverse a little bit of rough terrain, grab some rocks to help yourself up. You can see Lyra kind of standing over to the side, Kane standing kind of facing the non-bloodied individual, and then across from him is just a gutted, kind of cut up Hjalfgar individual that's kind of leaned up against a tree.
I also have to put a rope around his like mouth, like the back of his head, like he's biting on the rope.
The one that's
The one's
unconscious?
alive.
The one that's alive, okay.
That makes more sense.
Hey, Kate, I found some runes down there. In the boats. I think they belonged to someone that they killed.
Did you grab him?
Yeah. Hand you an assortment of them. I don't think they're theirs by any means, but they definitely came from a person who they, I think, ate.
Seems like maybe they're eating people.
I don't know what you think, but I think if we just cut those boats loose and let them go down the river, it's at least something we could do while we're here before we head on in to find their camp or whatever.
I guess, is that our plan, to find out if they have a camp over here somewhere?
Yeah. We're gonna find some more information out.
Right. Yeah.
I'm gonna be standing kind of like on the edge of the rocks, kind of like looking out with my back to the guy.
Well, let's go put those boats loose.
Yeah.
Alright.
Need some help?
Sure.
Alright. Love cutting bows loose.
Hell yeah.
I'll just
Think you
I'll
wanna
wait for him to
fight.
wake up. If he doesn't, I'll stand away from him when he comes back.
As you guys are kind of down there, cutting the boats loose, you can see Kane standing kind of on the edge of the rock face, kind of looking out toward the river. It is super dark out. For those of you that don't have dark vision, like you can see, but it's a little tough. Like Sigurd making that shot was like tough for him to do. Alright, wait, I think he has dark vision. He's a half elf, isn't he?
I cast Dark Vision
Yeah.
myself before
I
we
have
left.
it from my my wolf cape.
Oh yeah, I
I
guess I
have pretty
can't
long
see
dark
shit.
vision.
Yeah, he's got dark vision,
I got
60
human
feet.
vision.
Yeah, so for those of you that do not have dark vision, which I believe might be Lyra and everything, but nonetheless, it's
I don't
not
think
that.
Brodir does either.
Yeah, Brodir, I don't think he does unless he.
He might get it in
He's
one
got.
of his forms.
I don't think he's been doing it, but with the lichen thing, he has the ability to.
Lichen. Turn that dude into a potion. Maybe I should try to get some wolf blood from him. Maybe that would be a good potion.
Yeah, so he can passively choose one of these things to have.
Well, keen senses doesn't exist anymore.
Something about you
Just found
scared
that out.
I
people.
think this
I
is
love
just
that.
going to become dark vision.
Yeah, because keen senses doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I thought one of them was dark vision. That one will end up being dark vision. Alright, good. Regardless. You guys at the bottom, like I said, super dark, so you're
Push
just
the-
trying to like get the boats kind of pushed out. You really could just like pull those stakes up and throw them out, but you know, some of you just take a knife, cut the rope off, and then just like kind of push it out toward the water.
They really got the two
As
weakest people
you
pushing
and-
these boats.
Yeah. The two of you like dragging them out, like they're up, like they're beach, they're not touching any
Okay.
water. So like you've got like 4 feet before you get to water, and it's just like over rocks. You'd imagine that they probably pick them up and like drop them into
Yeah.
the water with 4 or 5 of them. But between even like the 3 of you, like
We're pushing more than we're
like,
lifting.
Yeah, like it's kind of like this, like
Yeah.
crunching over the stone. Like you get it out. Like once you cut it off, the 3 of you are able, like one boat at a time. After you're done doing it, you kind of regret volunteering to go do it because it's like a pain in the ass. But after you get it done, like you feel a little bit of sweat. You're kind of a little breathing kind of heavy.
Exhausted.
Probably takes you a good fucking 12 minutes just to do that. And in the meantime, while that is kind of going on, as you're kind of sitting up toward the rock face, you can hear just like shuffling, like the stones kind of moving around. Brodir just kind of, okay. And at that point, you just kind of like barely kind of look back just to see that the guy is starting to like come to and like move around and like look. It's like tied to the tree, right? Yeah. Like yeah, he just like can't. Yeah, so he's just kind of like.
Kind of just like walk a path, kind of like I'm walking towards him, but a long way around. So I can take a second to see what he's in. Oh, good morning.
So he kind of looks up and over to where you are, like just like tracking you as you're walking around.
I thought he was looking up at the sky.
Your friend here didn't provide us much useful information. So we're gonna have to try out it on you. Flip the thing down off his mouth.
Look it down, he just kind of like spits on the ground next to him.
How many of you are there? Did I say something funny?
No, it's just. If a man does not fear death, he fears nothing. Death is on our side.
That is what you think. But Deku shows no mercy for those who offer the... how should I say this? Those who try to cheat the cycle of life and death. just like walk kind of around him as I'm speaking to him. Does he have tattoos or anything that's visible? Are they cool or anything?
You can see like the back of his neck. He has some like runic tattoos, but they don't seem to be specific to like Decool. They're more or less just like combat runes, like strength runes, things more along that. But you do see as you look kind of where his, like when he's leaning forward, like the part of his armor that's kind of down in the front, you can see like a little bit of what appears to probably be a tattoo there, that you do remember seeing on some of the other Hjalfgar individuals that you guys had killed before, of like a large, basically like they have the emblem like on the armor, and then underneath that there's also like they have like a tattoo basically on their chest.
All of the other spirits do not approve of your methods.
The other spirits are weak.
Are we witnessing this?
You guys are probably going to come up in a couple minutes.
Yep.
You were still kind of down pushing the boats away.
Where are you from?
What does that matter? The Packborn is everywhere. We've been all over Midgard.
Surely you've originated from somewhere. Someplace brought this false ideal into existence.
There's all of you who believe in the false ideals of the spirits. Decool's strength outweighs the rest. He'll soon walk among Midgard, and when he does, he'll hunt those who don't believe. All of you. All of you are sheep.
You're gonna make this difficult, aren't you? Death is not what you were supposed to be afraid of. It'll be the least of your worries. How many are you? How many of there are you? Where are you from?
I am from a small hill tribe. Not too far from here even. Maybe a week, 2 weeks travel. Used to be just like all of you, believing in all the spirits, the fantasies, the weak mindset. It wasn't until Magni and the Hjalfgar had come. They showed me the light, the true way. The only one thing that every man ever achieves is death. And we have a way. Decool. Believing in him.
What is your plan? To just kill everyone on Midgard?
Everyone who does not believe. If you are not a wolf, you are a sheep. At this point, you guys would have made your way up now. Look, more sheep.
Wow.
Where's the rest of your group currently?
He like leans over and is like looking in toward the forest. That way.
Seem like he's lying.
Make an insight check.
17.
Seems like he's telling the truth.
Yeah.
How many of you are there?
He starts to look around at all of you.
You could take one off that count.
I'll tell you, there's a lot more than 6.
That's okay.
How many have you sent across the river?
Just a small bit of what we have to offer.
How many of those returned?
You know you hunt like the wolf. You are not weak. You are not strong. You are weak. That's why you rely on ambush and pack tactics. As a matter of fact, I believe you do the wolf a disservice. I'll pull down his shirt. I'm gonna put the knife in the outline of his tattoo. I'm gonna start to cut around the tattoo.
Yeah. As you're digging the blade in, he's just kind of like. Reaches forward a little bit. You can see the blood just pulling from his chest.
Pull the thin flap of skin. Toss it. As a matter of fact, I think all the other spirits would like a piece. I grab him by the bag. I'm gonna cut the rope off the tree.
Yeah, you kind of
Throw him
leans
to the
forward a little
floor.
bit, yeah.
Put my foot on his back.
No matter what you do, the wolf is always there. Wolf will always be there, waiting.
Yeah, I'm just tired of listening
So
to him.
is the bear.
Probably just kill him.
And that,
Somebody should probably
With
just
his
kill him.
hands on his
Somebody
back.
should turn him into a
Yeah.
sheep.
and just carve the ruin of the bear into his hands. Into his hand.
Yeah, like as they're kind of, are his hands tied behind his back too?
Yeah.
So then you kind of, okay,
Yeah.
got it.
The great paws of Uldrick. How many are there?
It would only take 20 of us to do what it is we want to do. Many of us have died, yes, crossing that river. They know why. They know what they must do. When they die, they will meet their core.
Is that what I asked? Are you stupid? Since he's laying on his stomach. For Vexir, the spirits of grace and agility. I'll cut at his Achilles and cut in the
Yeah.
symbol of Vexir.
At the point you guys are like,
How many?
we got enough to burn Hjalfgar down. There'll be enough of us for Skalvik too. Any village after that. You know, it's not too late for all of you to believe.
Can I kill him?
You say that out loud.
Can I kill him? Are you done?
In due time. In due time.
In due time. It's been like 20 minutes.
I'll kick him back onto his back. So
Yeah. He just kind of like rolls over.
I'm gonna get close into his face. Look at his eyes. Why are you so afraid to share? You are not afraid of death. You're not afraid of anything. You know, is it because you know you are weak and your people will not survive?
You're the only ones with true strength. You're the ones who know the way. Do not fear you or your people. It is you who fear us.
Verdict then. The eagle and his clairvoyance. His clairvoyance, his infinite wisdom and sight. I'll take the knife and below his eye. Cut around the eye.
At that point, he just is like,
My familiar lets out an eagle caw at the same time.
okay. Yeah, you hear a paw in the background. At that point, he's just like, one eye is just basically gone, right? Like blood dripping from the face, blood dripping from the sides.
My friend Steiner here has many ways to keep people alive. We can keep this going for a long time.
Make an intimidation check at that point now. You can do it with advantage.
Sucks 'cause I don't really have good charisma, so I couldn't.
I'm also gonna spend a sorcery point for bend luck, so you can roll a d4 and add it to the result.
It's pretty cool.
What else would I have? 9. Tactical 9.
I have guidance, I just don't ever use it.
Well, just in case.
16.
16.
It's pretty good.
Just kill me so I may meet the wolf.
That's what he wants.
I will not grace you with that gift. Besides, the wolf wants nothing of you. You are a disgrace.
You see at this point, like, as he's laying down, like, he's kind of like shaking, like squeezing from all of the pain of the Achilles being cut, his eye basically bleeding, the flap of skin that's exposed on his chest and now has like dirt inside of it and like rocks pushed into it from him falling onto it when you initially pushed him down.
Why don't you give our friend a treat, Steiner?
Sure, what kind of treat?
Something to make him feel a little better.
I tell you how many, you kill me right after.
I'm gonna take my pouch of stink rose and I'm just gonna wave it under his nose.
Stink rose. Yeah, you seem kind of like, just kill me.
No falling asleep on us now.
I can send you back. I can patch you up well enough. Let them know what you've seen today. Let them know who you are really messing with.
What's that stuff he put under his nose?
It's a flower.
Oh.
You wanna give it a whiff?
So you're not going to
Next
share
time.
regardless. The night is still young.
You can see like he keeps kind of like looking over in the direction like that he initially like looked at.
Yes, they are that way. You made that clear. How many? And where exactly?
There's a camp in there. Couple days travel. How many I'm unsure.
You don't know who you travel with.
I know who I travel with, not how many. Our numbers grow every day.
Where do these numbers come from? There's only so many villages around here. Surely they do not come from there.
The world's much bigger than you think in your small little pocket over there, across the river.
Rolf, how'd you get on the boat, dude?
I heard you guys were getting pizza after this.
What a funny guy.
So where are some places
He's a kitty.
some places that these people have come from.
There's some from Hjalfgar. There's some from
Is
the
it
small
where it was
little
from?
hill tribe that I was from. There's some from smaller nomadic peoples within the mountains. War bands that have roved around that we've encountered. Everyone has met the bite of the wolf. And those that believe in it have been spared, given the strength. At that point, you can see him still kind of like nodding out every now and then.
I'm going to instead this time cast Mind Sliver. So he's just gonna get like a shooting pain in. Well, he has to make an intelligence save, but he's just gonna get like a shooting pain in his head.
4.
All right, yeah. So he takes some psychic damage. No falling asleep on us now.
He just like moves his head. When he moves his head, did you cut the eyeball out, or is it just like cut off, like kind of dangling?
It's dangling.
Yeah. So when he like slashes his head around the eyeball, it's just like
Sniff. Sniff.
Sorry, let me get that for you. You have someone in charge currently. Is there a leader?
yes, and I can promise you, there is no one you know stronger.
I'm pretty tough.
I'll give a glance over to Brodir. I think I know plenty stronger.
I'm sure he'll meet you on the battlefield soon enough then. May his axe be the last thing you see and feel.
Use axes. Got him.
I would love the honor to slay him in combat. I wish for nothing more.
He'll meet the wolf, all right.
His name is Magni Hjalfgar, leader of the Hjalfgar. The first one to see the wolf. He speaks with the wolf. He is the wolf.
That wasn't so difficult. No. Kind of just push up off the ground. Does anyone have any further questions?
I'm pretty good.
I think you covered all the bases.
Okay. We got all the info about that. You're cool.
Patch him up a little bit, send him on his way.
Alright. Get to work. Honestly, I don't really know what to do about his eyeball, so I'm just gonna patch up the rest of him. I'm gonna put a little bit of salve on the piece of his chest that's been cut out, and then wrap it with bandages.
Can I just kill him? I know you might have some honor, but I don't. They killed my whole village and my dad, and that's not cool. And my girlfriend, and also, I don't know. I just want him dead.
Daddy's kind of fucked up, but I feel like killing him is kind of what he wants.
That's true. You got me there. I forget that they think that they're
Yeah.
going to see the wolf.
Yeah. So like leaving him alive's kind of like the more fuck you
No,
option.
you're right. You're right. You're right. You
Yeah.
got me. I'm pissed. You got me, but that's true.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
If you really want vengeance, though, leaving him alive seems like the way to do it.
Can't kill them all, I guess.
Yeah. That Magni guy, though, we'll get him.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. He seems like a real villain.
He'll meet the wolf.
Well, the way to get at someone who doesn't fear death is just to make them suffer.
He's a fair point. I respect it. Don't fully
And I
agree
want
with
him
it,
to
but
let the rest of his people know who we are.
Yeah, so I'll patch him up as best I can. I think we just leave his hands tied and send him wandering
Flopping
through the
around.
forest with his hands tied.
Maybe the wolf will get
If
him.
he's gonna get up and go for it.
You mend the back of his Achilles because they're cut.
Yeah, I'll I don't know. I don't really have a healing spell. So
Yeah, 'cause if not, he's just gonna not be able to walk.
that's on you to heal him. I don't have any healing magic that I can't use on myself.
The spirits bless me with magic, and he disgraces them.
Alright, we can just leave him here. I really don't care.
Other
That's a good option.
transformation, I'm not gonna go
They'll come back to.
decapitate the body of the other one.
We can just leave him right
Tie it up the-
on the spot.
Tie it up a little bit. I'm gonna walk up to the guy and I'm gonna tie it around his like belt where I can't like reach it. A gift for you. Take it back to your Magni. And tell him Skolovik sent you back this way.
Oh,
What was your name, by the way?
My name is No Boy. See, you think I'm going to walk right back to the camp, lead you right to my people?
No, we're not going to follow you. I have everything we need.
If you wish, I will walk you right through the front. You can meet Maggie yourself.
Might be efficient. Or we
no,
die.
that's okay.
You've done your service. Plenty. I'm sure Magni will be happy to hear what you have done for us today.
You obviously see him like telegraph to go like headbutt you as hard as he can.
Just try it.
Easily,
out of the
easily
way.
step out of the way. Yeah, he rolled an extra one, so you just step back, and as he headbutts, he just like like falls down onto the ground.
What was that?
The strength of the wolf, I see.
He's like trying to get up to the side.
Pick him up. Shove him off.
Yeah, shove him,
Get
and he
the
starts
hell out of
moving
here.
over. Sort of looks back and starts to like walk in toward the forest.
Good luck, whatever your name is. You're gonna need it.
They will all die soon enough.
Let's be sure.
Probably. Well, we know where they are. Shall we head back?
I think that's all we need for now. No need to overextend ourselves.
Yeah, especially if there's more than 20 of them.
If what he speaks is true, then yes, there is a lot of them. We don't want to walk in unprepared to that.
Identified on our terms.
As he's basically like kind of out of eyesight, it is quite dark. Kind of gets to a point where he is still probably within earshot. You guys at this point kind of have like turned around, getting ready to go back or head whichever direction. You hear him kind of yell out, "I remember you. Your face is familiar.
I get that a lot.
You're from Kjarvan, aren't you?"
Was it not obvious when I said the people killed my dad and my people?
Well, we killed a lot of
With that
dads
little
and a
hint?
lot of people.
What of it?
I just remember how easy it was.
It's good. Won't be next time.
Remember the screams, the flames.
Enough.
Wasn't that long ago, so doesn't speak much for your memory. Carry on. I just ignore him. Unless he has more useful information, I'll listen a little bit, but I'm ignoring him right now.
I'm gonna hit him with Mind Sliver again, though.
Okay. Yeah.
He just feels like a splitting headache almost immediately.
That was nice of you.
12.
No, still fails.
You hear him continue to yell. I remember all the screams.
Mm.
You'll all be next. All of you. And then he just kind of like, and like
Mm.
falls down on the ground. You can see Steiner like with his hand like kind of twirl it a little bit. This like purple energy
Just
flips
nod.
out of it.
Yeah. Keep it moving.
At that point, one of you maybe glance back just for a moment before seeing that he is no longer there and has disappeared into the darkness of the forest.
Let's go. I want to go to sleep.
That was a cool interrogation. I'm curious what you would do with 2 whole people, though.
Clean my blades on the clothes of the dead one.
Well, that was interesting.
Well, could have gone worse.
Got some information.
See, you can get any information out of anyone. Just gotta work a little harder.
Well, got rid of their boats, so I think we have plenty of time to get back,
Yes.
tell the Jarl what's going on, and probably muster up a raiding party, come back.
You know, pack so
I don't
many
know.
carrots.
If it'll be all of us, or just us, or more.
It's not like they go bad after we hit the river.
That'd be kind of funny if they did.
Just put them back.
We'll see what the Jarl says.
Yeah.
We'll give him this information.
It's interesting to me that they just disgrace all the other spirits, thinking they're praising Dakul, but they're also disgracing him.
Yeah, they're quite misguided. Really don't seem to understand Dakul, let alone the other spirits.
And sitting there calling us sheep and sending their people off to like cattle for fodder and just die. And for what?
It seems like they're a bunch of weak people that were easily manipulated into believing something that would bring them strength and purpose.
And about their cult-like.
I don't know how Dakul has not come for this Magni himself if he claims to be the wolf.
Because he's false.
Yeah,
No
It's
real
true.
spirit's gonna.
spirits work in mysterious ways. Maybe we are
Also true.
the wolf's hand in this matter.
Or Paul.
Paul.
Let's head back.
All right.
I'll lead the way back.
Please.
All right.
To the boat.
You make your way back down the riverside. I mean, you've basically only been gone probably 3-4 hours at most between all of your traveling, rowing, whatever it may be, encounters. To where like once you get back toward the river, like I said, it's maybe 5 hours tops. To where you get back in the boat and begin to row back across. It is still dark out. It seems to just be getting kind of darker and darker, but it does get to a certain point where you do know that the sun will start to come up eventually. You can see a little bit in the dark sky, like above you, of the clouds, like slowly kind of parting a little bit to give more way to light, a little bit of moonlight kind of coming in. Just turning that sound up.
Oh shit. I forgot I stayed up most of last night and now tonight? Fuck.
Well,
Yeah, I need a good 8 hours.
Are we back now?
Yeah, we'll see you guys across the river, kind of at the dock.
well, can have a sleep.
Is it still really dark? Like middle of the night?
Yeah, it's probably the middle of the
Would
night.
it still be customary to go to the long haul?
Yeah, I mean, if you thought it was important enough, yeah.
Okay.
How urgent do you think it is?
Well, we're sent on a specific quest. Oh man, he's falling asleep right now.
Ah!
It's still very late, but
If we just tell the Jarl real quick, we can get to bed sooner.
It's true.
well, if any of you need to find rest now, it is fine.
Yeah.
I can stay awake for another 20-30 minutes probably.
You sure?
Alright.
I just used to going to bed early, waking up early.
I get that.
We'll start walking to the long haul.
My house is next door anyway, so I'm gonna go to the long haul.
Alright, once you make your way over to the long haul, it's still pretty late at night, but you do know that somebody's basically up and around at all times. Once you make your way inside, you can see Seafram. Seafram is, again, one of the other kind of trusted warriors of the Jarl. He's probably like 5'9" or so. He's a pretty lean individual. His hair is shaved on both sides, and he's got this kind of black hair that's put into a like knot at the top of his head. He has some like dark leathers that he typically wears. You've seen him fight with kind of short blades and daggers. He's just kind of sitting at a table where you can see him kind of drinking within a tankard that he looks over to all of you. That was fast.
Well,
Did not
Definitely
take long.
overpacked.
They were waiting, sitting and waiting for us.
You found their camp?
Its whereabouts.
Hmm.
We have procured some information though.
And release some boats.
Yes, and they no longer have any vessels to travel across the river at the moment. Is the Jarl awake by chance?
I'm sure he's resting, but if you need me to, I'll wake him.
if you want to wait till tomorrow, we can, but we're already here.
And we were on an official request, a mission and the official request of the Jarl, so
Sure.
I'm sure he would still be pleased to hear from us, even in the middle of the night.
Alright, give me a second. He walks over toward the kind of like fur curtains that basically block the doorway. He kind of like thuds onto the side of the curtain where the wood still is before he kind of draws back and kind of peeks in. You can see the upper half disappear as he looks into the other threshold. He kind of makes his way back out. Yeah, he'll be with you in a second then. He goes and sits right back down where he was. Kind of takes a sip, sets the tankard down in front of him. You can see stepping out in what seem to be just kind of thrown on, kind of like pants. You can see the front of it's kind of like untied a little bit. As he steps out,
Swinging.
you know that he's a pretty large kind of individual, but you can see that he is just like kind of shredded, like up in the upper half, like near his shoulders, like his upper neck, chest area. He's got a little bit of like kind of like a gut though, kind of has like a strong man belly. His lats are kind of protruding as well. Like you don't see it as much when he is wearing all of his normal clothing, but he just kind of like steps out. What is it? It was pretty sudden.
We have accomplished most of our goal. We found a little scout, well, by the scouts. They procured some information from him. He was unwilling to speak, like the one that we had blood eagled. But these people, if you push them far enough, they will still speak. No human being can stand enough suffering to not want it to end.
What have you discovered then?
They have
You found the camp.
he told us where it was. And roughly how many people they have and their leader. And where they come from. We also set them back by, as Voltash and Steiner suggested, cutting their boats, so their vessels wandered on the Brecca.
Come on, out. Come on. Out.
I'm not doing it.
Psych. Stop rolling number.
You two. Oh, you fucker. I knew you were in
Damn, dude.
Fucking told on himself.
Who's like, huh? Oh, fuck. Got fucking discovered.
Well, if I'm being honest, I was hoping for a little bit more, but it gives us a much more information.
If he tells the truth, there's a lot of them. I don't want to send my few fellow Vikings into that much danger.
I understand. As I said, if you would have been able to lay eyes on something, it would have probably helped more, but that's good information. We'll do with what we can, and
Their leader goes by the name Magni. He says he's the herald of the wolf. The strongest man he's ever seen, apparently.
very well.
Sent him back. Worse for wear. Told him who sent him. Who not to mess with.
Right. Well, that's just what continues as usual, unless you had any other ideas.
I wanted to leave this up to you. That's why I've returned quickly with this information. You can, if you wanted to send a larger party to the whereabouts of where they were located. If you wanted us to just scout it out. It's not far. That is why we have returned. It only has taken a few hours.
Well,
They are no threat to us for a good while. Unless they are strong swimmers.
Really strong swimmers.
give him dollar. Give him dollar. At that point, you hear kind of clattering. You hear kind of the moving around upstairs, shuffling, footfalls onto the wood. Before he kind of leans over the railing, kind of looking down.
He's got a squishmallow with him.
Yes, Lord. Need you down here for a moment. He also makes his way down. Kind of a loose, longer tunic. The pants in the same kind of fashion, just kind of thrown on, not tightly tied.
Swing!
Blankie in hand.
You're all back already. Yes, but they have much information. You found out who the leader is? Someone who goes by the name of Magni. They know generally about where the camp may be, and that they have... How many? Do we know?
I want to write down exactly what he
You
said.
say 20?
He said I would only need 20 to take us or whatever he said.
Possibly 50 or more. Quite strong.
He listed off a lot of towns and or villages and settlements where they have all come from.
And they say that their numbers grow every day, quoting that person we interrogate.
What do you think, Gimlo? I think that it's good information, but to verify it would probably be best. I don't know how much I trust the word of this interrogated individual. My thoughts exactly. Glad you returned, but if you're up to it, we try to go see this camp. I'm not saying attack it by any means, but see if there's a good route along the way that we could take. Make sure it's not trapped. Make sure that we can get men in there. Find a good point to attack it from. I'd rather not go in blind to something if we're going to send a large amount of us that way.
Did he, was he like indicating that the camp was northwest or northeast of where we were at?
It would have just been east.
Just straight east? And when he went into the forest, he went straight east, right? Okay.
Could you use your little bird thing to see if you can spot the camp?
I could send him out and
It will take some time and he can come back, but if it's more than a day's travel, he won't be able to gather anything.
Well,
So we would probably need to venture back that way ourselves.
okay.
You can rest for the night and head back in the morning then.
Alright. Sounds good.
I think I brought the right amount of carrots then.
Yep.
What's up, Doc?
Perception +1. So nobody has polymorph.
No,
Is that a
I
thing
think
in this
polymorph's a
world?
pretty high level spell.
It's like
Okay.
6th.
Yeah.
That was
Oh, it's
So
four.
close.
Is it 4?
Oh wait, no, we are 6.
That's four. I could be
No, no, it's
Are we
6th level
five?
spell.
Oh,
Is
6
it?
levels.
Is it?
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I thought it was up there.
I was gonna say, it'd just be funny to turn
it's
that
worse.
into a sheep.
I thought it was up there.
That'd be a 7th level character to have, so.
checking.
That'd be good.
We are level 6
No,
though.
I want-
Yeah, we are level
We get
6.
4th level spell slots next level.
Yeah, fourth level
Okay.
spell.
Oh, okay.
That's how that works.
I could take it.
Dumbass DM.
I probably won't. though,
Yeah.
but-
No, it's just a prank.
DM stands for dumb
I don't know if
motherfucker.
it's
Just
worth
kidding.
Damn. Poor
What the
dude.
fuck?
Right.
That's crazy.
That's why I
Say
said
DM, dude. You say DMF. Fuck.
Knock him down
I
to
don't care
level
what you say.
5.
Motherfucker is not one word.
That's one word.
In English it is. Most other languages it's not.
Why would you? Okay.
All right.
I don't believe it.
So with that and having the information you do, the Jarl kind of getting ready to ask you to be sent out once more, and you're just basically saying everybody rest for the night and we'll kind of go in the morning. It probably was a good thing that you had gone the night before, in your opinion, just because of the way that you would have been seen by the individuals that were up on the rocks. So like to be able to do that. So, anyways, you kind of head back and prepare for a little bit of a longer journey, possibly. You're kind of only expecting like a day or so worth of travel in that direction. You begin to head back across the river at this point, getting to the other side of the shore.
The Earl should have specified if he wanted us to go see the camp.
Up to you if you want to go back to the same spot you were and head in, or if you would like to do something else, but it is...
I think kind of park the boat in the same place and go on foot.
You think maybe they'd be expecting us? If
Well-
people lined up.
He said it was a few days travel.
Possibly, but yeah.
If we go back tomorrow,
He won't
He'll
even have
only-
made it there yet.
have a half day lead on us. Plus
His legs are messed up. He was crawling.
we might catch him.
He might be dead too.
I don't know.
Just thinking about it might not be so bad to just kill them because yeah, they'll have that satisfaction of dying, whatever. But in the afterlife, it's probably when they'll be fucked most. So, who cares?
Yeah, that's true.
I hope he's dead.
Yeah, fair enough.
If he's not dead,
I hope he made it back and then died.
Yeah, that'd be even cooler.
or we'll
Or-
find him in the village and we'll kill him with the rest of them.
That'd be cool too.
Right.
It's more just an intimidation tactic on the rest of them. To let them know they can't get away with this.
Do Vikings say cool? I'm just saying cool like it's something
Sure,
they might
they do in
say.
Caribou,
Okay.
I guess.
fucking Sikh.
It's fucking sick, brother.
Yeah.
No. Lead the way.
I'm going back to bed.
No, it's the
Well,
next
it's
day.
the next day.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
You're going
Fast
back to
forward.
bed.
Just keep pace all that.
Yeah, we fast forward a little bit, so we don't have to go through the whole river.
So we're across the river?
Lead the way.
Yeah.
Alright.
It's the morning.
I'm conjuring my bird.
I'm keeping my eyes out for new plants
Eagle.
Okay.
and shiny
This
stuff.
time my bird has a cape and a top hat.
Oh, he just keeps getting cooler and cooler for you.
I really wish I could see that, but
Yeah. You've never seen a top hat.
If we do find anyone else along the way, just kill them.
all right.
Well,
Cool.
Even if they don't seem like they're associated with.
Just everybody.
Fair enough. Fair
Nobody's
point.
safe.
let's
So I should specify.
No, it's
let's
all
head back to where the boats were and just head straight east from there.
All right.
If everyone's okay
Yes,
with that.
you.
I will. I'll do my best to give us a clear path. I mean, actually, we might be
Did
able to follow
we-
his blood for a while. Yeah, once we get back to the boats, I want to track his blood through the forest as far as I can.
Survival. Do it with advantage.
Did we like head out
Secret's helping you.
at first light, basically?
Whenever you guys would have wanted to. It's just up to you if you wanted to do it later that night or whatever, but you know the guy just getting more.
I'm trying to sneak out.
23?
Yep.
Oh, nice. Okay. You begin to follow the trail into the forest. The forest itself is pretty thick. Like, you can definitely tell, like, looking at it, and all of you can kind of see it, like, the trail of blood that the guy kind of is following. I mean, even when he was walking away from you, like, he was kind of limping, still kind of bleeding, patched up as best as he could be, like, stuffing shit in his eye socket, basically, to stop that bleeding. But nonetheless, like, missing an eye, the back of his ankles, you know, cut, and bleeding from his chest. Also, piercing headaches, and a headache from getting clubbed in the back of the head with a dagger. You're looking at the terrain that you walk up to, and you're like, there is no fucking way. Like, it's just like hills, like big rocks. There's no path. Like, somebody would have to basically be like grabbing stuff to climb up it. But you can see the trail of blood kind of goes around, right? Like, it kind of trails around the side and then goes into this middle part where that valley, like initially, like where that peninsula of that one rock went out, there's like a valley in the middle part of it that seems to be going upward to where it's just this kind of, not like super steep, but just gradual incline, like going upward, like toward where you're assuming to be the camp. And you follow the blood trail in that direction. You follow it for probably like a good 6 or so hours before you find on the ground what appears to be along that path rope. You can see what looks like on the ground. There's like a rock, kind of like a jagged rock, kind of sticking off to the side. You can see blood kind of speckled on the rock, and then sitting on the ground, a bunch of rope that seems to have been like untied, basically. And then sitting next to that, there is a severed, kind of decapitated head, where it looks like somebody may have just like been grinding back and forth against the stone with the rope, and then probably cut their hand a little bit as there's blood that's kind of stuck to it. And you see that by like following the blood path and then getting to this point where you can see it. The blood itself at this point too is still pretty heavy, because it seemed like whatever was bleeding initially had kind of stopped, and then he cut himself and then started to bleed again.
Patch a guy
I'm
up.
not going to get too much into that because you wouldn't be able to tell that. But nonetheless, like, you have a path still that you can see.
Okay.
And it's kind of obvious once you get to this point, you start to look, that there is kind of like a path that you could follow. Like, it's like of least resistance. Like, it's still on an incline, but there's not as much, like, trees in the way. There's not a bunch of rocks in the way. It's almost just like this spot, and you can see it too. Like, there's a little bit of water runoff. Like, this is kind of the spot where that small, like, little river kind of goes down next to. You can see, like, the hill going up, and there's just like this little spot in the middle that has kind of formed this natural flowing kind of water where there's a bunch of rocks surrounding it, and like the ground itself is kind of eroded in some spots. It looks to be more of like there's no grass there. It's just like this dirt that's just like kind of rolling downhill. But nonetheless, like, you can see this kind of clear path to traverse and go up. It's not quite dark. Like, you still have a good bit of daylight, maybe a good 4 hours or so, but it'd be 10 hours of you like walking and traveling. You don't have any issue doing it. Like, you guys have food. You're able to kind of camp and chill if you needed to, or you can push through the night and travel into the next day. You don't think that you're as close to the guy as you would think you would have been, even though he is not in great shape. You've seen these people firsthand, and especially watching him get carved up and not be like screaming and crying. Like, there's just definitely something off. You know what I mean? Like, he's got a switch that he just doesn't have on, to where like he's powering through and just heading back toward the camp.
Do you want to scat ahead with your Vardy?
Well, you can only go so far. If we're gonna stop and rest, I could send him out for a couple hours and come back, but
Okay.
it's up to you. We can
Should we
travel
rest?
for a little bit while still, and
Well, if it's still a couple days away, I mean, if the goal's to scout it out, we should probably approach at night, so. Maybe not. camp here and then continue onward in the morning.
That seems agreeable.
Yeah.
Especially if you're already getting a couple hours from your blue floaty thing.
Sure. Yeah, I'll send the bird to just kind of continue eastward,
Okay.
looking around. I don't know what time of day it is, but I'll say let it fly east for like 2 hours and then come back. And so after like about 4 hours, it will have returned, and I'll just telepathically gather the information that it would have gotten, if anything.
Okay. Make a perception check with the bird.
Bird's blind.
Yeah, what I need to bring back keen senses.
All right. You guys start to kind of set up a little camp. It's up to you exactly what you're doing with your camp.
Should we do no fire or might be smarter to just kind of stay as hidden as we can.
Yeah. We don't need anyone to know that there's other people out here.
It's fair. Not that cold. I'll work with what we have.
Oh,
I peel some carrots.
Kill some carrots.
Yeah.
we got potatoes too. And bread, lots of bread.
Raw
Probably
potatoes.
just do some. No.
We could
let's
just have
not-
carrots and bread,
not
carrot
the potato-
sandwiches.
yeah. Carrots and bread. Carrots and bread.
That's what
I
we
don't know.
got.
Season a little salt and pepper
Mm,
on the carrots, and that's our meal for tonight.
got it.
I use 2 carrots.
Delicious. 2 carrots.
Better than rations, I guess.
3 carrots. I was just gonna thinly, circle them.
It's like a Subway sandwich.
Yeah. I'm gonna assume I picked out the thickest carrots in there, so aside from that one that I
They're
gave you,
good carrots.
The thick boys.
they're thick boys.
Probably do watches as well.
Yep. I'll do the first one tomorrow.
Huh? Sleep.
Wake me up.
Right. Maybe do 2 people per watch, just to be safe.
Requires
Figured
the
that I'll
reason.
take the first one.
Alright, I'll take it with you.
I'll take second.
Alright.
You guys get some rest. We'll make lots of noise if there's any those guys hanging around.
Yeah.
Can you see
See what?
anything?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay.
What kind of a question is that?
Really, I don't know.
Lyra, for you,
Just making sure.
if you're like preparing the
I have a
meal,
magical cloak that
you
gives me
have your
dark
chef feed, which like after the long rest essentially, or like when you finish a long rest, so you have like a meal prepared, like basically like little treats that you can
Yeah.
hand out for the next day, to where like you can do it for you and up to, how many people is it? Number equal. You make a number equal to your proficiency bonus, so you can hand those out to whoever,
Okay.
and then basically they would use a bonus action, and then you gain temporary hit points equal to her proficiency bonus.
That's sick.
I have that written down twice. I just always forget that, but very helpful if we fight some dudes and you're eating carrot sandwiches.
True.
Carrot sandwiches.
Well, okay, you can have like sliced carrots and some bread. I
Yeah,
don't
we
know. That's
don't
probably
have-
the better option.
We don't have any shredded cheese to put on them. So.
Yeah. Or deli ham.
Right, no deli ham.
What is even that?
Sounds good.
I feel
Sounds
targeted.
good. Go to the deli and you get a ham.
What's this deli you speak of?
You're
They
hearing
just,
things.
they just have whole ham hocks?
It's a magical land.
It's a magical land called Maya.
And on the-
Maya.
Maya.
Maya runes.
Kuroga.
Groga.
It's starting to sound like
That's
Attack on
good.
Titan.
There's a guy named Joe who's a trader. He has them.
You know of the Trader Joe?
Is he a trader or a
Legendary.
trader?
He's a trader
Oh,
with a D.
with the
Travels the
keys.
land.
Mhm.
Foreign wood.
All right.
He's got everything.
Um,
Got a lot of spices.
we're gonna.
Oh shit.
Sorry, go ahead. What?
I said we're ambushed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting attacked.
Vampires.
That'd be so cool.
So you guys get up the next day, begin traveling kind of along the path that you were traveling. You come across.
Every time remember it.
Yep.
No added aesthetic system.
Oh.
Just cape and hat.
Oh, I thought you just meant an
No,
email.
no, nothing additional.
Okay.
It's not look like the Monopoly Man.
The next.
A monocle.
Oh, it's coming.
He's got rings on his toes.
Traveling along this path that you have kind of discerned is the path of least resistance. You can see like over to the side of the path.
Is the blood trail still there? Sorry.
No, it is
Okay.
not. But you can very obviously see like a drag mark, almost like where like when you saw him limping, the way he was walking away would kind of match up with that.
Okay.
You can also see this portion of it where you start to get up on like a hill, but it almost turns into more like a mountain, to where you have like an actual cliff face to one side of it. But there's like this really dense forest on the other path, to where like it's easier to walk this way, but you're a little bit like on the edge of like you can't walk more than like 3 people wide down it, because it's just you risk the falling off the edge, like
Okay.
rolling down this super steep hill to the other side. And in speaking about which, like as you're walking up and you kind of like peer over it and like kind of look, it's not a straight sheer drop off. It's just like this kind of steep hill on one side of it, just like the way that it's going up. Like this is like the one side, and then like for you guys, it's kind of going up more like on an angle like this. So like one side of it's just like super steep going down. But if you were to walk more to your right, like you're basically gonna be in a spot where you're just going up this like really steep space. You're just traveling at the least resistance, like I said. So the path that you're basically taking up is the path that water is coming down and like eroding, making a path in a way.
Okay.
When you start to look down the steep face of this hill, you can see like a little, and it catches your attention because it's pretty obvious. Like when you're walking up, there's a bunch of stones and rocks, and the trees are kind of there. You can see a bunch of sticks, but you can also see what looks like the dirt itself, like a chunk or something, like got hit and fell off of it. And you just kind of like look and then just like trail down, and you can see down at the bottom of the steep side of the cliff what looks like a body kind of laying down at the bottom of it. And you kind of peer over and like look kind of very heavily at it, and then kind of look amongst each other, and you can just see like a tan kind of fur outfit of somebody who's probably like a good 70 to 80 feet like down this steep decline, just like in a pile over to the side. You're looking and you can kind of see like Sigurd's kind of down on the ground, like kind of looking, following it.
Did he fall?
Looks like he tripped.
Shit.
Everyone be careful.
Well,
He
at
can-
least we know we're headed the right way so far.
What if he did it on purpose?
I doubt it.
I don't know. These people are weird.
It's true.
I think if you wanted to end it, he probably would have done it back on that rock.
Tried to attack us.
Yeah,
Even
ambush
more.
us.
Could be onto something.
Well, should we search him down there? Think he's got anything useful?
Probably not.
Didn't look like he did yesterday.
Same guy.
Could be.
Should we
I'll
go
send the
check
eagle
it
down.
out?
Send the eagle down.
Yeah, to
There you
investigate and see if it's the same person or
It's a
not.
boy
You guys
light.
watch the orb kind of float down
Not an
for the
eagle.
trail, to where you can see, like he's just like kind of like twisted up,
Oh,
like one
jeez.
arm's like snapped back, and you can see like just above, like this part of the eye, like the eye socket is empty.
It's the same guy.
You sure?
Yeah.
Alright.
Unless there's other people who have freshly removed eyes out here.
Never know.
You're not wrong.
Could be what they do.
Yep.
What a pity.
I don't know about that, but sure.
Well, I guess let's just keep following this cliff face here.
Alright.
But with at least about 6 feet clearance if we can.
We can take the quick way down.
Be my guest.
Not unless you want to.
There's a bit of a water slide on our way down from here.
What are those?
Are we gonna scale the cliff face, or would you prefer to get down more quickly? Because we still have to head that way, right? Is there like a less steep way around, or no?
So basically, like the path you're taking right now, like you're gradually going up.
Yep.
And it was basically like as you're going up, it was like this, and then slowly started to kind of do one of these numbers
Okay.
to where like where he fell was like to the side of it. So like he's off the
Okay.
path essentially, and you guys can just like keep continuing
Yeah.
east, but you're still going up this,
Oh.
and you can see it getting more like rocky and mountainous
Well,
before it.
I think we keep going straight then.
Yeah, I would agree.
Well,
Very well.
let's go.
Watch your step.
Have I seen any cool, interesting new plants on our way here?
You've definitely seen like a lot of wild flowers, but they mostly seem to just be that. You could probably grab a few and maybe test them out later, but
Yeah.
nothing has really caught your attention so much yet
Alright.
to be like something of use. You've seen a couple of things that you probably would have seen before, maybe a few more mushrooms or something, but mostly seems to be the same.
Alright.
All right. You guys continue traveling up this path. It is, as I said, pretty steep, but you guys are able to traverse it well enough. And once you actually get to a certain point of it, it starts to kind of level out, and then you can see other random spots where there's like a huge stone, kind of basically like a big ass boulder over to the side, like randomly kind of broken up. You're not like really on a mountain. Like it kind of feels like you're high up, right? But like you're not in like a mountain range. Like for Lyra, like this is not a mountain range. Like they're in hills, is what it is. There's just a lot of like big actual hills instead of like a rolling plains kind of thing. Like you are in some like just hilly ass terrain of a bunch of shit. There's a bunch of stones and stuff everywhere too, but it's just is what it is kind of thing. It's not quite a mountain. You're not dealing with you're still stepping on grass, but there's a lot of rocks and dirt and other debris and sticks inside of that. And you get to a point on this path where you can actually see how much of it is like beat down at this point. Like a lot of it is traversed a lot. Like you can see a lot of paths that are like batted down to where you're not assuming it's from all these Hjalfgar individuals. These just seem to be naturally walked among paths on this point, and like the one that you came from is just like doesn't seem like the way that people would be like, yeah, I'm gonna go that way. Like it's just like this drop, like of a like decline going downward. What you do see though is you can see immediately when you step up. So like you get to the top and it's almost like you're in a whole different area essentially. Like you get to the top of this hill, it levels out. There's random big boulders. It almost looks like another forest. Like there's more space that you can see like further out, and you can see almost immediately in front of you. So there's kind of like this weird rolling, kind of rumbling terrain where you can see on the other side of it a river, right? Like an actual like good sized river. Nothing like the Brecken where it's like huge. Like we're talking like maybe 10 feet wide, and it seems like kind of shallow, and sitting around the edges of it are a bunch of boats, like maybe 12 or so, just like all spread out like along the edges of it, kind of pulled up to the beach side. You can see a stake like kind of at the end of the river with a skull hanging off the end of it, a bunch of these like other stakes that have like bones, like and just like an arm from the shoulder socket that's just like dangling there with the sinews still attached in some spots, the fingers like dangling touching the ground, almost just like markings, right? Like somebody just marking like mine in a way. You don't see anything really else. Like you see that river going in to the right, you can see more of like a incline going upward, and then to the left you can see what appears to be just like another path that leads into another part of like the forest itself. The path going that way would be north, east would be like following that river again, and that river seems, like I said, like you can kind of tell like where it's still kind of like spilling out at the top part of it, but at some point when it shallows out more and some of that water kind of recedes into the ground, that it wouldn't obviously flow up and down this. Like if there's a ton of water over and over and over again and you get a good rainfall, you can see the path where like you're basically walking up a river in a way, like of where like when that water at the top of this hill fills up enough, it will pour over into the spot where you guys just kind of walked up, because you can actually see like a physical like crater into the ground where it would fill up enough and then go all the way down that hill into the river that you guys like know as the Brecka. Not saying it's like traversable, obviously, like you'd be into some fucking shit if you were to take a boat and try to like maneuver down that, but it's an easy kind of smooth path where like you're looking at these boats like, what the fuck, like right up here, like those wouldn't be hard to like just pick up and take down that path. Like it would take some care, but like if it, under the right circumstances, like enough people, they can move those boats down there to the river. It's not, like I said, traversable by any means. And then over to the right, you're not seeing like signs posted for the roads or anything. You're just basically up looking at forest to your left, a little bit of forest and grassland to your right, but to the right it goes up on an incline more, and then straight in front of you is where the river is. It's kind of surrounded by some rocks and random little sparse trees.
Maybe we should find a spot to stay out of sight while you scout around.
Gonna suggest I can maybe send the eagle out to the, I can only assume it's north.
I'm just worried if we get too close to these boats here, they'll have some more scouts waiting for us.
Yeah.
You're probably like 80 yards from that.
I'll from like within that range of like 100 yards or so, can the eagle see anything out around us, like near the boats or anything, any people?
Do another perception check with the eagle.
Let's I think I'll
Okay,
kind of get
natural
everybody to
weapons
tuck behind, like out of view from those boats.
23.
23?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Very quickly,
Keen
the
senses.
eagle can kind of pick up on it. Like looking at the way that the paths kind of go, like initially you think it's just north or south, right? Like looking at it, like it doesn't really seem feasible to go that way. But like looking at it, like that river itself kind of snakes into the forest a little bit more, to where you can see an obvious trail of stuff, if that makes sense. Like looking north and south, like it just looks like traversed, readily used paths that go each way.
Okay.
But when you start to look east, like it's kind of flying above and like going across, like you can see another boat just like kind of pulled up, tucked on the river. You actually see like standing next to the boat a person. Like you can see things like heading eastward to where like also the person that's kind of staying there, as you like kind of fly and like look around and like kind of go down, you get closer and realize that they're just like tied up to the tree. Like they're not actually standing there, like they're just like tied up to it, like dead, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a trail of things leading eastward. Like you can see
Okay.
more of those stakes, the skulls, like shit trying to ward people off, right? Like you don't want to follow the trail of skulls and dead bodies, right? Like you're gonna go the opposite direction. You know what I mean? So like for you, it would kind of lead you to lead like, okay, they're that way.
So, where these boats are at, is that water flowing currently, or is it kind of?
It's kind of stagnant.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just kind of sitting.
Well, it looks like it's actually further east.
How the hell would we even bring a larger force up here? It was a bit of a hike.
Gotta find a good point to bring the boats.
Are there any scouts over there or anything?
That's what I saw. But if we continue going east, we're going to need to be very careful, I think.
They wanted eyes on the camp, according to the owl, so we need to see it.
No eyes yet, but it's true. We're certainly getting closer.
Alright, well, you think further east?
Yeah, probably not too much further.
Should we do something with these boats too?
If we untie them, if there's rainfall, they might just go down the path. But if there's
Maybe
otherwise, they're just gonna be floating here. I think
We would just leave them, maybe ransack them or something, see what's on there. if
we could
can.
burn these ones. That would draw people up towards us, though.
maybe we
Yeah.
as we're leaving we burn them.
That's not a bad idea.
I was thinking we could also just loosen the stake that they're all staked to, and then when it rains, the stake will just come loose and they'll float away.
That's a good idea too.
Yeah, that wouldn't hurt. Stakes aren't high with that one. Don't look at me, don't look at me.
Do not perceive.
Don't look at me.
They got a weird way of talking up in those mountains, don't they?
You wouldn't believe it.
Crazy.
But yeah, from here on out, I say we all be on high alert.
Extra stealthy.
We can't be stealthy till we cross the river, but
Stealthily cross the river.
Swim.
How wide is this body of water?
It's like 10 feet.
Oh,
Yeah, so essentially, like, what you're looking at as far as the river goes, like, when you crest it up the path you were on, it's directly in front of you, and it's a river, essentially, right in front of you. It's about 10 feet wide, and on each side of the river, there's, like, stones and forestry and everything that kind of continues out into both directions.
Yep.
But this river is just kind of, like, cutting a path through all of that. Plan of attack? What's next? What are you guys doing?
Head up to the river, I think.
unstake those boats.
I think we're gonna do that when we leave.
Keep those boats staked.
well,
I guess we could unstake them right now.
Unstake those boats.
Let's see.
loosen the stakes on the boats.
Yeah, leave it up to chance.
That's what I was saying. Like, then when it rains,
Yeah.
they'll float down anyways.
Alright.
Some medium stakes.
I understand.
And if
Medium
they're still
stakes.
here when we're heading back, we can burn them.
Well done, right
Okay.
now.
But what if we burn them and just start flowing down the river and then, like, the water just kind of, like, stops the fire?
Well,
It's
they'll
not quite how that
they'll
works.
burn up on top.
I don't know how most things work, so...
You guys don't do Viking funerals?
In the mountains?
It would be kind of hot in the mountains.
You send
Kind
them
of
down
just
the
throw them
river?
off
I don't know.
We just kind of just throw them off the mountain.
That's hardcore.
It's pretty sick.
That's not canon.
Cannon.
Oh, no.
I think that's pretty badass.
You said it, and at first I was like, wait.
Actually, I feel like that might be
Kinda
something
sick.
Vikings did. Okay, it's
Find a
canon.
waterfall and let it rip.
Yeah. Like Beyblades.
Yeah, I guess we'll just approach the river and keep an eye out. Cross it.
Should
Are you following the river? Because the river is leading
whatever
east.
way it continues east, I think is the
Yeah.
plan.
Okay. All right. So like all of these things, like so, it's not as rough terrain as like where you came from, like next to the river, right? Like it's just kind of sparse trees and some shrubs as well as some stones. But for the most part, you can basically follow it, and you follow it, not following just the river, but you're following these markings. There's stakes in the ground with skulls hanging on them. There's bodies tied on trees that are getting pecked at, eaten, all sorts of things, and it's constant, and it kind of gets heavier the more that you traverse and go forward. At this point, like as far as you have traveled after awaking that first night, you're getting closer to it being nighttime again. Like you're following this river, and like your hike up the actual cliffside, like the mountainside, you're getting to the point where you're getting into the night, and it's getting probably maybe an hour or so of you following the river in this direction. It kind of winds a little bit, but it's mostly a straight shot going east, and there are still these markings of these skulls, the spikes, the bodies that are hanging, everything. Like the bodies that are up on the trees, there's just like stuff like dripping from like the lower halves where you can see like cuts on them, like almost like the rotting, melting of the body in a way, like they're just deteriorating almost. The bite marks and everything that are on them, to where it's like making just this like sick pool at the bottom of the tree. You're passing these things over and over again. You can almost start to smell this just like fleshy meat scent in the air, just raw meat. You pass a point where you can see, you're probably, like I said, maybe an hour traveling down the river, which is taking you like the whole day to get to this point. So you're at a point where you kind of start to contemplate like camping, if you could, but it seems like a dangerous area to do so. And then you start to kind of hear in the distance like almost like a low rhythmic kind of thud noise. Like it's still kind of light out, right? Like you're having, like the sun is starting to set to where you're getting like this light that's going like across, right? Like you're not getting it directly down or like up, like how the elevation that you're at, like the time of day, like it's not quite dark, but like you are in the horizon, as far as the horizon is concerned, like you are above like where the sun would be for somebody down in Skalvik. Like you're not getting as much of it like generally beating down in the direction that you are. And it is on the opposite side of like you. Like it's kind of like behind you, right? East to west, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's behind you, like just underneath, like really not catching much of you, like the way that all the trees and shit are behind you. Like you are in darkness almost, essentially. Like it's late and you would have more sunlight had you been further down, but you're just in a spot where you're not having everything as illuminated, but you are catching in the distance like some very faint orange glows, then like little stacks of smoke that you can see like up above the trees, to where you're like, yeah, like the camp is like 3 hours in that direction probably of travel.
I think we're getting close.
Carrots and bread again tonight, boys.
I don't think we're sleeping tonight.
Oh,
Should
shit.
we push on, spot the camp, and then
Take a
maybe
nap?
try to get an idea of their numbers and then head back?
Why every time?
Sorry about that.
Jesus Christ!
We're talking.
He's preparing us for the battle.
Draw your blades.
That's what's gonna happen as we approach the village.
Loud
Just all of a sudden
instrumentals.
battle music. What the fuck?
I'm feeling really battle music right now. I
could just send the eagle out that way. The
Alright.
bird. And
Maybe
can see.
we continue on while the eagle flies ahead of us, and then eventually we'll get to a point where you can still communicate with him.
He can only go so far away from me. So like I could either use him for like scouting or.
Well,
I think that's what he's saying. He's
that's
saying
what
just
I'm
like
saying.
keep going and stay within that range.
Well, he has a fly speed of like 60.
That's what I'm saying.
So he could go further, and then he could go and then come back, and I guess what you're saying is meet up with him.
Yes, we like.
Yeah.
Eventually, it'll get to a point where we're close enough that he can
So-
still communicate.
So if the village is 3 hours away,
Stop. Stop. Dude, stop right now.
we walk 2 hours, and then he'll meet us back after he's gone the 3 hours there and 1 hour back.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm traveling at a rate of 30 feet every 6 seconds.
Yeah.
We're doing the math.
It's done. We're done it.
Alright.
So yeah, we're gonna keep walking. The eagle's gonna fly there and then meet us an hour outside of the village, and we'll be 2 hours of walking.
Okay. Same
Well,
in
4.
an hour.
Wait, no, that doesn't work. No, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, 2 hours walking.
Yep.
You get to a point, as you were kind of saying,
Then we can scout out how many there are, if possible.
can you hear through the eagle?
You get its senses,
I get its senses.
and then it kind of shuts off yours
Yeah.
So that is hearing yes.
when you're looking through it.
Okay.
But otherwise,
I'll
it can
read it
just
for you.
telepathically communicate.
I just didn't know
what
if it was
sees.
saying that you could see through it. 'Cause
You can
being
take-
able to see through it.
You
and
can
hear
take like
through
an
it,
action
or
to,
its senses
So
would
it-
be different.
to-
It telepathically communicates with me when it's within that 100 feet.
I mean, I imagine it's equivalent to like warging into an animal. Like you don't have any of
Yeah.
your shit going on, but you're seeing through it. But I just didn't know if it was specifically for sight.
only when you choose to do it. Like
Yeah.
No, I got that.
You got a sniffer, dude?
As a bonus action, you can
Eagle
see through the
sniffer.
familiar's eyes and hear what it
What a
hears
combo.
until the start of your next turn.
No sniffer.
Gaining the benefits of any special senses it has.
Copy.
But otherwise, it is its own independent creature
Can't go
that
taste what it wants to eat.
has its own
Strong
senses,
independent
but it can communicate telepathically with me. So if it gathers information, it can it can tell me
Hey,
what
there's
it
30
saw or
villagers
heard,
there, yeah.
perceived.
Alright.
Eagles are smart.
We'll check that boy's wisdom right now.
Do it.
I've seen Lord of the Rings. I know eagles are smart.
You see what?
Lord of the Rings.
Those were different. Those were different kind of eagles, dude.
They're built different.
They're related. Those are their cousins. So.
True.
Whoa! Don't show us this. We're not there yet.
Eagles
just
take photos of my dude.
I saw that guy.
They can't.
An eagle has a intelligence score of 2.
That's pretty
Damn.
good. What about wisdom?
14.
Whoa, okay.
They're wise,
That's crazy.
but they're fucking stupid. So
Why is it red?
They're wise.
Can't do
though.
2 plus 2, idiots.
He's street smart. He's not book smart.
So they can tell me why 2 plus 2.
he's smart, dude.
He's like, why math?
She gets sushi.
Just not feeling it, Mr. Krabs.
Are you feeling frozen pizza then?
it now,
Probably.
Krabs.
Fine.
You're at gunpoint, dude.
We can discuss on our way home.
You're just gonna be like, what's your frozen pizza? And you'll be like, damn. Okay.
Okay, you get to about this point. I'm not gonna measure shit because it's
Do the
gonna
full
make it
math,
really
please.
dumb.
No, no. Don't do the
You're not
full
committed.
Oh,
That's what I'm hearing.
That's crazy. We're gonna get less benefits out of it if we make him do the math. I'm telling you right now.
What should POV do?
Actually, we should be thankful that he's not doing the
Yeah.
math because I think we're gonna get way more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are for sure. So, you get to a point where the eagle is giving you enough information to where, like, you are 100% sure. Like, it's kind of like you said, like, it's getting ahead of you, coming back, relaying a little information, and then you eventually meet to a point where you could actually go into the perception of the eagle and, like, see more. You know that there's definitely a camp in the direction. You guys all know this because you can hear this kind of rhythmic thud in the background of these drums hitting. You can see the orange kind of glows in the distance, and even being this close, those orange glows that you're seeing aren't much brighter than they were before. But you could still tell that they're probably pretty large fires. To where, like, you guys in Skalavik, like, even though this is up on a hill, like, there's such a dense canopy of trees that so much of that smoke just gets, like, filtered through the trees themselves and, like, the area, like, to where you can't even see or tell that it's there, especially being 2 days worth of travel outside of, like, just getting across the river. This is essentially, like, as far as the eagle gets to, like, give you, like, a quick visual, right? Like, this is, like, another cliff face, like, in the mountain. Like, you can see kind of, like, paths, not paths, but, like, there's area, like, open over here,
Yeah.
and, like, this here. But this is, like, the
Did you
point
guys
that
jump
the
up there?
eagle kind of gets to. You can kind of see what looks like from here, like a path down,
Okay.
if you want to look over there.
Sure.
It would look
Why is that tree red?
It's just a red tree.
Why is that bush red?
Red bush.
Oh my god.
There's another orange glow from this direction. Okay.
It's not camp.
Okay.
And you also see, obviously, like I said, this path leading up. Now, looking at the path, like as the eagle, like you can see very quickly that the path itself is natural. Like there's not like wooden steps or anything. There's just stuff riddled along the way.
Okay.
Like these skulls and whatever. You can see people standing up here, just kind of leaning up against the rock, standing there, folding something.
Count the
This
numbers.
is the river you're walking along right now.
Okay.
You guys are back here,
way back.
right there.
Okay.
And the last thing you kind of catch with the eagle as it does like that little one more swoop is another little camp set over here. This is not on its side, it is laying down like it would be sleeping.
That's a
I
dead
thought it
one.
was dead.
Dead wolf.
No, it is laying like it would be sleeping. A couple of people here camping, and you can see this is like the path that would lead this way toward the steps going up,
Mm-hmm.
and then this is like back over here. I also didn't put it, but there's like a couple of more random boats just like pulled up on the sides here, and then the eagle continues to like kind of finish its sweep back to where it ends up like here,
Okay.
where you can see through it. You can move closer as you guys. You can just stay looking as the eagle.
Whoa.
Is there anything? Did the eagle spot anything between us and it currently?
between you guys.
Yeah.
It's kind of like thick trees, so nothing. Really.
Okay. I say we push through the trees, kind of up towards that cliff face.
Do we
Those by
need?
flowers.
Do we need to?
Well, I can. You guys can stay back.
Well,
I can wild shape into something fast and run away if I have to.
What can you wild shape into?
Anything with the CR below 1/2
What's
that
a
I
CO?
know of.
Yeah, what is that? Educate the class, please.
It's in my book.
Fuck.
His book, the
You'll read it
player's
when I get
handbook.
dead.
whatever
When
it
you're
is.
okay, can you transform into a wolf?
Yes.
They'd probably welcome you with open, whatever they have.
Well, we don't want to alert them to our presence at all.
Well, you
I
could
don't
stalk
think.
kind of in the, in the trees too, if you think about it,
Well, I said I would advance through the trees.
as a wolf.
Should we? Well, you could just stay you for now,
True.
unless.
Can you become a sheep?
Well, the idea, right, is just to get closer so that you can make
Yeah.
the bird go further.
Yes, that's correct.
Right.
Okay, yeah, just be you.
Let me check something about my
How's the
wild
So-
moon
shape.
looking tonight, Billy? Is it?
Not full at all.
No.
It's been like 3 days.
Alright.
It's
I gotta
over 3
check.
days.
Yeah,
That'd
no,
be
gotta
nuts.
check.
Dude,
That'd be
That was
crazy.
a great question. Great question.
Mine just went
What a world to live in.
going back this way.
Yeah.
What is it?
While in form, you retain your personality,
Alright,
memories,
well,
and ability to
mechanics work.
speak, and the following rules apply: temp HP,
Super
game
fast.
statistics replaced with the stat block, no spell casting,
Not yet.
handling objects determined.
I've got one of those books too.
You can't cast spells, but shapeshifting doesn't break your concentration or otherwise interfere with the spell you've already cast. So I could be
What?
Transform
Oh,
and
they
keep
have
my-
one I take his.
companion.
It might be the old
That's
one.
good.
I don't
We're
know.
eagles and we're buddies. Alright, so you're just trying to move
that's
up.
the new one. Okay.
Yeah.
Make a stealth check.
Okay, I think I
Give me
You're walking through some thick shit.
I did. See, so.
Nice.
Yep.
Oh, wait, hold on. It's a new day.
It's a new day.
I got out again. Fuck.
Wait,
Um,
what? Are you still within visual
Yeah,
range
you
of
can
us?
see.
I'm casting guidance on myself.
Oh, I can do.
It's a 1.
I can do Ben Luck as well. Add another D4 to it.
It's pretty good so far, but. Just fucking die, dude.
Can I roll the D4 instead?
Next time. 18.
Just giving you like every 60 feet you'll have to make another check, but like you're in some deep thick forest,
Yeah.
right? Like they lose sight of you almost instantly. That's how far into here you are. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Well, someone should go
With me or the bird?
Somebody flying.
Both.
probably.
Separately?
I don't know if they got it. Anything set up in
Okay,
there,
this is me.
trap wise or anything.
I got a
Well,
19.
we've got the
19.
stones.
Yeah.
We can
The
use
bird
to communicate back
Got
and forth.
a 30.
Shit, you already took off.
30.
Because it gets my perception bonus and its perception
Jesus. All right. So for you, you get to a certain point where you can kind of see through the tree line, right? Like you can see this cliff kind of going up, right?
bonus. Mm-hmm.
Like, shit, I'm gonna do it from here because it's way easier for me to see. So you can see like a little bit of a path, like this cliff, like this rock face, right? Like, it doesn't seem feasible to just like walk up it, but it could be climbed kind of thing. More forest this way. The eagle is able to push up more. Right, like getting close enough with you to where like it has like a good overview of the village or the camp here in its entirety. Let me try to get a good angle on everything. This is probably good.
Draw them out, dude. Hang them. Where they at?
Ping.
Looking through the eyes
Going up
of
the
the
stairs.
eagle,
You'll ping 'em.
everywhere.
Cigarette will take the shot.
Everywhere that you look, there is nothing but basically like pure chaos, right? Like,
Oh boy.
just animalistic, ravenous behavior. These drums constantly beating in the background. You can see the Hjalfgar warriors are all moving in this kind of rhythmic and jolting sway. The fire's kind of glowing. It gives this orange glow to the ambience itself as you're in just this eerie kind of darkness, but this deep orange glow is just allowing you to see a bunch of silhouettes basically circling this large campfire in the center. You can see a couple to the sides, like campfires. This keeps fucking up. You see a couple like over to the sides, right, like little campfires. You start to look around, and you can see, like, immediately walking across the camp, you see this just 20-foot tall giant individual. The skin is kind of this deep ashen gray. You can see runic scars on its arms and legs. It's wearing kind of large fur pelts that are stitched together, and it walks kind of carrying a deer in each hand, kind of hanging from its waist. You can see it rope tied off to a leg. You start to see it's a human leg. The body missing, and there's just kind of like, or not the body missing. The body itself is missing an arm, but you can see it just kind of like hanging by a leg. You watch as the giant kind of just drops the deer by the roaring fire in front of the middle of the camp there. As it does, like, you just watch a couple of the individuals start to just like bite down into the just raw deer that is on the ground. Like, they cut into it, like they have axes, they're cutting it, like just biting the flesh, like eating it raw. You can see other stone giants as well within the camp. That is not the only one. You see one kind of standing over to the side in the distance. You see another one standing over here to the far side. Yes.
Those low hummings we heard earlier, would they have been giant footfalls, and would I have recognized that at all? Because I was thinking that in my head, but I was like, no way.
So,
this is the hills.
Yeah.
Okay.
You definitely would. You know, and had like a relationship somewhat with giants, like being in Hjalfgar, where like it was kind of just like a keeping to yourself kind of thing. They're not inherently evil or inherently good.
Mm-hmm.
They just kind of do what they believe, kind of thing. So you would guess they're more or less just swayed individuals that have found themselves here for the most part.
Okay, sorry to interrupt.
But yes, that would be pretty close.
Gotcha.
Don't turn it down.
Oh, you can't see the giant?
This kind of looks like a giant, like, sitting down.
It kinda
So it's
does.
like, what the fuck is that?
That's just a big rock.
He wants you to think it's a big rock. That's a giant.
You start to look over the camp more and more as well. You can see the stone giants. You see Hjalfgar warriors everywhere. You also see several kind of taller women. They have long, kind of like big spears, long hair. They have bones kind of pierced through their ears, through their septums. Like, you can see some of them are basically naked on their top half and have bones like pierced through their nipples. Like, they're just like savage individuals all over this camp. You can see, like, standing over here in this area, just more of the people. Basically, these individuals aren't kind of doing like the rhythmic moving around. They're more or less just like sitting on the stump, and they're just like hitting the wood in front of them. Some of them are holding like meat in their hands, and you actually watch this individual here that's like sitting on the stump. There's just like this pile of meat with like shit flying around it, and like you can see it's not like absolutely like fresh, and he's just like reaching down and like grabbing it and like eating it raw, just directly in front of him, just like reaching into the pile. You start to look more as you catch on to that. It can see like over by the front, like the people that are standing here are just like holding like a skewer that has like a chunk of meat on it. From what, you don't really know. It's just red and bleeding as they bite into it. You start to look and you can see, and you guys, I'll just get over to this part. So this as well, just another small little camp that you can see of like tents that are up. You start to like catch the numbers and like starting to like look and see how many or so. You get to like 20 as a count, 40 as a count, like 50, and then you're getting like a little closer to 60, and you're like, okay, like that has to be it. Like, I'm in the ballpark, like probably about 60 or so individuals. There's people like feet, you can see feet hanging out of tents, people like laying down on the ground, not appearing dead. There's these large barrels that you can see people just like dipping horns into and like drinking from. The barrels themselves look like they have like a tinge of red inside of them, and like
Gross.
it appears to mostly be blood, like not blood, like beer though, or like some sort of like ale. But there's just so much like cross contamination essentially to where they're putting their bloodied hand
yeah.
like into it, just like dipping into it. That there's just no care in the world. You start to look more, and you can see this central area over here as well. You can see this individual here. Just appears to be another, just like kind of taller woman, broad kind of shoulders too, like just muscular. Is just like hunched over this pile of meat and is just like digging her hand underneath and like putting it up to her face. You watch a couple of other people do it. There's bones that are like inside of it, like sticking out. You can see like a deer head over to the side. You look over toward the center here where you can see a lot of attention is being brought, and everybody kind of starts to like circle around, right? Like they're not like standing in one spot. They're kind of like swaying back and forth and like kind of doing this sidestep as they all begin to surround it. You can see the giant just kind of like gets down to like a seated position and like has his hands like over his knees. Just kind of reaches down toward one of those deer that everybody seems to be just like ravenously eating at, and they kind of back off as he reaches the hand down and just like takes a big chunk out of the side of it, like biting up near the back of the neck area, like shoulder. Just takes a chunk out and like drops it down onto the ground to where some of them continue to just eat into it. You can see some of those berserkers that are kind of lingering around, including them in the count where you're still about 60 or so. But you watch that individual like get over it and just start like clawing into the side, like biting face first into it, like ripping flesh from the deer. It gets to a point where you can see the drums beating with more intensely. You can hear it, you can feel it. There's an energy within the camp itself that's almost like palpable and intoxicating to these people. You can see the effect that it has on everyone. Blood-stained faces glowing in the fire. You can see bodies all circled around the central fireplace. You hear this kind of howl at the back of the camp, and you look and you can actually see a large wolf. I know it's kind of dark, but standing here. Looks like a really, really big kind of dire wolf. Probably stands like close to 6 feet off of the ground itself. Really, really big. Just sitting in the back there howling. There is a tent kind of just over to the side, and you can see like kind of in between, like where there's piles of bodies next to the post. You can see like a human hand and arm next to the post where the wolf is at. I'm trying to make sure I don't lose my spot. The wolf itself is actually tied up to the wooden post that's there. It's surrounded by, like I said, deer and bodies that it just seems to be eating at. There's a tent just to the side of the wolf. You can see it's large, and you can start to see as the drums kind of pick up and become more rhythmic. Let me grab it. You see a silhouette start to exit. It is tall, large, kind of creeping out of its dark interior. Large form of a humanoid kind of exits the tent. You can see them ducking under the canopy in front. They stand probably about 6'7" or so. Extremely muscular kind of physique that you can see on the individual. As he steps out, you can see veins from his shoulders and his arms and a neck on one side just kind of bulging, protruding even from where you are right now. You can see a fur cape that flows behind him. It's bulky, it kind of blankets his form. He has this metallic circle on the center of his chest that you can see, this kind of leather harness that goes around his body. And you can see underneath that is this just huge wolf tattoo on his chest, and then the crest itself seems to have some sort of a symbol on it. You can see an axe resting on each side of his body, inside of loops. And as he walks forward toward the fire, you can see people making a lane for him to walk through. The giants themselves, you can see one that was kind of standing over here, just like backs up, like takes like 2 or 3 steps back as he's like stepping forward. The man reaches the fire and kind of stands in front of it, stoic. Appearing. Why is this not collapsed? He has these wolf-like eyes, essentially, as he's staring into the flames. You can see standing behind him as well, this woman here.
Damn, her titties out.
Right.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of titties out in this game. Just FYI.
I was sitting here debating if those are titties or not.
All them titties.
Them titties.
As he's standing there, just kind of staring at the flames, you can see everybody is like low. Like they're kind of low, slinking down, like kind of like moving back and forth, kind of side to side, like moving with the rhythm of the drums. Death. No man or mortal can evade it. It lingers in every moment, weaved deeply into the dirt and everything that walks upon it. The wolf does not keep the balance through the hunt. No, Dekul gives us the ability to fuel ourselves. His primal power through bloodshed and death. We will continue to seek out any non-believer and show them the bite of Dekul. Show them where strength truly lies, where it comes from, what true Vikings are made of. His hand lifts at this point to the woman behind him dressed in bones and furs. She has a long, thin bone through her septum. She has very minimal clothing on and is mostly covered in what appears to be animal bones. She's holding a hunting knife and begins to kind of sway back and forth at her hips, kind of holding the blade up in the air. The drums again pick up once more. You watch as many of the other Hjalfgar begin dragging people over to the front of her and the man. You can see their backs closely put to the fire, them trying to like shy away from it and move. These are non-believers, weaklings, Vikings like them, and any person who stands in our way will be cut down like the pathetic beings they are. Sheep serve but only one purpose to the wolf: food. The woman steps up, still swaying. Everyone surrounding the display kind of crouched down in an almost ready position. You can see there are 5 different people who have kind of been dragged over. Grab 5. Good. One by one, she walks down the line of them, slitting, kind of lifting the blade through the sky. With a swift motion, she quickly kind of slashes the throat of one after the other. And as they fall to the ground, the Hjalfgar begin to move forward, almost holding themselves back, watching the man who you believe now to be Magni. As he walks over to the last Viking that's kind of standing there, and you can tell that they are all Vikings that are here. They have some runic tattoos, the clothing they're wearing. He stands in front of her. You can see her kind of sitting there, her long hair at the side. You can see her frantically trying to like almost get away, but realizing she has no hope of doing anything. So he stands in front of her, he picks her up by her hair, kind of holding her to her feet. She stands there kind of holding at his wrist to try to like relieve the pain of her hair getting picked up and held as he's holding her there as much as she can. He kind of stares at her, like almost into her soul, as he begins to open his mouth. You can see these like just canine-like teeth that are on the inside as he rears his head back and lets out this kind of just deep, guttural kind of howl that resonates throughout the camp, that they all begin to chime in and do the same. The rest begin to follow in, as I said, follow suit in doing so, and as he does, he chomps down right to the front of her neck, like right into here, like right where her trachea is. And you can hear this just like gurgling scream as she's trying to like let out a yell, but just is unable to, as the man just chomps down. And you watch as the screams kind of continue. Blood just begins spilling all over the sides of Magni's face, kind of dripping down and onto the floor. It doesn't take long before the screaming stops. Immediately, you watch the rest of the Hjalfgar begin to lunge forward, axes in hand, hacking away at the bodies on the ground, and beginning to eat at the raw flesh of the people of the slain Vikings before them. They eat the bodies in such a gluttonous fashion and don't stop. Nearly picking bones clean, the berserkers, of which you've seen before, are holding entire limbs that have been lopped off and begin eating them like it's corn, just gnawing down the length of it, rotating it around where flesh still would be. That same woman at the back with the blade begins moving through the frenzy as the blood sprays about. Going over to each body, she kneels down in the chaos, and is like everyone else knows to avoid her, in a way, like they just move to the side. She holds this kind of power and exudes a strength that you can see just from this distance. Kneeling down, she begins to work at the chest of one of the slaughtered individuals in the chaos. You can see her raising the axe and bringing it down to the chest. Like, you can hear this kind of like crunching noise from the bones over the ravenous sounds of chewing. She removes from the chest the heart. The first heart she removes as she begins walking and holding it out in front of her, almost like a compass, as she's holding the blade in her other hand, her hips kind of still swaying. All of the Hjalfgar begin looking at her, kind of like as they're crouched down, like reaching up, almost gesturing toward her with their bloody hands, kind of grazing across her as she makes her way through. And then she stops. She begins looking at one of the Hjalfgar, and she holds the heart that she still has in her hand, but gestures at the crazed kind of Viking before her. Blood covering his hands and face, blood dripping from his chin. She kind of holds the heart and begins to carve a symbol into it of sorts. This kind of deliberate kind of pattern that you can see that she's deliberately doing here. You can't really make anything out of what it is, and she begins to chant and reach up toward the sky. You can see the orange glow of the fire begins to embolden, and the embers turn into this kind of orange wisp-like energy. But the orange wisp-like energy is kind of dark and speckled in a way. Like, you can see these almost like black hole-like blips that are all upon them. It starts to swirl into the heart, and the heart itself begins to glow orange and kind of pulses. The Hjalfgar man that's in front of her, who she's gesturing the heart toward, takes it and begins just chewing into it, taking bites into it like it's an apple and tearing at it with his teeth in some spots. She takes the blade once more and cuts down the shirt of the Hjalfgar individual in front of her, revealing his bare chest, where you can see that tattoo there. At this point, she draws another deliberate shape, carving into the chest of the Hjalfgar man. She reaches into a pouch at her side where she grabs a large tuft of fur that she lights on fire, kind of creating this large cloud of smoke that she puts over toward the man, coalescing him, this being one of the random Hjalfgar individuals, not Magni, to the point where you basically lose sight of him inside of this deep cloud that he's in. You see orange glows of fire, the spiritual energy wrapping around that starts to give shape to the shadow of a man. You can see his arms thrashing about, the head rearing back, this disfiguration of the jaw you can see as it like almost descends and cracks. And you see him reeling in agony. You can hear the screams over the rhythmic drums and the pounding and thudding, and then the silence kind of befalls, and you can see as the smoke kind of fades out to the side, holding his hand on one side, kind of like holding at the wrist, and then the hands and the fingers themselves begin to like crack and grow, and you can see these long claws kind of grow from them, and you see sitting there in this kind of twisted, ritualistic formation that has created what you can now see as one of those like berserker type individuals. You can see a lot of hair like on the shoulders, on the chest, the jaw itself being kind of broken and distended, and she continues to do that each person at a time, like cracking into the chest, taking out the heart, doing it over and over again to where you're watching this. And you continue to look at the large camp itself. Blood everywhere. The giants even feasting into the blood as well. The individuals all over the place, and you just watch Magni as he starts to walk forward, like across the dead bodies, essentially, putting his hands down to the side, and you just watch all of them just like almost coward, but in this just like deep respect, like lifting their arms up and like putting their hands up to him, and you just watch blood continually getting kind of like smeared onto him as blood's dripping from his face and like the beard that he has. He just kind of like reaches down and like puts his fingers up toward his mouth and just like looks out into the distance. You can see more people kind of imprisoned to the side. You see tons of these Hjalfgar individuals start to like swarm up over toward the front, and the remaining prisoners that are at the back just start to like scream as they carve into them and begin eating them as well. Looking onto the scene itself, you come out of the sight of the eagle, just in absolute like dismay, like disbelief. You can feel your heart just like thudding in your chest just from the sight of everything you saw, and you have to sit there and kind of like take a moment and compose yourself before you start to head back to everybody. And before you go and head back toward everybody and we get to the next part of whatever this is going to be, we will pick it up there next time.
I don't think we have enough people to fight all these guys. I mean, in the village, not...
Straight up.
Yeah, not just here.
Here's your marker.
Especially if each one of them is one of those berserker things.
Oh god, yeah, that's scary.
You had
Some
enough
big
trouble.
ass dudes.
You're gonna need some reinforcements somehow.
We calling the boys from Gatland.
They gotta bring their gads.
Gatland.
They're not our friends anymore though, so I don't know how that's gonna go.
They're gonna give us gats. They're gonna blow up in our face.
Fuck you guys! We're muted, you can't hear us, fuck you guys!
Okay, now
Oh, Scott